Martial Peak Chapter 975 to Chapter 1009. Great Demon God's Demon Eye of Annihilation had long since been integrated into Xianxia's left eye, allowing him to freely use it. The Demon Eye of Annihilation contained one of Great Demon God's divine techniques, the soul-extinguishing golden light. Xianxia didn't know what kind of mysteries the soul-extinguishing golden light possessed, or whether Great Demon God could really shoot out golden light from his eyes to purify evil spirits. But when the demon eye appeared in his left eye, the entire world suddenly became somewhat different. The world trembled and the blood sea became turbulent, as if it had suffered a great impact. Amidst the turbulent blood sea, a figure gradually blurred from nothingness and then became clear. It was Kuluo's figure. This figure had no flesh or blood, only a condensation of spiritual energy. It was Kuluo's soul avatar. His flesh and blood had long ago exploded, forming this blood sea forest. His bones were scattered in every corner of the blood sea, becoming his weapons of slaughter. At this moment, Kuluo's soul avatar was standing in front of Xianxia, holding a bone spear in his hand that he had pierced through Xianxia's abdomen. Golden blood flowed out from Xianxia's wound and merged into the blood sea, but instead of merging with it, the blood sea automatically parted and opened a path for him. Kuluo's eyes trembled violently as he stared into Xianxia's left eye. In that majestic golden eye, he seemed to see the invincible master from thousands of years ago. In the past, when he had rushed over, that master had only needed a casual blow to knock him to the ground. From the beginning to the end, that master had not even glanced at Kuluo, as if the other party didn't put him in his eyes at all. That scene had left an indelible mark in Kuluo's heart, causing him to feel uneasy even in his deep sleep, fearing that master would discover his whereabouts and kill him. After hiding for thousands of years, it was only when that master's aura disappeared from this world that he and his clansmen dared to awaken. But now, that aura that made him feel fear from the bottom of his heart had appeared once again. Right in front of him was a pair of insufferably arrogant eyes from thousands of years ago. The eyes exuded a mysterious power that gradually transformed into a vortex capable of swallowing the heaven-devouring Great Emperor. Kuluo felt his soul avatar being grabbed by an invisible giant hand and dragged into the vortex, plunging him into a purgatory where he would never see the light of day. Impossible! Kuluo roared as he desperately tried to retreat, desperately trying to resist the suction force from the golden eye. Koro, your time has come. Be a good boy and accept your death. Xianxia pressed forward step by step, completely ignoring the injury to his abdomen, constantly using words to influence Kuluo's state of mind, making him nervous. You're not him. Karo screamed in horror, even if you have one of his eyes, you can't be him, he's already dead. He hid his soul avatar inside the blood sea and roared as he controlled the countless bone spikes scattered around the blood pool to stab towards Xianxia. He had listed Xianxia as his most dangerous enemy and was striving to kill him as quickly as possible. The masters from the three clans who were scattered across the blood sea suddenly felt the pressure on them lighten. Releasing their divine senses, they were able to detect the positions of others. At this moment, all of Kuluo's attention was focused on Xianxia, so he no longer had the ability to control others, causing the power of the blood sea to drop several notches. Ice Crystal Shield! Hanfei shouted as she waved the long sword in her hand, condensing a massive ice shield in front of Xianxia to protect his safety. Li Rong rushed over from the side, her delicate hand reaching out and grabbing one of the bone spurs aimed at Xianxia, wrapping it in her demonic qi, preventing it from moving. Zhang Yuan, Meng Wuya, Chu Ling Xiao, and Thunder Dragon arrived one after another, each of them using their own methods to intercept one bone spur after another. In front of Xianxia, the 10 masters worked together to block Kuluo's frenzied offensive. Xianxia hadn't moved a single step and remained unscathed. On top of that, it seemed that because of the appearance of the demon eye of annihilation, the illusions hidden in the blood sea had been broken, allowing everyone's vision to become much clearer, allowing them to see up to 10 meters away. Kuluo was still hiding in the blood sea, far away from Xianxia, not daring to come out. He had blown up his physical body and used the bone race's forbidden technique, leaving only his soul avatar to move about in this blood sea. He had thought that he was the master of this place, but the result had greatly disappointed him. The demon eye of annihilation was the bane of souls, so without the protection of his physical body, how could he dare to show himself? Asterisk xiao xiao xiao, asterisk bone spikes danced in the air. They were incomparably sharp and imposing. The dark red blood water also converged into blood dragons. They bared their fangs and roared at everyone as they wantonly attacked. The 10 masters were no longer at a loss and were now standing beside Xianxia. They were no longer lost in this sea of blood, and everyone's demeanor was very relaxed as they saw hope for victory. Over there, use your divine sense to attack, he's only left with his soul avatar. Xianxia shouted and pointed in a certain direction. Only left with his soul avatar? Zhang Yuan was startled for a moment before grinning fiercely. Good, that's good, I'd like to see how long he can struggle at death's door. As he spoke, the spiritual energy of the 10 masters rushed in the same direction as Xianxia also strengthened the power of the demon eye of annihilation to contain Kuluo's movements. A silent and mysterious attack broke out, and a heart-palpitating spiritual energy fluctuation burst out. Kuluo screamed miserably. He had finally been injured. Even if he was a master who was close to breaking through to the Saint King realm, he was unable to resist the spiritual energy attacks of 10 top masters in an instant. Over there. Xianxia pointed in another direction and the spiritual energy of the 10 masters began bombarding it fiercely. The blood sea shook once more and became unstable. The bone spurs and blood dragons that were originally under Kuluo's control also lost their deterrence and the blood dragons scattered and merged back into the blood sea. The bone spurs were also taken back by Kuluo and disappeared without a trace. Kuluo obviously didn't have much energy left to distract himself. Avoiding the combined spiritual energy attacks of the 10 masters was the limit of what he could do. Over here. Xianxia pointed in a certain direction. The attacks of the 10 masters were like spears and swords in his hands, accurately striking Kuluo again and again. After half a cup of tea's worth of time, the blood sea that had been enveloping everyone suddenly shrank. Everyone's vision became clear, and by the time they recovered, the bone race's forbidden technique, blood pond flesh forest, had finally disappeared. Not far away, the bone spurs and flesh had merged back together and Kuluo's figure gradually took shape. He had actually been able to restore himself to his original state. Without that strange forbidden technique, I want to see what you'll use to fight us. Zhang Yuan's eyes flashed brightly as he shouted. The others also looked towards Kuluo with malicious intent. Just now, in the blood sea, they had all been toyed within the palm of Kuluo's hand. Everyone here was a top master, and they all had their own pride. What they had experienced just now was a great humiliation. Now that they had escaped from the blood sea, it was naturally time for them to avenge their grievances. Without waiting for Kuluo's figure to completely reform, the 10 masters scattered and surrounded him, leaving him with no path to heaven or door to earth. Kuluo finally panicked, his face going pale as his green eyes overflowed with fear and regret. He felt that he shouldn't have woken up at this time and should have slept for another few thousand years. Kuluo, did you forget something? Xianxia looked at him coldly and asked lightly. Kuluo turned his eyes to Xianxia and narrowed his eyes. He saw the bone spur that had been inserted into Xianxia's abdomen. This bone spike was as translucent as white jade, as if it had been carved from the most beautiful crystal. It contained an incredible amount of energy, and after piercing through Xianxia's body, it was still inside his body even now. The moment he saw this bone spur, Kuluo's face changed greatly as he became more and more flustered. This was a part of his body that contained a large amount of his life essence. With this bone spur missing, his strength would be greatly reduced. Xianxia's expression was fierce as he reached out and grabbed the bone spur, slowly pulling it out of his abdomen. His eyes were firm as he stared at Kuluo, not showing the slightest sign of panic despite the severe pain. Golden blood spurted out as the moment the bone spur left his body, the wounds on Xianxia's body began to heal automatically. Kuluo's eyes were like locusts as he stared at the bone spur, his lips squirming as if he wanted to say something, but no words came out. Xianxia grinned and looked at him calmly. For your bone race, your body is the foundation of your existence, isn't it? So what if it is? Kuluo grit his teeth. That's good. Xianxia gently nodded, his destructive demonic chi pouring out of his palm and wrapping around the bone spur. In an instant, the bone spur seemed to have been ignited by a black flame and quickly melted, turning into a pool of bone liquid that dripped from Xianxia's fingertips and disappeared into the ground. In front of him, Xianxia had burned the bone spur. Kuluo's expression changed dramatically, as if the most important thing in his life had been destroyed by Yang Kai, his expression becoming fierce and terrifying as he roared, "For destroying my body, I will make you pay the price. You won't have the chance." Meng Wuya roared as he waved his hands wildly in the air. High up in the sky, it was as if a meteor was being grabbed by Meng Wuya, a series of bright lights containing terrifying power smashed down towards Kuluo, as if they wanted to destroy the world. "Since you dared to kill my demon general, today I'll grind your bones to dust." The halberd in Zhang Yuan's hand pulsed with a kind of darkness that seemed to swallow all light as it stabbed towards Kuluo like an azure dragon. Meng Ge and Shueli followed closely behind Zhang Yuan, their faces filled with hatred as they also pushed their strength to the limit. The three monster race great seniors all exchanged a glance before transforming into their true forms and attacking Kuluo with all their strength. Chu Lingxiao shook his demon sealing chain and wrapped it around Kuluo, restricting his movements. A series of bone shields condensed around Kuluo as he also felt a great sense of crisis. He knew that if he could not resist this attack, he would die without a doubt, so he was counting on these bone shields to buy him some time. He still had the strength to fight. Surrounded by his bone shields, Kuluo was extremely nervous. Han Fei appeared beside him and waved the ice crystal sword in her hand, creating a curtain of light that enveloped him. As soon as she took action, Li Rong also quickly took action. The leader of the ancient demon clan was like a hot knife through butter, her pair of delicate fists punching out one after another, completely ignoring the bone shields around Kuluo, smashing through countless bone shields along the way as she arrived in front of Kuluo and punched out. A fist force that contained the intent to destroy all living beings suddenly erupted. Kuluo's face changed greatly and he was about to resist, but Zhang Yuan's peerless halberd had already arrived. Being attacked from both sides, Kuluo could only try to evade while simultaneously meeting Li Rong's blow. Kong, the earth trembled as a deafening explosion rang out. Kuluo's newly formed body seemed unable to withstand such a violent blow and began to crack. Chu Lingxiao's devil sealing chain wrapped around Kuluo's body, restricting his freedom. The other masters saw this opportunity and rushed forward, using all of their strength to bombard Kuluo. Kuluo was in a difficult situation as his body cracked open, chunks of flesh and blood flying out. His bones, which contained the essence of his life, were exposed to everyone's eyes. Kacha, Kuluo's bone body was unable to withstand the barrage of attacks from the 10 top masters and began to crack like a spider web. Kuluo was finished. This time, he was really finished. He had been counting on the Bone Race's forbidden technique, Blood Pond Flesh Forest, to wipe out Tong Xian Realm's masters, but at the last moment, his plan had been destroyed by Yang Kai. Kuluo, who did not dare to use his forbidden technique, was no longer the opponent of these 10 masters. In every aspect, Kuluo was being suppressed, and he no longer had any hope of winning. Kuluo's green eyes twitched, filled with annoyance, anger, and unwillingness. All kinds of emotions intertwined as Zhang Yuan's halberd directly pierced through his head and pierced his eyes. Blood and flesh splattered as Kuluo stopped moving in place. The next moment, as if he had been dismembered, his body exploding and his bones completely falling apart. An illusory figure suddenly burst out from Kuluo's mind and rapidly shrank into a fluorescent light that quickly flew off into the distance. Divine Soul Projection. Meng Wuya shouted in a low voice. With his flesh and bones completely shattered, Kuluo decisively sent his soul out of his body, hoping that it would not be destroyed. Without a carrier, no matter how powerful one's soul was, it was impossible for it to remain in this world for a long time, unless one used some special artifact to preserve it or found a suitable body to occupy. The old demon was a good example. If Kuluo really had such an opportunity and could find a suitable body, with the Bone Race's strange nature, he may be able to make a comeback. How could the 10 experts give him this chance? They had long been prepared for this moment. As soon as Meng Wuya's voice fell, 10 spiritual energy streams erupted and chased after Kuluo's soul. In the blink of an eye, Kuluo let out a miserable cry from his soul. His soul avatar came to a stop in midair, its translucent face ferocious and terrifying, exuding a dangerous aura. Perceiving Kuluo's strange state, the 10 masters no longer dared to force him and instead surrounded him with their spiritual energy to prevent him from escaping. A battle between souls was too dangerous, and the slightest mistake could result in soul damage, a price no one could afford to pay. Everyone was afraid that Kuluo would drag one of them down with him before he died. If a master of Kuluo's level was really forced into a corner and decided to use soul explosion, no one present would be able to withstand it. "Don't embarrass me again, or I'll take you down with me." Kuluo roared hysterically, the aura coming from his soul avatar becoming more and more dangerous, as if it could explode at any time. The 10 masters couldn't help frowning, secretly feeling that this matter was a bit tricky. "Kuluo!" Yonkai's angry shout suddenly sounded. Hearing this shout, Kuluo turned his eyes to Yonkai, but in the next moment, he realized that he was in trouble. The moment he saw the golden demonic eye, a huge and invisible vortex suddenly formed in front of him, rolling up a terrifying suction force that he could not resist and pulling his soul avatar into it. Kuluo struggled desperately but to no avail. It was as if he had fallen into a swamp, and the more he struggled, the faster he sank. Xiao, in the blink of an eye, Kuluo's soul, which even the 10 masters found difficult to deal with, was directly sucked into Yonkai's left eye, the sound of Kuluo's unwilling roars and screams echoing in everyone's ears. Everyone was dumbfounded. Before they had time to ask Yonkai how the situation was, Kuluo closed his eyes and sat down cross-legged. Inside his knowledge sea, Yonkai's soul avatar appeared. Kuluo was looking around with a look of panic on his face. Feeling the scorching heat of the sea, his expression changed several times and he couldn't help calling out in amazement, "A special spiritual energy? You actually have a special spiritual energy?" With his eyesight, he was naturally able to see that Yonkai's knowledge sea was extraordinary. This was a divine sense that possessed a scorching heat. Even across the entire star territory, there were very few people who possessed such a special spiritual energy. Kuluo had never expected that someone in this inferior world would possess such a special spiritual energy. "Today, I'll destroy your soul." Yonkai didn't waste any time. The moment his soul avatar appeared, he poured all the power in his knowledge sea into burning Kuluo's soul avatar. At the same time, the demon eye of annihilation suspended above Yonkai's knowledge sea appeared again and a golden light shot out from it. Kuluo screamed and struggled, but he was unable to resist. Under the power of the conflagrated knowledge sea and the soul-extinguishing golden light, his entire life's consciousness and experiences were completely purified, leaving behind only a mass of pure spiritual energy. Yonkai stretched out his hand and collected this mass of spiritual energy, feeling the surge of it and feeling it, his expression changed slightly. Worthy of a master who was on the verge of breaking through to the Saint King realm, the amount of spiritual energy Yonkai had obtained was far greater. Above Yonkai's knowledge sea, one mass of pure spiritual energy after another was suspended. These were all inadvertently absorbed by Yonkai throughout the battle. As long as someone died near him, their spiritual energy would be absorbed into his knowledge sea, something that Yonkai could not control. However, thanks to this, Yonkai had obtained unimaginable benefits. Yonkai didn't rush out. In any case, the overall situation had been decided. The bone race had been wiped out, so all that was left was to clean up the battlefield and count the casualties. Yonkai began to absorb the countless masses of spiritual energy. Most of these spiritual energy belonged to a transcendent realm cultivator, with many of them being saints. Each mass of spiritual energy contained the cultivator's comprehensive comprehension of the heavenly way and martial Tao, as well as their unique cultivation insights. Yonkai removed the impurities and turned these spiritual energy into his own nutrients. Gradually, Yonkai's consciousness vaguely arrived in front of a door. Pushing it open, he saw the world behind it. Yonkai's heart shook violently as his knowledge sea churned and his entire body erupted with terrifying energy fluctuations. Outside, everyone who was meditating suddenly felt the changes in Yonkai and opened their eyes in surprise, turning to look at him. A moment later, Li Rong's tender body trembled as she exclaimed, "Master is about to break through." Meng Wuya's face froze. "Isn't that too fast?" He had asked Li Rong before when Yonkai and Yuan Qi had broken through to the Saint King realm and knew that it had only been a year ago. He estimated that even if Yonkai's aptitude was outstanding, after experiencing Yuan Qi's saint transformation, it would take at least 2 to 3 years before he could truly touch the threshold of the saint realm. At that time, whether or not he could make a breakthrough would depend on his luck and fortune. But now, in just a year, Yang Kai had begun to break through. He was on the verge of breaking through to the Saint Realm. Meng Wuya was somewhat unable to accept this, staring at Yang Kai as if he was some kind of monster, muttering something to himself, a look of shock appearing on his face. Meng Wuya considered himself a genius, but compared to Yang Kai, he was still lacking in self-confidence. Sure enough, he's about to break through, Chu Xiaoxiao smiled lightly. Chu Lingxiao smiled and nodded, a look of relief appearing on his old face. It looks like he gained a lot from this battle. And we should keep our distance so we don't disturb him. Saying so, Meng Wuya took the initiative to retreat. The demon race and monster race masters also did not linger. After they had all left, Li Rong and Han Fei were the last to leave. They were still worried about the masters from the demon race and monster race. Although they had all worked together to deal with the bone race, now that things had come to an end, no one could guarantee that they would not take advantage of this opportunity to kill Yang Kai and strangle him on his path to growth. As such, Li Rong and Han Fei remained vigilant. After a long time, more and more masters from the three great clans returned from all directions, hunting down the remnants of the bone race, not letting any of them escape. They burned all the fleeing bone race clansmen to ashes, making it impossible for them to revive. Half a day later, all the people who were still alive gradually returned and the three clans began to count their casualties. The result made everyone's mood heavy. When they first arrived, the three clans had sent over 1,000 masters, but after this battle, less than 500 had survived. Nearly half of the masters had fallen in this world, many of them saints. Although this battle had allowed the entire continent to relax, each of the clans had also suffered heavy losses. The demon race's losses were the heaviest. In the battle with Koluo, 2 of their demon general had fallen, a blow that even Zhang Yuan could not bear. Shueli and Meng Ge, who were still alive, were similarly depressed. The saddest thing was that almost all of the people who had died had disappeared without a trace, leaving behind only a pile of bones. No one knew who these skeletons belonged to before they died. The three clans worked together to collect the bones of those who had died in battle and placed them on an island near Water Spirit Temple as a form of consolation. Masters from all sides paid tribute to the contributions they had made in this battle. One day later, the clouds in the sky began to change and a terrifying world energy descended from the sky, causing the earth to tremble. Yang Kai has broken through. On the island, Meng Wuya's eyes lit up as he shouted. Let's go take a look. Chu Lingxiao said, then directly flew over to Yang Kai's side. The monster race and demon race group also followed closely behind. The masters from the human race who heard the news were also filled with curiosity and rushed over to observe. A few years ago, no one had even heard of Yang Kai's name, but today, his name had spread far and wide across the entire continent. A Saint Realm master in his late 20s, at such a young age and with such cultivation, he was unique in all of Tongxian Realm and naturally attracted the attention of many. What's more, Yang Kai's status wasn't low either. This time, he was the one who had led the war with the bone race. No one dared to underestimate him anymore. Everyone believed that from today onwards, this name would be the talk of the entire continent. It would spread far and wide, becoming the most dazzling star of the continent. His future achievements would likely be higher than anyone else's. When the human, monster, and demon clans arrived, the ancient demon clan, led by Li Rong and Han Fei, had gathered 10 kilometers away from Yang Kai, making sure no one was allowed to approach. Everyone could only watch from a distance. After seeing Yang Kai's current state, all of them were shocked. The extremely violent world energy seemed capable of tearing the earth apart and smashing down onto Yang Kai's body. His upper robes had been torn to shreds, revealing his sturdy physique. From top to bottom, there were no traces of him circulating his strength, simply relying on the strength of his physique to withstand this baptism of world energy. Not a single trace of this world energy was wasted by him, all of it being absorbed into his body and transformed into his own strength. His physique was constantly wriggling and his body was as solid as a rock. Just by looking at him, he gave off a powerful and thrilling aura. Everyone could feel that Yang Kai's body was growing stronger at an extremely fast speed, comparable to the strongest defensive artifact in the world. All the masters from various clans were shocked. Brother Meng, when you broke through to the Saint Realm, Chu Lingxiao whispered, how much world energy baptism did you withstand? About half, Meng Wuya replied in a deep voice, any more and I wouldn't have been able to bear it. I'm probably a bit weaker than Brother Meng. Chu Lingxiao took a deep breath. Chu Lingxiao took a light breath and compared himself with Yang Kai's actions. Chu Lingxiao couldn't help feeling somewhat inferior. Zhang Yuan's face twitched as he secretly felt that he really needed to improve his relationship with Yang Kai. In this battle, 2 demon generals had fallen. This was already a great loss to his demon race. If he didn't seize the opportunity in front of him, he didn't know what path the demon race would take in the future. The potential of the young man who was breaking through could surpass any force. In the past, Zhang Yuan still couldn't understand why top masters like Li Rong and Han Fei would be so loyal to Yang Kai, who was only a transcendent. Even if there was a relationship with the great demon god, this shouldn't be the case. This was too much of a humiliation for him. With their strength, they could establish their own sects, and no one in the world could underestimate them. But at this moment, Zhang Yuan finally understood that Li Rong, Han Fei, and the others were far more far-sighted than he was. Because this young man might be able to give the ancient demon clan a future they could never hope to achieve, a new hope. While everyone was still in shock, Yang Kai suddenly made a move that made everyone tremble in fear. Under the unparalleled pressure and the power of the world, he suddenly stood up and coldly looked at the sky. Immediately, his body leaped, and he directly fled into the sky while enduring the power of the world that was descending. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai disappeared into the storm of world energy that was gathering in the sky. This? Everyone was dumbfounded, their expression changing dramatically. Withstanding the baptism of the world energy was an extremely difficult task, and if one were to directly rush into this storm of world energy, the pressure they would have to bear would increase exponentially. If one wasn't careful, they would be crushed to pieces. Everyone who had a close relationship with Yang Kai couldn't help showing a look of worry, fearing that Yang Kai's rash action would cause some kind of accident. But in the next moment, a strange phenomenon suddenly appeared high up in the sky. The storm of world energy, which had been constantly rotating, seemed to have encountered some kind of obstruction and suddenly came to a standstill. Then, this massive storm, which no one dared approach, began to rotate in the opposite direction. At the center of this storm, there seemed to be some kind of vortex that was pulling it in. As the speed of this vortex grew faster and faster, the power of the world energy storm rapidly decreased. It was being sucked in. After the time it would take to drink a cup of tea, the storm of world energy disappeared and at its center, Yang Kai's figure appeared, a look of disappointment still lingering on his face. This little brat. Meng Wuya laughed, so bold. There was actually someone who could enter the center of that storm of world energy to withstand the baptism. Yang Xingzhu is truly a genius. Congratulations, Brother Chu, Soaring Heaven sect has produced such an amazing character, it really makes me envious. I must also congratulate Great Elder Su Hui, with such a holy master, your holy land will only become more and more glorious in the future. A series of compliments and congratulations sounded, causing Su Hui to grin from ear to ear. After experiencing this battle and witnessing Yang Kai's breakthrough, everyone realized just how great Yang Kai's personal strength was. Those who had not cared much about him before finally began to re-examine their attitudes towards him. Yang Kai slowly walked down from the sky. The masters from the 3 clans congratulated him in unison, all of them sincerely. Yang Kai kept his fists, many thanks to all of you. And, I must also thank all of you for your efforts in this battle. I believe that future generations will not forget the efforts you have made today and will remember them gratefully. Many people's faces showed a touch of glory as their spirits soared. Yang Xingzhu. Dragon Phoenix Palace's Palace Master Chen Zhou suddenly walked up and hesitantly asked, "Can this Chen ask you a question?" Since the beginning of the battle with the bone race, Chen Zhou had been holding this question in his heart and had been holding it in until now. Yang Kai glanced over at him and knew what he wanted to ask, nodding and saying, "Can Palace Master Chen wait a moment? I also have something to tell you, but before that, I'd like to speak with Demon Commander Master first." "Good, this one will wait." Chen Zhou's body shook as he faintly realized something and quickly responded. "Yang Xingzhu has something to say to me?" Zhang Yuan's expression became serious as he stared at Yang Kai. "Let's go somewhere else," Yang Kai motioned before beckoning to Li Rong, "Come with me." Li Rong and Han Fei glanced at each other, not knowing what Yang Kai wanted to do, but still obediently followed. The other powerhouses stood where they were, enjoying the joy of victory as they discussed the future matters at the same time. I wonder what Yang Xingzhu wants to say to this senior. Zhang Yuan walked a distance away from Yang Kai and couldn't help asking. Yang Kai took out a new set of clothes from the black book space and neatly put them on before saying, Go Qiong and Ba He are dead, please restrain your grief, Demon Commander. Zhang Yuan froze for a moment before letting out a laugh. They died a worthy death, many thanks for Yang Xingzhu's concern. And, I just wanted to tell you that although I had the idea of using the Demon Eye of Annihilation to suppress Kaluo from the beginning, if he didn't come to my side, I couldn't do anything about it. When Go Qiong and Ba He died, I was powerless. This senior understands your difficulties, you don't need to mind, Zhang Yuan nodded gently. That's good. Yang Kai grinned, now that your demon land has lost 2 demon general, your strength has been greatly reduced, what do you plan to do? What do you mean by that? Zhang Yuan frowned and coldly snorted, if you're worried that the other 2 races will take this opportunity to invade my demon land, you're worrying too much. As long as the senior is alive, no one can have any ideas about my demon land. You're thinking too much. Yang Kai shook his head, I just want to ask you, are you interested in finding another demon general to replace them? Find another demon general? Zhang Yuan's brow furrowed as he suddenly recovered, turning to Li Rong and asking, you mean this lady? Of course, Li Rong is also a member of the demon race and her strength isn't any worse than yours, so there shouldn't be any problem with her becoming a demon general, right? Naturally there's no problem, but, is Yang Xingzhu willing to part with her? Is this lady willing to come to my demon land? Zhang Yuan smiled meaningfully as he stared at Yang Kai, seemingly wanting to peer into his heart and see what his plans were. Li Rong indeed had no problem becoming a demon general, her strength already qualified her to become a demon commander, but Yang Kai's sudden proposal really made Zhang Yuan a little vigilant. He thought that Yang Kai wanted to take advantage of the demon land. I refuse. Li Rong said coldly. Yang Kai raised his hand and gestured, listen to what I have to say. And, after this trip, I will be leaving this place. Leaving this place? Zhang Yuan, Li Rong, and Han Fei all froze for a moment. Wherever master goes, we will go, Li Rong said decisively. Yang Kai pointed to the sky and said, I'm going to Star Territory, so I can't take you with me. Star Territory? Zhang Yuan paled, why would you want to go to Star Territory? That place is filled with dangers, and you've only just broken through to the Saint Realm. If you go there, you won't even have the ability to protect yourself. Yes, master, if you really want to go, please take me with you, Li Rong hurriedly expressed. I'll go too. Han Fei bit her red lip. Yang Kai slowly shook his head, I'll go alone. More than 10 years ago, when I came here, I was only an immortal ascension boundary 7th or 8th stage cultivator. I didn't even have the strength to protect myself, yet I still managed to come here. If I hadn't come here at that time and had instead stayed in the central capital, I definitely wouldn't have the strength I have now. When the people of this world invaded, I might have become a slave to some great force, unable to resist. It was because I came here at that time that I was able to bring my family and friends here when the crisis came, allowing them to live near Nine Heavens' holy land to ensure their safety. The current situation is the same as it was 10 years ago. How is it the same? Zhang Yuan was puzzled. Great demon god sealed this world, causing it to fade from the sight of Star Field, but now that the seal has been lifted, perhaps one day a Saint King realm or even higher master will come here. When that time comes, who will be able to resist? Zhang Yuan paled slightly, thinking of the scene he had seen in Great Demon God's memories and shuddering. Thousands of years ago, Great Demon God had resisted the invaders from the starry sky. If that scene were to appear again, with the current strength of the masters in this world, all living beings would be reduced to slaves. Kaluo alone had cost them a great deal of effort, even sacrificing 2 demon general to kill him. Kaluo's cultivation was only close to the Saint King realm and had yet to successfully break through. If a Saint King realm master really came, no one would be able to resist. Zhang Yuan somewhat understood what Yang Kai meant. If I go to the Star Territory, I may be able to find a way. When the time comes, even if a powerful enemy invades, I won't be unable to defend myself. Of course, this is only a possibility, no one can guarantee anything, Yang Kai shrugged. From his own experiences over the past dozen years, Yang Kai saw a similar way out. It was never wrong to prepare for a rainy day. So, Yang Xingzhu wants to take the risk of going to the star field for the sake of the future of Tongxian realm? Zhang Yuan looked at him strangely, curling his lips as he asked, "You're not such a righteous man, are you?" Although he hadn't been in contact with Yang Kai many times and hadn't known him for a long time, Zhang Yuan had his own way of judging people. As the demon commander, his vision was far sharper than the average person. He felt that Yang Kai's eagerness to go to the star field wasn't because of what he said, there must be some other reason. Yang Kai laughed and nodded, "There is indeed a more important reason, but that is my personal matter, so it is not convenient for me to disclose it. I can only guarantee that there will be no harm to the demon land." "I believe you." Zhang Yuan gently nodded before turning to look at Li Rong again, a faint look of interest flashing across his face. If Yang Kai really left Tongxian realm, he might be able to accept Li Rong as a demon general. The ancient demon clan's combat strength was intrepid, and their leaders were also tyrannical. With them joining, the demon land would one day become impregnable. Most importantly, he might be able to take advantage of Yang Kai's absence to persuade the ancient demon clan to truly become a part of the demon race. Zhang Yuan was tempted. "Li Rong, you belong to the demon race, and the demon land's environment is more suitable for your cultivation. If you go there, it will be more suitable for the development of your clansmen. And, if one day I can return and you are still willing to follow me, I will definitely take you to a wider world." Yang Kai showed a look of nostalgia. "More than 10 years ago, I seem to have said the same thing to the great Han dynasty." Li Rong and Han Fei's beautiful eyes brightened. "My lord, are you sure you can't bring us along?" Li Rong made a final attempt. Yang Kai shook his head. Starfield was too vast and too dangerous. He didn't even know where to go, so how could he bring anyone along? "Then my ancient demon clan awaits master's good news." Li Rong nodded heavily and didn't say anything more. She knew that since Yang Kai had already made his decision, it was useless for her to say anything more. "Before that, my clan will temporarily reside in the demon land. I wonder if Master Demon Commander is willing to accept us." "This senior welcomes you." Zhang Yuan smiled heartily. After returning to the gathering place of the three clans, the various forces returned triumphantly one after another. Each force had come from a different place, so after traveling together for a while, they all went their separate ways. In this battle, each force had suffered huge losses, so they couldn't wait to return to prepare materials and restore their yuan qi. 10 days later, Yang Kai separated from Su Hui and the others, telling him to return to the Holy Land with Li Rong and the others first, that he needed to go to Dragon Phoenix Palace and would return in a few days. Su Hui nodded and left. "Let's go." Yang Kai waited for the people from Nine Heaven's Holy Land and the ancient demon clan to walk away before turning to Qin Zhou and smiling. Qin Zhou's expression was a bit reserved, filled with many questions and doubts, but he didn't dare ask them directly and simply led the way. After walking for a while, Yang Kai suddenly asked, "Does Palace Master Qin want to ask about the Dragon Emperor?" Qin Zhou was startled, his expression suddenly becoming serious as he cupped his fists and asked, "If it is convenient, can Yang Xingzhu explain?" In this battle with the Bone Race, the might of the Dragon Emperor had reappeared, but Sun Yu, the Dragon Emperor's successor of Dragon Phoenix Palace, had not come to the battlefield. Moreover, after the Golden Dragon dissipated, Yang Kai's figure was clearly revealed. When Yang Kai broke through to the Saint Realm and returned, Qin Zhou also saw a lifelike Golden Dragon tattoo on his body. This series of signs allowed Qin Zhou to vaguely understand the truth of the matter, but he wasn't certain. Naturally, he wanted to find Yang Kai and ask him about this matter. "It's time to give you an explanation." Yang Kai gently nodded, his expression serious. "Before that, I want to apologize to Palace Master Chen and your noble sect for deceiving you." Qin Zhou's body shook as a look of understanding appeared on his face. "Sun Yu is not the Dragon Emperor's successor. I am." "Ah?" Elder Shaoling was taken aback as he stared at Yang Kai in shock. That year, when the Dragon Valley inheritance opened, it wasn't because of Sun Yu, but rather because I accidentally entered it. Sun Yu happened to break in at that time and was drawn into the Dragon Emperor's inheritance. I stayed in the Dragon Valley with him for 2 years. I didn't know much about Dragon Phoenix Palace, so I left Sun Yu there and asked him some questions while giving him some pointers in his cultivation. So, Sun Yu being able to make such a huge breakthrough in his cultivation during these 2 years was entirely because of Xianxia? Qinzhou was shocked, suddenly realizing why Sun Yu's cultivation progress after leaving Dragon Valley had been so poor. Although it was faster than an ordinary person's, it was still far from the aptitude of the Dragon Emperor. Half of it, he's also quite diligent, Yang Kai smiled wryly. Then, when Frozen Nether Cave Heaven attacked, I also dealt with it secretly, Yang Kai admitted frankly. No wonder the Dragon Emperor. Sun Yu listens to Yang Xingzhu and worships him so much, it turns out there was such a reason behind it. Xiaoling suddenly understood. I was wondering when Great Elder Ling Jian had become friends with a character like Yang Xingzhu, but now it all makes sense. But I still don't quite understand, Qinzhou frowned. Since Yang Xingzhu is the Dragon Emperor's successor, why would he conceal this matter? Just how respected was the Dragon Emperor's successor? Sun Yu had already reached the heavens in a single bound and had become the highest-ranking person in Dragon Phoenix Palace. Qinzhou really couldn't understand why Yang Kai would conceal his existence while allowing Sun Yu to attract everyone's attention. Yang Kai said somewhat embarrassedly, the main reason is that I just happened to become the Holy Master of Nine Heavens' Holy Land that year. You should have heard that at that time, Nine Heavens' Holy Land was suffering from both external and internal troubles, a pile of mess that had yet to be cleaned up. At that time I was not in the mood to take care of other matters. And, the most important thing is that I am not a member of Dragon Phoenix Palace. If I were to tell you that I had obtained the Dragon Phoenix Palace's inheritance, I don't know what you would think, perhaps it would cause some kind of disaster. This is my fault, it has nothing to do with Sun Yu. I asked him to help me conceal this matter, I'm sorry. Kai Yang's attitude was sincere, and he explained everything to her. Qinzhou, Xiaoling, and the others glanced at each other with complicated expressions. After a while, Qinzhou laughed and said, it's not too late for Yang Xingzhu to tell us the truth at this moment, but I don't quite understand, why was Yang Xingzhu able to obtain the Dragon Emperor's inheritance? Is there some other reason for this? Because I cultivate the yin-yang joyous unification art. Qinzhou's eyes suddenly lit up. Yang Kai gave a brief account of what happened in the Heaven's Cave inheritance, and when everyone from Dragon Phoenix Palace heard this, all of them showed looks of excitement. It's the inheritance left behind by the Dragon Emperor and Phoenix Empress. No wonder Yang Xingzhu was able to open Dragon Valley's barrier, everything makes sense now. Qinzhou said excitedly, so, Yang Xingzhu isn't an outsider. And, strictly speaking, Yang Xingzhu should be considered a member of my Dragon Phoenix Palace. Xiaoling also couldn't contain his excitement. Yang Kai wanted Nine Heavens' Holy Land and Dragon Phoenix Palace to be on good terms, most likely because of this connection. At this moment, Qinzhou and Xiaoling finally understood everything. Right, what about the Phoenix Empress? Qinzhou suddenly remembered something, since Yang Xingzhu cultivates the yin-yang joyous unification art. There must be a Phoenix Empress. Where is she? Why haven't I seen her before? She's not in Tongxian realm. Yang Kai's expression became dim. She went to Star Field. Star Field. Qinzhou was dumbfounded. I'm going to find her, but I don't know when I'll be able to return, so I want to take the Phoenix Empress inheritance from the Phoenix Nest so that when I find her, I can hand it over to her. Take it away? Qinzhou was startled. Can that inheritance be taken away? Yang Kai shook his head. I'm not sure, I'm just going to try. Of course, that is if Palace Master Chen agrees. That's not a problem, but the difficulty is a bit high. That inheritance has been hidden in the Phoenix Nest for thousands of years, no one knows what it is. I hope you do your best. Many thanks, Yang Kai nodded sincerely. After confirming that Yang Kai was the real Dragon Emperor's successor, Qinzhou and Xiaoling's attitude suddenly became very respectful. Yang Kai asked them not to blame Sun Yu, and the two of them said they didn't take this matter to heart. For the entire Dragon Phoenix Palace, as long as there was a successor to the Dragon Emperor's identity, that person would stand on the sex side, it didn't matter who inherited it. What's more, Yang Kai's identity as the Dragon Emperor's successor had been decided a long time ago. Moreover, the two of them also said that although Sun Yu was not the real Dragon Emperor, They would not treat him unfairly in the future and would pour all of the sex resources, manpower, and financial resources into him as always. Sun Yu's current aptitude was also far superior to ordinary people, so he was worth focusing on. More than a month later, a group of people arrived at Dragon Phoenix Palace. Dragon Phoenix Palace welcomed them with open arms. Sun Yu had long since received news and led a group of people to stand outside Dragon Phoenix Palace, congratulating Qin Zhou and the others on their triumphant return as well as welcoming Yang Kai. Qin Zhou set up a banquet to entertain them and the entire sect toasted and drank. After 3 rounds of wine, Yang Kai pulled Sun Yu aside and explained the situation to him. Sun Yu hesitated for a moment before asking, "Senior Yang, this makes me feel a lot more at ease, but will the palace master and the others hold a grudge against me in the future?" "How could that be?" Yang Kai laughed. "Cultivate well, even if you are not the Dragon Emperor now, you are still the future hope of the sect, the palace master and the others won't treat you unfairly." "Really?" Yang Kai nodded. "That's great." Sun Yu smiled happily, no longer feeling the psychological burden he had before. Before, he had been burdened with the false identity of the Dragon Emperor, causing him to worry all day long, for fear that someone would discover his flaws, but now he felt completely relaxed, as if an invisible burden had been lifted from his shoulders, allowing him to straighten his back. Inside the phoenix nest, a world of ice and snow, a frigid chill permeated the jungle, causing it to be shrouded in a layer of white fog, making it seem like a paradise on earth. The Phoenix Empress inheritance was hidden in this jungle, and for thousands of years, no one had truly obtained it. Only those who cultivated cold attribute secret arts would often come to the phoenix nest to cultivate, taking advantage of the favorable conditions here. Even frozen nether cave heaven, which had previously tried to harm Dragon Phoenix Palace, had its foundation not far from the phoenix nest, relying on its cold aura to survive. Yang Kai sat cross-legged in a certain part of the phoenix nest, the frigid cold aura blocking the flow of Saint Qi in his body. Even though he had already reached the Saint Realm, Yang Kai could still feel an extraordinary domain and energy from the surrounding heavens and earth. This domain and energy seemed to be everywhere, causing his hair and clothes to be covered in frost. If Su Yan could be here, she would only need to circulate her yin-yang joyous unification art to absorb all the ice attribute energy in the phoenix nest. However, she was unable to come here. Yang Kai constantly tried to release his divine sense, trying to comprehend this aura and absorb it. After all, he had gone to the star field this time and did not know when he would return. If he was lucky enough to find Su Yan, he could directly hand over the Phoenix Empress inheritance hidden here to her and help her improve her strength. However, Yang Kai was not sure he could accomplish this. The ice attribute energy and this aura were completely incompatible with the true Yang secret art he cultivated, and it was also completely different from the Saint Qi in his body. Yang Kai could only patiently try and not force it. Time passed by, and Yang Kai sat in the phoenix nest for half a month without making any progress. However, because of the influence of the ice attribute energy, Yang Kai was able to slowly stabilize his newly promoted Saint Realm. Having just broken through a great realm, the most important thing to avoid at this time was to be greedy. The ice attribute energy had forced Yang Kai to resist it with his hot Saint Qi, and while consuming the Saint Qi in his body, Yang Kai was also able to sense the various differences between his Saint Realm and his Saint Qi. Yang Kai had gained a lot and maintained this state without thinking about anything else. Instead, he focused on stabilizing his Saint Realm cultivation, causing his Saint Realm cultivation to become more solid and his Saint Qi to become purer and more vigorous. His efforts during this period of time had given him a buffer period. It had become the cornerstone for him to stabilize his realm. The power in his body was also slowly becoming stronger. He was comprehending the mysteries of the Saint Realm. During this process, the golden dragon tattoo on his body was constantly moving. Being in the phoenix nest, it seemed to have received some kind of special nourishment. Not only was it not stable, but it also seemed to be very eager, as if it wanted to rush out of Yang Kai's body and merge with the cold energy. The Dragon Emperor and Phoenix Empress were the 2 pillars of Dragon Phoenix Palace, and they were also of one mind. The golden dragon tattoo contained an enormous amount of energy. It was the Dragon Emperor's final inheritance, so it was natural for there to be some abnormalities in the phoenix nest. Another half a month later, there was still no movement from the phoenix nest. During this time, Yang Kai had been transmitting his divine sense to his surroundings in an attempt to understand the mysteries of the phoenix nest. But he failed. After a whole month, Yang Kai had no choice but to give up. He felt that he couldn't take away the final inheritance left here. Just as Yang Kai opened his eyes and was about to leave, the cold energy in the phoenix nest suddenly underwent some unusual changes and seemed to resonate with the golden dragon tattoo on Yang Kai's body, forming a subtle connection. Yang Kai's body froze as he recalled his actions just now. Quickly holding his breath, he stopped circulating the energy in his body and allowed the golden dragon tattoo to move freely around his body. This subtle connection became clearer and clearer, and Yang Kai's eyes became brighter as he vaguely understood what was going on. The huge amount of cold energy in the phoenix nest was converging in a certain direction, and that direction was not far in front of Yang Kai. Gradually, the frost that had covered the entire phoenix nest for thousands of years began to melt, leaving only a small territory in front of Yang Kai where the cold energy was extremely rich. It seemed that all of the cold energy was gathering here. In front of Yang Kai's eyes, the phantom image of an ice phoenix appeared. It was noble, gorgeous, and completely snow-white. It was crystal clear and flawless, like an otherworldly fairy. It reminded Yang Kai of Su Yan. The auras of the two were so similar that they seemed to come from the same source. Hu Jiaoer had once commented that Su Yan was like an ice doll, and this comment was not an exaggeration. Anyone who saw Su Yan would have the same first impression. Her coldness would only melt in front of Yang Kai. It became as hot as fire, hot enough to burn the hardest rock in the world. A dragon's roar resounded throughout the world as the ice phoenix phantom raised its head and cried out in response. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and gently gazed at it, just like how he gazed at Su Yan. He sent the most sincere invitation to the ice phoenix phantom. The ice phoenix phantom stared at him as if it had its own life and wisdom. It looked into Yang Kai's heart and saw the beautiful figure that occupied Yang Kai's heart, understanding how important she was. To Yang Kai, the ice phoenix responded. Its luxurious body collapsed like a collapsing mountain, like a tsunami, fiercely rolling towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai remained motionless, allowing the cold energy to rush into his body. The surface of his sturdy body instantly condensed a layer of ice, causing a series of cracking sounds to ring out. The huge amount of cold energy poured in, seemingly wanting to freeze him in an instant. The hot Saint Qi in his body involuntarily rioted, trying to resist the invading cold energy. Yang Kai quickly suppressed it and withdrew all his Saint Qi back to the dantian. His teeth chattered and his whole body turned purple. In just a moment, Yang Kai was frostbitten. The huge amount of cold energy continued to pour in, and after a long time, all the remaining cold energy in the world disappeared. Yang Kai's tense and trembling body suddenly relaxed at this moment, and the unbearable cold he had been feeling also disappeared. There seemed to be something inside his body that was swimming around the surface of his skin, giving him a refreshing feeling that refreshed his spirit. Unbuttoning his clothes, Yang Kai looked down and saw a dragon and phoenix pattern chasing each other in harmony. Inside these two patterns, there was enough power to destroy the heavens and earth. Yang Kai smiled with satisfaction and seemed a little surprised. He had only come here to give it a try and had not really thought he would succeed, but the result had exceeded his expectations. The Phoenix Empress' final inheritance had really responded to his invitation and entered his body. He closed his eyes and sensed the aura of the Phoenix Empress. She used his body as a shelter and stayed there for the time being. It was a foreign object, so although it contained a huge amount of energy, Yang Kai could not use it. All he could do was temporarily store it for Su Yan. After carefully confirming that the ice phoenix pattern would not have any adverse effects on him, Yang Kai got up with satisfaction and strode out of the phoenix nest. The sun shone down and the phoenix nest was unsealed. The world of ice and snow, which had existed for thousands of years, finally began to melt today. Going to Dragon Phoenix Palace and telling Chen Zhou about the phoenix nest, Yang Kai said goodbye to him, summoned his star shuttle, and flew back to Nine Heaven's Holy Land. When he returned to the Holy Land, Su Hui and the others had already returned. Until today, the entire Holy Land was still full of jubilation and excitement. Yang Kai gathered his friends and family and told them about his trip to Star Field. To Yang Kai's surprise, after hearing this news, they didn't seem to have much of a reaction, as if they had already known. Yang Kai glanced over at Li Rong and knew that she had told them about this in advance, so they were mentally prepared. Have you decided? Meng Wuya asked leisurely. Yang Kai nodded gently. Since you've decided, there's no need to say anything more. Be careful, you don't need to worry about this place, this old master will look after it for you, Meng Wuya gently nodded. Many thanks, Treasurer Meng, Yang Kai nodded sincerely. With these words from Meng Wuya, even if he had to leave, he could rest assured. Now that Nine Heaven's holy land was on the right track, it didn't matter whether he was the holy master or not. The only thing Yang Kai couldn't let go of was his friends and family who lived in the former site of War Spirit Temple, but as long as Meng Wuya was here, they would never be bullied. You go explore the path first, maybe one day this old master will also go and take a look. When that time comes, I'll definitely come find you, Meng Wuya smiled. I'll be waiting. A sobbing sound came from the side as Dong Suju's eyes became red and swollen as she looked towards Yang Kai pleadingly, as if she didn't want him to leave. More than 10 years ago, Yang Kai had left the central capital and never returned, never to be heard from again. It wasn't until recently that the family reunited again. But Dong Suju hadn't even had time to have a good chat with her son before Yang Kai had to embark on a new journey to the vast star field. How could she be willing? Fourth Master Yang, who was a man of iron, also had tears in his eyes, his expression filled with reluctance. Yang Kai's heart was filled with guilt and was about to open his mouth to comfort his son when Fourth Master Yang quickly said, "Go, father supports you and believes in you." Yang Kai's body trembled as he nodded heavily. With the words of Fourth Master Yang Kai also felt relieved. He could put down all his psychological burdens and do what he wanted to do. Before you go, you should have a good chat with Ning Chang, Meng Wuya sighed slightly, she's been cooped up in her room for the past half a month. I know. At night, the moon shone brightly like the stars in the sky. Inside the Holy Master Court, Yang Kai slowly walked over just as Enlinger was coming out. When she saw Yang Kai, she couldn't help gawking for a moment before immediately turning towards one of the rooms and giggling before quickly leaving, a look of schadenfreude on her face. Yang Kai glared at her for a moment before straightening his clothes and walking towards Xianning Cheng's room. Outside the door, Duan and the other 4 grandmasters were gathered together, each of them trying their best to persuade the other grandmasters, each of them trying their best to convince the other grandmasters. There was no movement inside the room. Good evening, grandmasters, Yang Kai coughed dryly to attract their attention. In the darkness, 5 pairs of eyes shot towards Yang Kai, all of them looking at him with disdain. You little brat. Chang Bao's fat jiggled as he took advantage of his seniority to reprimand Yang Kai, you really don't know how lucky you are. What kind of character is Lady Xia? You should be grateful that she took a liking to you, yet you actually dared to make her sad, you really make this old master angry. Outside Xianning Cheng's room, the fat man Chang Bao was scolding Yang Kai, spittle flying everywhere. Lady Xia hasn't taken a single step out of her room for half a month, nor has she performed any alchemy. You really are a sinner. Hong Fong also scolded him without any trace of politeness. Kong Ruiyu coldly snorted, as a man, you should make your woman feel safe and reliable, not make her sad. You're not bad enough to be the holy master of 9 Heaven's holy land, but you're far from being a good husband. Even Duan, who had the best relationship with Yang Kai, hurriedly said, quickly find a way to coax her, don't make her too sad. At this moment, the 5 grandmasters all seemed to be standing on Xianning Cheng's side, trying their best to protect her while simultaneously pointing their spears at Yang Kai. Yang Kai was dumbstruck. He hadn't expected that the relationship between his little senior sister and the 5 grandmasters had reached such a level. He still remembered when the 5 grandmasters first came to the Holy Land, all of them shamelessly wanting to stay and watch him perform alchemy, hoping to learn from him. During that time, he had won the respect of the 5 grandmasters. But now, in the eyes of the 5 grandmasters, Xianning Cheng's status was far higher than his. Yang Kai opened his mouth, but before he could defend himself, he was interrupted by Hong Fong. Hong Fong squinted at him and said with displeasure, little brat, I heard you insisted on going to Star Field this time to pursue a woman? What kind of woman can compare to Lady Xia? Lady Xia is already the best girl in the world, don't just eat from the bowl while looking at the pot. Lady Xia is kind, gentle, considerate, pure, and innocent. I really don't understand why she would fall for a little bastard like you. Another round of scolding. Yang Kai was left speechless. Lady Xia, don't be sad. Kong Ruiyu suddenly shouted into the room, it's fine if you don't want such a half-hearted man. Another day, this old one will introduce you to someone. Although that person can't compare to Yang Kai, he can be considered a dragon among men. Yang Kai's expression darkened as he said, Old Kong, if you don't want anything to happen to that person, it's best not to let him come to the Holy Land. Kong Ruiyu glared. What? If you're allowed to be half-hearted, why can't you let Miss Xia choose? That's not what I meant. Yang Kai found it difficult to explain himself. He really didn't know why these 5 masters were so bored that they would interfere in the love between a man and a woman. Creak. The door opened. In the darkness, Xianxia appeared in front of everyone. Her beautiful eyes were as bright as stars, without a trace of impurity. However, everyone was sensitive enough to notice that her eyes were a little red and swollen. Don't speak ill of junior brother. Xianxia's voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz as she faintly glanced at Yang Kai and bit her lip, and the person junior brother is looking for is senior sister Su Yan. Senior sister is very good. Hey, great aunt, you've finally come out, Changbao shouted, wiping the sweat from his forehead as he asked Xianxia about her well-being. Junior brother, come in and talk. Xianxia pulled Yang Kai into the room. Yang Kai turned around and squeezed out a smile towards the 5 grandmasters. Grandmasters, you should also rest early. Not waiting for them to answer, he quickly closed the door behind him. This smelly brat. Hong Fong touched his nose and couldn't help smiling. Good, since Yang Kai is here, there shouldn't be any problems, Duan smiled, everyone should go back and rest. The grandmasters were all experienced people and naturally understood the bitterness in Xianxia's heart. Just now, she had mercilessly reprimanded Yang Kai in order to arouse Xianxia's sympathy and force her to come out. Young people, if they had any problems, they could just open up and discuss them. Inside the room, after the grandmasters had left, Yang Kai looked towards Xianxia apologetically. I'm going to look for Su Yan. I was going to tell you when I came back, he said. I know. Xianxia gently nodded, I won't stop you. I'm just a little reluctant to part with her. Saying so, her eyes filled with tears again and she threw herself into Yang Kai's arms, burying her head in his chest. As her tears soaked Yang Kai's clothes, Xianxia's voice came out, you don't have to worry about this place, you must find Su Yan and bring her back. N. Yang Kai nodded heavily as he pulled his beautiful woman into his arms, the two of them tightly pressed against each other. Feeling the softness and heat of her body, Yang Kai surprisingly didn't feel any ripples in his heart, only a strong sense of reluctance and guilt. Xianxia seemed to see through his concerns and softly said, you don't have to feel guilty, because I know that if Master takes me to Star Field, you will also come to find me, right? Yes. Yang Kai hugged her tightly, feeling gratified by his little senior sister's understanding. And I also believe that you will be able to find her. Xianxia suddenly raised her head, her beautiful eyes curved into crescents. Why? Because you've already found us once. Xianxia said with a look of deep conviction, this time, you definitely won't fail. If 2 people are destined to be together, then no matter how far apart they are, no matter how much time has passed, there will always be a time when they will be together. That was what I thought in the past, and that was what I believed. Then, when I was at my most isolated and fated moment, you. As she spoke, Xianxia's voice became softer, as if she had reached an embarrassing point and found it hard to continue. What about me? Kai Yang stared at her intently, the corners of his mouth forming a strange smile. Xianxia's face was full of embarrassment, her eyes drifting as her small hands grabbed Yang Kai's clothes, her voice so low it was almost inaudible, you appeared like a hero. As soon as she said this, her little senior sister's cheeks flushed red, as if blood was about to drip out, and her tender body became even hotter. She was not the kind of person who could let go, nor was she the kind of person who could reveal all the words in her heart. Revealing her true feelings like this was already her limit. She suddenly recalled that year in the Ninein Mountain Valley, in order to obtain the Ninein Yuan condensing dew, she and Yang Kai had gone together, but they had been ambushed. In that one-person mountain wall, when she was in extreme danger, Yang Kai stood in front of her and fought bravely. At that time, that figure was not as heroic as it was now, and even seemed a little weak, but it stood tall like a mountain, shielding her from all the wind, rain, and danger. It was at that time that that figure quietly broke into her heart, took root and sprouted in a young girl's heart, and tugged at her heartstrings. Every time she thought of that scene, Xianxia's heart felt as if it was filled with honey, warm and sweet. After being separated from Yang Kai for more than 10 years, she had followed her master everywhere, and had seen countless dragons among men. Among them, there was no lack of young heirs of large sects and clans, who openly expressed their love for her. But she had always been the same, and her heart had never wavered for any man. She had always been waiting. Finally, her wish came true. When her master was trapped, she could not find a way out, and she was in despair and helplessness. That figure once again appeared in front of her, pushing away the dark clouds that had covered all her hope, and letting her see the endless light of dawn. At that moment, she felt that even if she died immediately, it would be worth it. No one could understand the excitement and joy in her heart at that time. Now, he was going to leave, and all she needed to do was wait. Wait in happiness and expectation. She felt that she did not lack patience. Even if the seas dried up and the rocks crumbled, even if the seas turned into mulberry fields, she would still wait. As her body became light, Xianxia could not help but cry out. When she reacted, she found that she had been carried by Yang Kai. His arms were strong and powerful, and his arms made her feel comfortable, like the most peaceful harbor. She could not help but relax, and all her fatigue disappeared. "Junior brother, what are you doing?" Xianxia's voice was as soft as a mosquito's chirp. She found that Kai Yang had a meaningful smile on his face as he gazed at her affectionately. Step by step, he led her towards the direction of the bed. Under that tender gaze, Xianxia felt like she was melting snow at the beginning of spring, about to melt. She vaguely realized something, and her heart beat violently, her breathing became rapid, and her delicate body surged with an astonishing amount of heat. Yang Kai was still smiling strangely, soundless and mysterious. That smile made Xianxia involuntarily close her beautiful eyes, bite her red lips, and turn her head, not daring to look into Yang Kai's eyes. As her body became light, Xianxia found herself lying on the bed. Outside the window, the bright moonlight poured down and illuminated her body. Yang Kai sat on the edge of the bed, staring at this beautiful scene in a daze, his big hand gently stroking his little senior sister's hair. "Little senior sister, do you remember when we were in High Heaven Pavilion? One night, when I came back from a trip, I found you sleeping on my bed?" Yang Kai suddenly asked. Xianxia slowly opened her eyes and whispered, "That was a long time ago, I don't remember." How could she not remember? It was just too embarrassing, so she didn't dare admit it. That day, she had brought a message to Yang Kai. At that time, the two of them weren't familiar with each other and hadn't exchanged many words. As a result, she had been waiting in the wooden house, but Yang Kai hadn't come back. As she waited, she fell asleep. When she woke up, she found Yang Kai standing on the edge of the bed, looking at her with an infatuated gaze. Xianxia didn't know when he came back, but she still clearly remembered that at that time, Yang Kai's gaze didn't have the slightest obscenity, only amazement. He didn't seem to have the heart to wake her up. At that time, it was almost exactly the same as it is now. Yang Kai's voice was gentle and his gaze was infatuated. "The moonlight poured down on your body, and the sapphire on your forehead reflected a dense light. At that time, junior brother was amazed by you, and at that time, junior brother was very envious. He didn't know who would be lucky enough to have you in the future, but he didn't know that the lucky person would actually be me." The sincere and tender words were like a sharp sword, piercing through the defenses of little senior sister's body and mind, causing her to lose her way in these sweet words. She couldn't see the exit, and there was only a huge energy called happiness flowing around her. Her eyes blurred, her delicate earlobes became dark red, and her pink neck glowed with a strange red light. Her heart beat rapidly and powerfully, and her body surged with bursts of heat. She looked at Yang Kai with an expectant gaze, and took the initiative to wrap her arms around Yang Kai's neck. She fell in an instant. In the side room, on the fragrant bed, Xianxia was in a daze. Yang Kai didn't make a move on her, but those words full of tenderness and sweetness made her let go of the defenses of her body and mind. Her whole body was like floating in the clouds, floating up and down with the wind. Her delicate body unconsciously twisted, and a suppressed moan came from her throat. Her beautiful eyes were blurred, and her eyes were unfocused. Her pretty face was filled with great satisfaction. Xianxia leaned down and kissed her eyes, her small nose. His movements were very careful, as if he was treating the most exquisite piece of art. He didn't make any excessive movements. She turned her head, and her small and delicate earlobes were as red as blood. She whispered in a trembling voice, "Junior brother, before you leave, remember my appearance, okay?" Xianxia was startled, and then gently nodded. It had been more than 10 years since he met Xianxia, but he had never seen his little senior sister's true appearance. No matter when or where, his little senior sister always covered her face with a thin veil, so that no one could see her true appearance. At the beginning, Xianxia was very curious about what kind of appearance she had, but as time passed, Xianxia didn't care. Whether her appearance was devastatingly beautiful or not, his little senior sister would always be his little senior sister, and no one could replace her. She had the purest pair of beautiful eyes in the world, and that was enough. Unexpectedly, before they left, Xianxia took the initiative to ask, so Xianxia naturally wouldn't refuse. Saying that, Xianxia took the initiative to remove the veil covering her face. A cool breeze blew through the window, blowing the veil to the other side of the bed. Xianxia closed her eyes and nervously straightened her head, so that her face was exposed to Xianxia's gaze. Xianxia carefully looked at her, and his body suddenly shook, and a trace of surprise flashed through his eyes. Even though he was mentally prepared, the moment he saw Xianxia's face, he couldn't help but lose his composure. The little senior sister's appearance wasn't the most beautiful that Xianxia had ever seen. Whether it was Su Yan or Shanqing Luo, they were all comparable, but she had her own unique temperament. Just like Su Yan's coldness and Shanqing Luo's seductive charm, the little senior sister had a pure and holy temperament. It was as if the 20-odd years of life had not left a single trace on her. She had a delicate nose, rosy cheeks, and delicate lips. Her face was completely red without any makeup, and her skin was as tender and white as snow. She was no different from most beauties. Every part of her body was exquisite and flawless. However, when these delicate and flawless body parts were put together, an unexpected change occurred. Her holy and innocent temperament intertwined, making Xianxia feel that she was awe-inspiring and inviolable, but also ignorant of worldly affairs. Yan had traveled far and wide for so many years, and had seen countless beautiful women, but he had never met a woman like Xianxia, who gave him such a strong visual impact. The moment he saw her face, Xianxia's heart surged with an irrepressible impulse. He wished he could hug Xianxia tightly, rub her into his body, take her with him, and never let her leave him. With this thought, Xianxia hurriedly took a deep breath, suppressing the throbbing, and a suspicious look appeared on his face. He wasn't a person without self-control. On the contrary, he was a man who could restrain himself and restrain his actions. He was a man with considerable self-control. He still had that thought. Xianxia didn't know what kind of reaction other men would have if they saw Xianxia's face. Master told me a long time ago, not to easily reveal my face, so I've been wearing a veil these past few years. Xianxia softly explained. Under Xianxia's burning gaze, she seemed to be ashamed and her cheeks flushed red. Treasurer Meng is right. Xianxia nodded heavily. While fiddling with Xianxia's hair and leaning half of his body on top of her, he softly said, I think most men will have two thoughts when they see you. What two thoughts? Xianxia was extremely shy, but she couldn't restrain her curiosity and couldn't help but ask. To protect or to violate? Protecting her naive innocence and violating her awe-inspiring holiness would give every man a great sense of accomplishment. The combination of conflicting thoughts would bring Xianxia a lot of unnecessary trouble. What about you, junior brother? Xianxia suddenly mustered up her courage and looked directly at Xianxia, asking her sweetheart's true thoughts. She cared a lot about it. She didn't care about other people's thoughts, but she wanted to hear Xianxia's. Me? Xianxia grinned wickedly. Junior brother is also a part of the majority of men. As he spoke, he leaned down and kissed his senior sister's red lips. Oh. Xianxia's delicate body suddenly tensed up, her beautiful eyes widened in an instant, as if she had been attacked by a soul that could destroy her mind. In an instant, she lost the initiative of her body, unable to move or speak. But she was enveloped in great happiness and satisfaction. She closed her eyes and enjoyed this intoxicating moment that she had been looking forward to for a long time, her heart beating violently like a war drum. Yang Kai gently kissed her, his big hand reaching into his senior sister's dress and covering her plump chest, gently playing with and kneading the delicate jade beads in his palm, feeling the amazing elasticity and fiery heat coming from them. The senior sister's breathing became heavier, and she felt a slight tingling pain on her chest. It was the thick calluses on Yang Kai's hands rubbing against her tender skin. The slight tingling not only didn't make her feel any discomfort, but instead stimulated her nerves and soul, making her feel very comfortable. She couldn't help but wish that time would stop at this moment and never flow. Chi la, her clothes were unbuttoned, and Xianxia's tender body trembled slightly. How many times had she slept beside Yang Kai and Su Yan, so she had long been aware of these shameful things. The moment her clothes were unbuttoned, she knew what would happen to her. Her clothes were disheveled, and her breathing was rapid. Under the moonlight, the senior sister's delicate body glowed with a beautiful luster like porcelain. Yang Kai was not in a hurry to act, carefully examining her, imprinting everything into his mind and engraving it in the depths of his soul. He continued to kiss and caress Xianxia's heartstrings. He wanted to leave the most perfect and unforgettable night for his senior sister. With his departure imminent, this was the only thing he could do, so he didn't want to leave any regrets. The sheets gradually became wet. Little senior sister no longer had the ability to think independently. Her mouth unconsciously murmured, and her delicate body twisted, making a strange sound. The skin all over her body glowed with a strange red light. Yang Kai mounted his horse, raised his spear, and began to charge. His movements were gentle and soft. The entire Holy Master Court seemed to be shrouded in spring, making the withered trees come back to life and flowers bloom. Outside the Holy Master Court, a beautiful figure stood quietly, her beautiful eyes staring forward with a complicated expression. Another beautiful figure slowly walked over, and Ling carrying a lantern approached her without her noticing. It wasn't until Ling lightly coughed that she suddenly woke up, her tender body trembling like a frightened rabbit, and her face immediately flushed red. "Lady Qiu, why aren't you resting so late?" And Ling looked at Qiu Yimeng suspiciously, not knowing why she was standing here. I'm going to rest." Qiu Yimeng glanced in the direction of the Holy Master Court and hurriedly replied. "Are you looking for the Holy Master for something?" And Ling saw some clues and smiled understandingly. "If you have something to say to him, just go in. You're not an outsider, he shouldn't be resting yet." No. Qiu Yimeng quickly waved her hands. I have nothing to say to him, I just came to see the stars." "See the stars?" And Ling looked up at the sky and chuckled. "The moon is bright tonight, there don't seem to be many stars." Qiu Yimeng suddenly blushed. "The Holy Master will probably leave tomorrow and we don't know when he will return. If we miss this opportunity tonight, we don't know how long we'll have to wait. What do you think, Lady Qiu?" And Ling seemed to understand Qiu Yimeng's thoughts and couldn't help persuading her. "I really didn't come here to see him." Qiu Yimeng looked embarrassed. And Ling continued to smile meaningfully and was about to say something when she suddenly heard a strange sound, causing her brow to wrinkle as she listened carefully. Qiu Yimeng also noticed and immediately sat up, her ears perked up. A moment later, the two women's faces turned red as they glanced at each other, both feeling very embarrassed. "Ahem." And Ling lightly coughed. "Since there's nothing to do, I'll accompany Lady Qiu to see the stars." She was too embarrassed to return to the Holy Master Court, so she sat down and pretended to look up at the sky. Qiu Yimeng nodded and sat down next to her. The two of them didn't say a word, but their hearts were beating violently. Not far away, strange sounds poured into their ears like demonic sounds, making their bodies uncomfortable. They couldn't help but clamp their legs together, and their delicate bodies tensed up. "Haha, the sky's pretty good." And Ling said. "And?" Qiu Yimeng gently nodded and agreed absent-mindedly. The sounds and movements on the other side seemed to be getting louder. The two women felt a warm current rolling in their lower abdomens. When the night wind blew, the area between their legs was unexpectedly cold and uncomfortable. It was a patch of mud. That cold feeling made them feel even more sensitive. I really couldn't tell. And Linger said with a speechless expression. Couldn't tell what? Xiao Meng turned and asked. Such a quiet girl, how come she's so crazy now? Haha. Xiao Meng didn't know what to say. Aren't you going in? And Linger bit her red lips and suddenly said, now is a good time to go in, you don't have to say anything. Xiao Meng was startled and blushed with embarrassment. How could I? What's there to be embarrassed about? If I were you, I would rush in now and teach him a lesson. And Linger urged, wanting to see the world burn. No. Xiao Meng waved her hands, I can't do such a thing. Doing so would be akin to a beggar begging for the love of others. Xiao Meng couldn't bring herself to do such a thing. Don't be afraid, I support you. If you miss this village, you won't get another chance. And Linger continued to entice her. Xiao Meng seemed to be moved by her words, but after thinking carefully for a moment, she suddenly shook her head and stood up. Wait for him to come back, the next time he comes back. I won't let him go again. Good night, sister-in, I'll go back to rest first. Hey, don't go, I'll be alone. And Linger raised her hand and called out, but Xiao Meng soon disappeared. The next day, Yang Kai and Xianning Chang walked out of the Holy Master Court together. Outside the Holy Master Court, there was a dense crowd of people, including the leaders of the various forces from the Great Han Dynasty, the Yang family brothers and elders, the Holy Land elders, several great commanders of the ancient demon clan, 20 to 30 saint-grade alchemists, the Old Man of Heaven's Keep, Li Rui, and Zhai Yao. All of them seemed to be waiting for Yang Kai to appear. Seeing him come out, all of them cast meaningful glances towards him. Xianning Chang blushed and couldn't help shrinking behind Yang Kai, her walking posture somewhat unnatural. Anyone could see that Xianning Chang was radiant at this moment, even more beautiful than before, as if she had been nourished by something. All of them were experienced, so they were well aware of this. Yang Kai laughed and cupped his fists. How come everyone is here? To see you off. Li Lao stepped forward. You're leaving today, right? And Yang Kai nodded. Many thanks to all of you. There's no need to say too much, be careful on the road. If things go south, return as soon as possible. Li Lao said concisely. I'll keep that in mind, Yang Kai replied seriously. The fourth Master Yang and his wife also came up. Dong Suju had a look of reluctance on his face as he repeatedly reminded Yang Kai. Brat, you must come back safely. Ning Chang, more than anyone, doesn't want anything to happen to you. Meng Wuya lowered his voice and whispered into Yang Kai's ear. I know, Yang Kai promised with a serious face, I won't make little senior sister sad. I hope you can do it. Meng Wuya took a deep breath. Saying goodbye to familiar people one after another and listening to their concern for him, Yang Kai felt warm inside and out. After exchanging a few more words with the elders of the Holy Land and bidding farewell to Li Rong and the others, Yang Kai arranged everything before kissing his little senior sister's forehead and whispering vows of undying love into her ear before summoning his star shuttle and disappearing. He embarked on a new journey. Everyone waved goodbye to him in front of the Holy Master Court. After Yang Kai's figure gradually disappeared, Elder Yuing sighed faintly. Ling don't cry, the Holy Master will definitely come back. Who's crying? And Linger was confused. Then why are your eyes so red? Yuing chuckled, thinking she was too embarrassed to admit it. My eyes are red because... And Linger opened her mouth, but recalling what happened last night, she couldn't bring herself to continue. Glancing at the veiled, tearful Xiao Ling and Linger couldn't help admiring her. Last night, she had stood outside the Holy Master Court and stared at the stars. The spirit and physical strength of those two were simply too abundant. What was even rarer was that this Xiao Ling was still glowing so early in the morning. And Linger couldn't figure out why this was. Yang Kai left. A few days later, the ancient demon clan also left Nine Heaven's Holy Land under the leadership of Li Rong and the other great commanders, heading towards the demon land in accordance with their previous agreement with Zhang Yuan. The old demon also accompanied them. After all, he was also a member of the demon race, so only in the demon land would he have the best cultivation environment. Moreover, with his special circumstances, it wouldn't take him more than 10 or 20 years to reach the Third Order Saint Realm and become the next demon general of the demon land. The Hu sisters also left the former site of War Spirit Temple and went to Twin Spirit Pavilion to cultivate. Meng Wuya remained in Nine Heavens Holy Land, guarding the Nine Heavens. At the former site of War Spirit Temple, the various forces of the Great Han Dynasty took advantage of the materials and resources sent over from Nine Heavens Holy Land to develop themselves. Nearly 30 saint-grade alchemists now regarded Nine Heavens Holy Land as the headquarters of the Alchemist Guild, none of them willing to leave because Li Lao had informed them that he and his disciple would settle down here in the future and would no longer wander the world. Li Lao also became the chief alchemist of Nine Heavens Holy Land. With Li Lao and Xianxia here, how could these saint-grade alchemists be willing to leave? All of them found excuses and reasons to stay here. In an instant, Nine Heavens Holy Land became the most powerful force in the entire Tongxian realm, eclipsing all other sects and families. Everything was flourishing. Starfield was vast and boundless. Inside the cold and dark territory of the star field, Yang Kai controlled his star shuttle and continued to move forward. He had come to Star Field from the entrance of Ice Sect because Ice Master Xianxia had brought Su Yan into the territory from there, so Yang Kai hoped to find some clues. Unfortunately, he found nothing. He didn't know where to go, nor did he know where to find other life forms. The only thing he was certain of was that in this dark and cold star field, there were indeed other life forms. This was how the Bone Race had set foot on Tongxian realm. Yang Kai hoped that one day he would be able to find some traces of life. His star shuttle bloomed with a blue light and flashed through the vast star field, creating a thin light curtain that enveloped Yang Kai, preventing the star field from eroding his body. Without his star shuttle, Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to travel too far in the star field, and he would have had to constantly consume his own strength to resist the huge pressure of the star field. Compared to this, the amount of energy required to control his star shuttle was undoubtedly much smaller. Yang Kai didn't know how long he had been drifting in the star field, but his First Order Saint Realm cultivation had been completely stabilized and he had even been cultivating on his star shuttle for some time. However, he hadn't found anything special. Yang Kai's experience was similar to great demon gods when he first explored the star field. He had broken through the star field storms and set foot in an asteroid sea. Wherever he passed, there was no trace of life left behind. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling confused. He didn't know what kind of end would await him if he continued to explore like this. Perhaps he would forever be lost in this star territory, growing old and dying alone. However, he wasn't ready to give up, because Su Yan was still somewhere in this star territory. One day, when he had nothing to do, Yang Kai took out the demon mystic tome and let his star shuttle fly as he quietly examined it. Since obtaining this demon mystic tome, his life had undergone earth-shaking changes. Yang Kai also knew that his current achievements were inseparable from this demon mystic tome. From this demon mystic tome, he had obtained the unyielding golden skeleton, the demon eye of annihilation, and the inheritance of Great Demon God. Before Great Demon God died, he seemed to have arranged a life path for Yang Kai. But today, Yang Kai had finally embarked on the same goal as Great Demon God in his later years, exploring the star field. It was also at this moment that Yang Kai had jumped out of Great Demon God's original arrangement. Yang Kai believed that in the near future, he would surpass Great Demon God and achieve what he had failed to do in the past, surpassing his master. While contemplating, Yang Kai suddenly froze and frowned as he stared at the demon mystic tome in his hand. He found that from all directions, wisps of light from the stars had turned into streams of energy and were pouring into the demon mystic tome. At the same time, the divine tree, which had been placed inside the demon mystic tome, suddenly sent a message. Yang Kai listened carefully and nodded in response, "I'll come in right away." Saying so, his soul avatar suddenly transformed into the demon race mystic tome and carefully examined the source of the light from the stars. It turned out to be the two pitch-black round stones. These two strange pitch-black round stones had caused Yang Kai too many doubts. Even now, he still didn't know what these two stones could be used for. They had absorbed the essence of a large number of ores, and on the surface of the round stones appeared lines similar to the meridians of a human body. There seemed to be a rhythmic movement coming from them. It was as if they had a life of their own. At this moment, the energy pouring in from the star field was being absorbed by these two pitch-black round stones. After absorbing the power of the stars, the lines on their surface became more and more condensed and the movement coming from them gradually increased. I feel like they have a life of their own, the divine tree suddenly said. The divine tree suddenly sent out a message. It had been inside the demon mystic tome for a long time and had spent a lot of time observing these two pitch-black round stones, so it was much more familiar with them than Xianxia. The feeling they give me is very similar to this shimmering moon grass. You mean, they also count as world spirit objects? Xianxia raised his eyebrows. Who knows? Why don't you cut them open and take a look? The divine tree suggested. I don't think so. If they really are world spirit objects, cutting them open would be too wasteful. Xianxia shook his head, they are already very different from before. Continue to monitor them and tell me immediately if there is anything wrong. I know, the divine tree responded. No matter what they were, Xianxia believed that as long as he waited patiently, he would be able to figure out the truth one day. Not in a hurry to take back the demon mystic tome, Xianxia simply left it outside and allowed the power of the stars to pour into the two pitch-black round stones. Xianxia continued forward. Not far ahead, there was another energy storm that engulfed a large area. Xianxia frowned and reluctantly circulated his Saint Qi, preparing to break through the danger ahead. Since he stepped into the star field, this kind of situation had become a common occurrence. Unlike when he first broke through to the transcendent realm, when he had to break through to the star field, Xianxia was now able to ignore the disturbances of the star field's energy storms with his current cultivation and physical strength. As the storm hit, Xianxia leisurely rode his star shuttle through it, his expression calm. Countless large and small meteorites were swept up in the storm, increasing its power. Xianxia's eyes were suddenly attracted by one of the meteorites and his figure flickered as he stepped onto it. After carefully examining it for a while, his body shook violently as he revealed an extremely excited look. Standing on the meteorite, Xianxia's expression was filled with excitement as he looked around. There were traces left behind by living creatures everywhere. There were actually traces left behind by living creatures on this meteorite. Xianxia was so excited that he had almost begun to feel confused, not knowing where to go, but at this most critical moment, he had found a piece of information that lifted his spirits. His eyes suddenly became firm, no longer filled with confusion as he began to carefully investigate these traces. The meteorite Xianxia was standing on was almost the size of a small hill, and there were many other meteorites of different sizes scattered around it, forming a sea of meteorites. Under the influence of the star field storm, these meteorites were shuttling back and forth endlessly through the star field. There were many potholes on this huge meteorite, none of which were naturally formed. Instead, they seemed to have been left behind by a series of energy collisions. There were also some neat cuts that seemed to have been made by swords. Someone fought here. Xianxia understood. Inferring from these traces, the time of the battle was not too long ago, maybe a dozen days ago, maybe a month or two ago, at most no more than 3 months ago. Otherwise, these traces would have already been smoothed out by the violent storm in the star field. Xianxia could almost imagine the scene of the battle, but what surprised him the most was that the strength of the people who fought here did not seem to be too high. This gave him a sense of reassurance. As a newcomer, he was also afraid that he would encounter a master who was too strong. Looking past the oncoming storm in the star field, Xianxia looked deeper into the star field before immediately summoning his star shuttle and flying off in the opposite direction of the storm in the star field. The storm in the star field had come from that direction, which meant that the creatures who fought on the meteorite at that time might still be in that direction. Although the probability was small, it was worth a try. Xianxia flew at full speed, releasing his divine sense to the maximum extent, not missing any meteorite that passed by him. From these meteorites, he really found some clues, all of which indicated that he was getting closer and closer to the creatures he was tracking. Xianxia pushed his star shuttle even harder. He didn't know how much time had passed, but when he passed through the dark and cold star field, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he stared blankly ahead. In front of him, in the vast star field, another vast and boundless territory appeared before his eyes. Star field was beautiful. Countless stars flickered with a moving luster, radiating vitality. He seemed to have arrived at the other end of Star Field. The beauty on this side and the deathly stillness on the other side were in stark contrast. Numerous large and small stars had been born in this territory since ancient times. They flew and rotated around a certain position in a special pattern. Colorful lights illuminated the entire star territory. Some of the stars were burning like fire, exuding a scorching heat. Xianxia had no doubt that the power contained within those stars was enough to make any living being shrink back, unable to even approach them. Anyone who got close to it would be melted. This scorching power poured into Xianxia's body, making him feel extremely comfortable. This was the power of the yang attribute. There were also some stars that were extremely cold, like huge balls of ice. The surrounding cold air covered these frozen stars, causing the surface of these stars to be covered in an icy aura visible to the naked eye. This aura seemed to be able to freeze the entire universe. There were also some stars that were completely green, very different from the other stars. They were not round, but rather umbrella-shaped. They looked like huge trees, exuding a rich wood attribute aura. They were like huge trees, standing proudly in the middle of Star Field. Kai Yang's eyes were dazzled, unable to take it all in. He finally saw the splendor of this star territory with his own eyes. The huge amounts of energy emitted from the various stars gathered here, causing the world energy aura in this territory to be extremely rich. Any blessed land or holy land on Tongxian realm would be insignificant compared to this. Cultivating here for a year could even be compared to cultivating in other places by several times or dozens of times. Xianxia's pores opened involuntarily as he closed his eyes and greedily absorbed the world energy around him, his physique wriggling as his expression filled with joy. He even thought about entering retreat here for a while. Although he knew that this idea was somewhat unrealistic, he was reluctant to give up on the rich world energy here. Just as he was hesitating though, the divine sense he released suddenly detected signs of a life form intruding. Xianxia quickly withdrew his divine sense and opened his eyes, looking in that direction in surprise. He had discovered the other party, but the other party seemed to have discovered him as well, because the moment he withdrew his divine sense, two other divine senses that were not inferior to his own also spread out. Two people. And their strength wasn't too high, only second or third order saints. In the end, this was star territory, two people he had casually encountered were all saints. Xianxia couldn't help feeling a bit emotional, but the other party's cultivation also made him feel relieved, because even if these two people wanted to harm him, he wouldn't be powerless to fight back. Thinking so, Xianxia quickly summoned his star shuttle and flew towards the location of the two people. Encountering these two people was not easy, so Xianxia naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity to inquire about their whereabouts. It would be best if he could find out where the other party was gathering. Contrary to his expectations, when he approached the two people, they seemed to be flying towards him at high speed as well. This discovery made Xianxia somewhat vigilant. With their cultivation, they should have already noticed his strength, so if they had malicious intentions, it wouldn't be difficult to explain why they would act like this. Kai Yang didn't shrink back, but he still maintained his vigilance as he approached, because he urgently needed a beacon to guide him in the right direction. A moment later, a blue light appeared in front of him, one that was very similar to his star shuttle. Xianxia came to a stop and the blue light also stopped not far in front of him. In the next moment, two pairs of bright and beautiful eyes turned towards him. Xianxia discovered that the two people who had just entered the range of his divine sense were actually two women. Both of them wore white robes and had elegant temperaments. Their looks were also quite good, their figures were graceful, and both of them had the same sword-shaped symbol engraved on their chests, so they should be from the same force. The two of them were standing on the same star shuttle. Xianxia observed them for a while and nodded secretly, realizing that what the bone race leader Koluo had said was true. In star territory, star shuttles weren't rare, after all, they were artifacts used to travel, so they were quite common. However, the other party's star shuttle was obviously of a higher grade than his own, whether it was the materials used to refine it or the energy fluctuations coming from it. Star shuttles should also have different grades. Xianxia secretly guessed, at the same time putting on a harmless look, nodding lightly to the two women and greeting them, "Hello." The woman standing in front gently nodded, her pretty face staring at Xianxia with some vigilance, but Yang Kai's cultivation was lower than hers, so she didn't show any signs of panic. On the other hand, the younger woman standing behind her swept her beautiful eyes curiously towards Yang Kai, appearing somewhat unscrupulous and mischievous. "Elder sister, is he from that side?" The little beauty asked softly. "Why do I feel like I've never seen him before?" "His cultivation is too low, so he shouldn't be." The big beauty standing in front slowly shook her head. "But you should still be careful." The little beauty nodded firmly. "Hello." The two exchanged a few simple words before the big beauty standing in front gently opened her mouth. "It's like this, we don't have any malicious intentions, we just want to ask you for a favor, so please don't be too nervous." "Oh?" Yang Kai raised his brow and grinned. "I'm not nervous, it just so happens I also want to ask you for a favor." "You also want us to help?" The big beauty's brow furrowed. Yang Kai smiled slightly. "Since we all have our own needs, how about we help each other? Of course, it should be within the scope of our respective abilities, don't force others." Yang Kai was really afraid of owing others a favor, so the other party's words were exactly what he wanted. When the big beauty heard this, she turned her head and discussed with the little beauty standing behind her in a low voice. After a moment, she said, "Okay. You first, what do you want me to help with?" Yang Kai took the initiative to speak, clearly in a good mood. "Can you let us make a copy of your star?" The big beauty asked. "Star?" Yang Kai was startled. "What star? What else could a star be?" The big beauty's brow also wrinkled, feeling that Yang Kai's words were a bit inexplicable. "You don't have a star?" Yang Kai shook his head. "Who are you trying to fool?" The little beauty standing behind the star shuttle shouted. "If you don't have a star, how could you come here? Don't think we're easy to bully just because we're women." She shouted angrily, waving her fists at Yang Kai as she spoke, as if she was certain that Yang Kai was deceiving them. "I didn't bully you," Yang Kai was surprised. "You don't have the ability, be careful I don't beat you up and snatch your star, you don't know what's good for you," the little beauty snorted. "He meow." The big beauty called out. The little beauty curled her lips and said, "Elder sister, he looks like a decent person, but why is his mouth full of lies? Maybe he's from that side and came here to delay us." Hearing what she said, a trace of vigilance appeared on the big beauty's face as she stared deeply at Yang Kai and shouted, "I don't care if you're from that side or not, I only want your star now, I'll buy it. Is 10 low-rank Saint crystals enough?" Saying so, a bracelet on her wrist flashed and 10 crystal-clear Saint crystals appeared on her jade-white hand. "Elder sister, we don't have many Saint crystals left," the little beauty called out, her face filled with pain. The little beauty exclaimed, a pained look flashing across her beautiful eyes. Those 10 low-rank Saint crystals seemed to be a considerable amount of wealth to her. Yang Kai's face remained calm, but his heart was filled with shock. It wasn't because the other party had taken out 10 Saint crystals, but rather because of the bracelet on the big beauty's wrist. If he wasn't mistaken, that bracelet should be a space artifact. On Tongxian realm, the most common space artifact was a universe bag. Only the leaders of the ancient demon clan had space rings, and those were refined by great demon god using the leftover materials of the soul-suppressing stone, a mere 2 or 3 of them. The value of these 2 or 3 space rings was many times higher than that of a universe bag. However, Yang Kai found that the first person he met in the star territory had a bracelet-shaped space artifact. There was no doubt that the value of this bracelet-shaped space artifact was no less than the rings on the hands of the ancient demon clan's leaders, perhaps even higher. Could it be that in the vast star territory, this type of space artifact was as common as star shuttles? Yang Kai quietly glanced at the little beauty's wrist and found that she wasn't wearing a bracelet, but there was a ring on her index finger that exuded the same energy fluctuations as the bracelet. Sure enough, she also had a space artifact that was more advanced than a universe bag. However, what puzzled Yang Kai was that the material of her space artifact wasn't soul-suppressing stone, but rather something else. "What are you looking at? Sneaking around like that is really hateful." He meow saw Yang Kai's eyes darting around and couldn't help but misunderstand, thinking he was up to no good, so she angrily called out to him. "My apologies." Yang Kai's expression became serious as he slowly shook his head. "I really don't know what a star is, nor have I ever heard of it." "Never heard of it?" Even the big beauty showed a look of distrust, a trace of annoyance appearing on her pretty face. Elder sister, don't talk nonsense with him, he must be from that side, delaying us here. Perhaps our whereabouts have already been exposed. Let's quickly grab his star and leave here, a first-order saint like him isn't our opponent. The big beauty's face showed a look of interest, but she didn't immediately take action, seemingly hesitating. She was obviously not an unreasonable person. Wait. Xianxia raised his hand and shouted, shouldn't you explain to me what kind of star it is? I really haven't heard of it. Seeing the serious look on Xianxia's face, the big beauty couldn't help muttering in her heart. Although Xianxia's words were too inexplicable, for a person to be able to lie to such an extent was truly incredible. She couldn't feel the slightest flaw in the other party's expression or divine sense fluctuations. Where are you from? The great beauty pondered for a moment before asking. Can I not say? Xianxia was here alone? Xianxia's sex star territory was here to find a way out of this star territory's territory and Susu's Suyang realm. Compared with the vast star field, Tongxian realm was too remote, and if it was exposed, it would likely attract the covetous attention of powerful masters. And Xianxia realm star Yang realm star star S, I can only say that I came from a small place. Xianxia shrugged his shoulders. Low-level continent? The big beauty raised her brow, seemingly somewhat believing Xianxia's words. Only people from lower realms didn't know what a star was. You can say that. Yang followed up with her words. If it's convenient, can you let me see your star shuttle? The big beauty asked. What's wrong with that? Xianxia smiled, and under the control of his divine sense, the star shuttle under his feet turned into a blue light and flew directly towards her. Xianxia stood midair. Although they had only known each other for a short time and hadn't spoken much to each other, Yang felt that they shouldn't be unreasonable people. Otherwise, with their cultivations, if they didn't agree with each other, they would have already started a fight. There was no need for them to be so long-winded. The big beauty raised her hand and took the star shuttle, but the two sisters didn't observe Xianxia's flight-type artifact and instead stared at him with wide eyes. Both pairs of beautiful eyes flashed with a strange light. Xianxia looked at himself up and down but couldn't find anything special about him, so he couldn't understand why these two sisters were looking at him like he was a ghost. Elder sister, this person doesn't have the protection of a star shuttle, nor is he summoning a defensive artifact. How can he withstand the pressure of the star field? Isn't he just a first-order saint? Xianxia whispered, her face filled with shock. He's also not circulating his saint chi. The big beauty was also shocked. Is his physique really that strong? Could it be that he's concealing his cultivation and is actually a master above the Saint King realm? Xianxia thought of a possibility, her pretty face immediately turning pale. Unlikely. The two sisters whispered, their voices so low that Xianxia didn't know what they were talking about, but he couldn't help calling out, "Are you done yet?" The big beauty was startled for a moment before remembering that she was still holding on to Xianxia's star shuttle. Quickly releasing her divine sense to investigate the inside of the star shuttle, she immediately turned to her younger sister and slowly shook her head, a look of disappointment filling her face. Returning the star shuttle to Xianxia, the big beauty wore a strange look and asked, "How did you get here without a star shuttle?" "Drifting through the asteroid sea, I was searching for traces left behind by some creatures and unknowingly arrived here," Xianxia explained. "You're quite bold." The big beauty couldn't help feeling some admiration. "And your luck is also quite good, actually arriving here with a damaged star shuttle." "A damaged star shuttle?" Xianxia was stunned. "It's quite easy to use, how is it damaged?" "You don't know about the existence of a star shuttle, so I can't explain it to you," the big beauty sighed faintly. "Good." Xianxia didn't force the issue and simply chuckled, "But it seems you're satisfied. Although I didn't help much, now it's your turn to help me." The big beauty shook her head. "If you want us to show you a way out, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed, we can't help you." She seemed to understand what Xianxia wanted her to help him with. Xianxia's face sank. "Because we've been lost here for a long time," the big beauty said awkwardly. "That's why we asked you for a star shuttle." "The little beauty," Xianxia interjected, "only with the correct star shuttle would we have a chance to leave here, but the interior of your star shuttle is a complete mess. There's no star shuttle at all." "You're also lost?" Yang Kai suddenly wanted to laugh. He had worked so hard to get here from Tongxian realm and had finally met two living people. Originally, he had thought his luck was quite good and had even intended to ask around for directions, but it turned out these two were no different from himself. However, listening to them speak one sentence after another, Yang Kai was able to summarize some useful information. A star shuttle was probably a map that could guide a cultivator through the star field, and the location of the star shuttle was definitely inside the star shuttle. Yang Kai suddenly recalled that when he was refining his star shuttle, he had indeed seen a vast star field inside it, as if it had been shrunk countless times and had been placed inside. Yes, we're also lost, is it that funny? The big beauty saw Yang Kai's lips curl up slightly and became angry out of shame. Yang Kai quickly put on a serious expression and asked, "How did you get lost?" "The star shuttle in our star shuttle was damaged, so we couldn't find our way. This is a fatal threat to any cultivator flying through star territory. If the star shuttle had been damaged somewhere else, we might have been able to find our way back, but this place is different." "Why is this place different?" "Looking at your ignorant appearance, it seems you really don't know anything about star territory." The big beauty said impatiently and didn't intend to explain any further to Yang Kai, simply stretching out her jade white finger and summoning a white ball of light which flew towards Yang Kai like a firefly. "Take a look for yourself, there's some common sense in that ball. I hope you can find a way to survive, goodbye." Saying so, she activated her star shuttle and flew past Yang Kai. He Miao stood behind her elder sister and made a face at Yang Kai before the two sisters disappeared in the blink of an eye. Yang Kai just shook his head and didn't try to stop them. Since the two of them were lost and couldn't find their way, there was no point in him continuing to ask. Pulling the white ball of light the other party had summoned into his knowledge sea, Yang Kai began to carefully investigate it. That ball of light was the other party's spiritual energy and contained some information, but it wasn't much. For the current Yang Kai, however, this information was extremely important. The role of the star was just as Yang Kai had guessed. The star was indeed a map used to guide a cultivator through the star field. When a cultivator wanted to fly from one continent to another and travel a long way, they would purchase a star. Each star was different and was created by a master with a profound cultivation. These purchased stars could be stored in a star shuttle. The cultivator only needed to circulate their spiritual energy to activate the star and the star shuttle would follow the route drawn on it, safely moving forward while avoiding many potential dangers. There was even no need for the cultivator to change direction, the star shuttle could move forward automatically. The stars inside the star shuttle could be replaced or erased. There were all kinds of benefits. Yang Kai now understood the importance of the star and why the two sisters had asked him for one. However, his star shuttle was something he had obtained by accident and had been left in the star field for an unknown period of time. Even if there was a star inside, it had likely disappeared long ago. The miniature version of the star territory contained inside was also in chaos, so it was impossible to store a new star. That was why the other party had said his star shuttle was damaged. The information transmitted by the beautiful woman, in addition to an explanation of the star and star shuttle, also contained clues about this place. The chaotic abyss. The beautiful star field that Yang Kai couldn't help but want to stay here and cultivate for a while turned out to be an extremely dangerous place. It was also called the chaotic abyss by the cultivator in the territory of the star field. The huge and beautiful stars surrounding it not only exuded extremely rich spiritual energy but also distorted and chaotic territory. These countless territories were intertwined together, enough to make anyone who came here lose their sense of direction, forever trapped within the chaotic territory, unable to escape. After a brief investigation, Yang Kai's face sank. He found that he had unknowingly arrived at a restricted area in star territory. Even Saint King realm masters didn't dare set foot in this place easily. All the correct routes drawn on the star map would avoid this place. The beautiful stars around him flickered with a moving luster, but at the same time, they also contained great danger. The danger here wasn't just the chaotic territory field that could cause one to lose their sense of direction, but also something even more terrifying. The woman didn't tell Yang Kai exactly what this danger was, but Yang Kai knew that it was enough to cause him to lose his life. Yang Kai once again fell into a state of confusion and helplessness, not knowing where to go. After absorbing the information left behind by the other party, Xianxia stopped in place and pondered for a while before sending out his star shuttle to search for a way out. He didn't want to give up. He had just arrived at this vast star territory and had yet to see the real wonders of this place. As time passed, he decided on a direction and used his power without restraint to fly forward. However, there seemed to be no end to it. No matter how long he flew, he was still surrounded by countless beautiful stars. He even couldn't help but have the illusion that he was circling around a certain position, continuously turning in a large circle. The chaotic territory field affected his grasp of direction and judgment of his position. Often, even when he thought he was heading in the right direction, it was actually useless. The stars twinkled and the star field was so vast that Xianxia didn't know how long he had been wandering here. Perhaps it was January or February, perhaps it was a year or so, Xianxia had no idea how much time had passed. It was so long that Xianxia's cultivation was steadily increasing, and in this rich world energy environment, he was rapidly breaking through to the second-order saint realm. The speed at which his strength increased was beyond his imagination. Finally, Xianxia found some comfort and joy in his heart. Secretly, Xianxia felt that staying here was not as bad as he had imagined. As long as he continued to search, he would eventually find a way out. One day, Xianxia was sitting cross-legged atop his star shuttle, allowing it to fly forward while he meditated. At this moment, his heart was as calm as water, and he was no longer as nervous as he was at the beginning. Since he couldn't find a way out for the time being, he might as well take this opportunity to improve his strength. He believed that even in the entire star territory, such a cultivation environment was extremely rare. As long as they were strong enough, they would be able to break through the restrictions and confusion of this chaotic territory. Two strong divine soul fluctuations and life auras suddenly entered his senses. It was the two sisters he had met before. Xianxia opened his eyes and his expression became strange. He never thought that he would actually be able to see them again. They seemed to be unable to find a way out and were lost in this chaotic abyss. At this moment, they were resting on a huge meteorite. They didn't continue to fly and let the meteorite take them forward aimlessly. The two of them were the only living beings that Xianxia had met along the way. Xianxia couldn't help but have a subtle feeling of sympathy for them. Thinking about it for a moment, Xianxia summoned his star shuttle and flew towards the asteroid they were on. A moment later, Xianxia landed on the meteorite and looked around, but didn't find them. Instead, he found the entrance to a cave not far away. What are they doing hiding inside? Xianxia frowned. Walking straight to the entrance of the cave, Xianxia shouted, "You're inside. Come in and talk." The voice of the two sisters came from inside. They had also judged Xianxia's identity from the aura he gave off, so they weren't on guard. Xianxia bent down and entered the cave, going all the way inside. After a few twists and turns, he saw two vague figures sitting cross-legged not far away, snuggling up to each other. At this moment, the mood of the two women didn't seem to be high. Xianxia faintly felt that the mood of the younger sister named Xianxia was very low, as if she was feeling despair because she was lost in this chaotic abyss. "We meet again," the elder sister gently nodded to Xianxia. Xianxia grinned, although this wasn't something to be happy about. "Why are you hiding here? Is there any danger?" "There's no danger, we just don't want to waste our strength and Saint Chi. Haven't you noticed that hiding here doesn't require us to circulate our strength to resist the erosion of the star field?" Hearing her say this, Xianxia came to his senses and carefully probed himself, quickly discovering that the star field that filled the entire territory of the star field really couldn't penetrate this place, allowing them to relax. "We've run out of Saint crystals and pills, so we can only hide here," Xianxia said faintly. This time, she wasn't as mischievous as she had been the last time they met, her expression rather gloomy. "You've run out?" Xianxia was stunned. "We've been lost here for a long time," the elder sister explained. "If we go out again and can't find a way out, when we run out of strength, all that awaits us is death." "You're really pitiful." Xianxia understood their situation and couldn't help sighing. "What are you gloating about?" Xianxia sniffled, her tone somewhat sour. "Am I?" Xianxia was stunned. "You are. Whatever you say, what are you going to do now? Are you going to keep hiding? What else can we do?" The elder sister looked at Yang Kai with a complicated expression. We're not like you. Our bodies are so strong that we don't need to circulate our strength to resist the power of the star field. Yang Kai let out a dry laugh, not knowing what to say. In the darkness, He Miao's beautiful eyes suddenly lit up as she said, you're not afraid of the erosion of the star field, so you don't need saint crystals or pills to supplement your strength. Do you have any extra saint crystals or pills on you? If you do, can you sell them? And lend them to us? She wore an expectant look, as if she had found new hope, her beautiful eyes staring towards Yang Kai. The elder sister was also enlightened by her words, her expression suddenly becoming one of expectation. I don't have any saint crystals, Yang Kai shook his head. The two sisters frowned at the same time, secretly cursing Yang Kai for being a stingy man who didn't know how to please a beautiful woman. But I do have crystal stones and some pills, Yang Kai added. Crystal stones? Low-grade crystal stones? The elder sister looked startled. Crystal stones are fine, it's better than nothing. Then are you willing to lend us some? He Miao asked pitifully. It doesn't matter if I share some with you. Yang Kai pondered for a moment. In any case, he didn't need to use crystal stones in the star field, and he could constantly absorb energy from his surroundings to enhance his cultivation. Great, you're really a good person. He Miao cheered, her face filled with joy. But what can you give me? Yang Kai asked again. He Miao's joy stiffened on her face as the elder sister asked with some vigilance, what do you want? In the darkness, Yang Kai's eyes swept over the two sisters as he pondered. He really didn't know what to ask these two sisters to make up for his losses. Forget it. The elder sister's face suddenly became gloomy and her attitude changed, coldly saying, just pretend we didn't say anything, we'd rather hide here forever. Smelly man. He Miao also shouted, her beautiful eyes glaring fiercely towards Yang Kai, her face filled with vigilance, be careful or we sisters will join forces and beat you. They had obviously misunderstood Yang Kai, thinking he wanted to take advantage of their current situation. Yang Kai shook his head and smiled, taking out some crystal stones and pills from the demon mystic tome and placing them in front of them. Consider this alone. He didn't take out too many crystal stones and only took out spirit pills, not even saint pills, even though he had many. After all, he and these two women could only be considered to have met by chance and did not have much of a friendship. If he really took out too many holy pills or spirit stones, it might make them coveted and the two sisters would really join hands to deal with him. Yang Kai had no choice but to guard against them. Yang Kai's action stunned the two sisters on the spot, not knowing why he had suddenly become so easy to talk to. The coldness on the elder sister's face showed some signs of melting as she said apologetically, if there is a chance, we will definitely return it 10 times over. Then I wish you good luck, Yang Kai smiled, I have to continue looking for a way out, so I won't disturb you any longer. Saying so, he turned around and walked out of the cave. Just as he was about to leave the cave, the elder sister's voice came from behind, we are from Sword Union, my name is Hizeo and my sister is He Miao. I'll remember, I hope we meet again, Yang Kai replied. After Yang Kai left, the two sisters, Hizeo and He Miao, glanced at each other and He Miao said, what a strange person, not even telling us his name, does he know any etiquette? At least he's not a bad person. Hizeo looked at the crystal stones and spirit pills in front of her with a faint gratefulness on her face. He really came from a very remote place. These crystal stones and spirit pills are of such poor quality that they can't provide much strength. He Miao pursed her lips and commented on the things Yang Kai left behind. Be content, with these things, we can explore this place for at least another 1 or 2 months without worrying about exhausting our strength. Although our chances are slim, we can't give up. Master may already be looking for us. If she can bring some reinforcements here, we may not necessarily die here. Elder sister, I miss Master so much, I'll never come to this damned place again. If we hadn't been pursued by Purple Star this time, we wouldn't have fallen into this situation, let alone come so deep into the chaotic abyss. Will Purple Star's people chase after us? They definitely won't let us go. It's possible, after all, that thing is still in our hands. Damn it, I don't know how this information was leaked. There must be a mole in the Union, He Miao said decisively. Let's not worry about that for now, in the current situation, our survival is more important. the two sisters said as they carefully put away the crystal stones and spirit pills. These low-level materials, which they had never cared about before, had now become their last hope, so they didn't dare not cherish them. After recovering for a while inside the cave, the two sisters walked out of the cave and headed in a completely different direction from Kaiyang, looking for a small chance of survival and a way out. Inside the star field, Yang Kai was still wandering about. He had been separated from the Hizeo and Himiao sisters for some time now, but he hadn't made any progress and hadn't been lucky enough to run into them again. On this day, just as he was looking around, 3 auras suddenly approached him from behind. These auras were extremely sharp and filled with murderous intent. As these auras spread out, Yang Kai suddenly felt as if his skin was being pricked by needles, causing him to pale slightly. It wasn't Hizeo or Himiao. Because there were 3 people approaching him, and from their auras, Yang Kai could tell they were all third-order saints. Their auras made Yang Kai very unhappy, and he also felt a sense of danger. It was as if they weren't 3 people, but 3 bloodthirsty vicious beasts. Should I avoid them or wait? These 2 contradictory thoughts flashed across Yang Kai's mind, but he immediately stopped and waited quietly. These 3 people had obviously discovered him, otherwise, they wouldn't have rushed straight towards him. If he tried to avoid them at this time, it would only arouse their desire to chase after him. Yang Kai wasn't sure if his star shuttle would be able to shake them off with its speed. The most important thing was that he had finally encountered a second group of people, so perhaps there was a chance he could find a way out. If he could obtain a copy of their star fragments, that would be even better. Hizeo had said that as long as he obtained a copy of their star fragment, there would be a chance to leave this chaotic abyss. Although the chances were slim, it was worth a try. With 3 third-order saints, Yang Kai estimated that even if they really fought, with his current strength, if he went all out, it shouldn't be a problem for him to escape unscathed. As such, he had nothing to fear. 3 blue lights flew through the star field, dragging long streaks of light behind them as they approached Yang Kai. A moment later, the blue lights stopped in front of Yang Kai and 3 figures appeared. Each of these 3 people had their own star shuttle, unlike Hizeo and Himiao, who shared a single star shuttle. It was obvious that these 3 had strong financial resources. 2 men and 1 woman. One of the men was extremely burly and had a dignified demeanor. The other man was thin and had a cynical smile on his face. He was playing with a silver dagger in his hand. From time to time, a cold light bloomed in his eyes as he looked at Yang Kai with ill intentions. As for the woman, she had an enchanting figure and a pair of watery peach blossom eyes. She looked up and down at Yang Kai with great interest, and after a while, a look of interest appeared on her face. As soon as they appeared, Yang Kai knew that his worries had come true. Not everyone was as easy to talk to as Hizeo and Himiao. These 3 people didn't look like good people at first glance. If things didn't go well, they might really cause some trouble later. "Kid, where did you come from?" The burly man coldly stared at Yang Kai and asked in a low voice. There was a majesty that couldn't be ignored, as if he didn't care about Yang Kai at all and could control his life and death at will. "I came from a low-level world." Yang Kai carefully chose his words and said cautiously, "I've been lost here for a long time and haven't been able to find a way out. If it's convenient, can you lend me your star shuttle so I can make a copy of it?" This was what Hizeo had said to him before. Although he didn't know how to make a copy of a star shuttle, as long as he could obtain the other party's star shuttle, he should be able to figure it out. Make a copy of a star? The man sneered, hesitated for a moment, then nodded, a playful look on his face. "Sure, but you have to answer one of my questions honestly." "What?" Yang Kai didn't show the slightest joy because he didn't think the other party would be as easy to talk to as they seemed. When the man agreed, the other thin man stuck out his tongue and licked the dagger in his hand, looking like he was about to start a slaughter. Yang Kai estimated that as soon as he finished answering the question, the thin man would immediately make his move. The other party had no intention of letting him make a copy of a star shuttle. "You said you've been lost here for a long time? Then, have you seen the 2 girls? They should be wearing white clothes with a sword-shaped symbol embroidered on their chests." Yang Kai frowned, suddenly understanding that this man was asking about Hizeo and Himiao. Suddenly, a thought flashed across his mind as he recalled that when he first met the 2 sisters, Himiao had once said something unexpected, that they seemed to be being chased by some people. Was it these three people in front of him who were chasing them? Yang Kai's contemplation revealed some flaws, and the burly man's eyes lit up as he took a step forward and shouted, "You've seen them, haven't you? Why are you looking for them?" Yang Kai didn't answer and instead asked. "Boy, this isn't something you should inquire about, just answer the question and you'll benefit from it." "Of course, if you don't want to answer, I don't mind making you cooperate." The thin man smiled wickedly as he stared at Yang Kai like a poisonous snake. At this point, there was no point in denying it, so Yang Kai simply nodded, "Yes, I've seen them." "When did you see them, and where are they now?" The burly man anxiously asked, as if Zhao and He Miao were very important to them. "I don't know the exact time, but about a month ago, they landed on a meteorite and I asked them for directions," Yang Kai said honestly. "A month ago? What kind of meteorite was it? Where was it?" Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders, "I can't remember." "Incompetent!" the burly man shouted angrily, clearly a little flustered and exasperated. A cold light flashed in Yang Kai's eyes. "Lu Shan, why are you angry with him?" The enchanting woman giggled, and she was extremely flirtatious as she twisted her plump buttocks, causing circles of soul-stealing ripples to sway out. "He's just a little fellow that's lost here. What would he know? However, at the very least, we can be certain that those two little sluts are here." Saying so, she turned a gentle look towards Yang Kai and said softly, "Little boy, don't be afraid. Elder sister wants to ask you, are those two also lost?" This voice was like an invisible hand that reached into Yang Kai's heart, plucking at his heartstrings, causing his blood to boil and a primal feeling to surge from the depths of his heart. A seductive technique. Yang Kai felt a chill run down his spine and couldn't help shivering, but he still put on a look of seduction and said, "Yes, they are indeed lost. I heard them say that the star in their star shuttle was damaged." Yang Kai's performance made the beautiful woman quite satisfied and she shot a triumphant glance towards the burly man named Lu Shan, but the burly man seemed to despise the beautiful woman's methods and his gaze towards Yang Kai became more and more unfriendly, thinking that this little brat was a pervert who couldn't resist the temptation of her beauty. "Haha, it's good that they're lost." The thin man laughed. "Kill him, since he doesn't know the whereabouts of those two little sluts, there's no point in keeping him alive." Lu Shan waved his hand impatiently. A cold aura suddenly erupted from the thin man's body, as if he couldn't wait to kill Yang Kai. "What's the hurry?" The beautiful woman quickly tried to stop him. "What do you want him for?" "Don't forget we still have a mission to complete. As long as we complete this mission, you can have as many men as you want," Lu Shan said calmly. "Then what if I want you?" The beautiful woman winked at Lu Shan. "Forget it, I don't want to have anything to do with you, I want to live a few more years," Lu Shan coldly snorted, not showing the slightest bit of interest. "Then don't kill him, a Saint Realm boy isn't something you can casually obtain, wouldn't it be too wasteful to just kill him?" The beautiful woman's face hardened, "Besides, we've already obtained some important information, shouldn't we hurry back and report it? Do you still want to continue exploring? In this vast star territory, how could it be easy to find two people?" Lu Shan hesitated for a long time before finally saying, "Forget it, we'll do as you wish, we really should go back and report this." He seemed unwilling to annoy the beautiful woman and finally compromised. "Young man, come to elder sister will protect you. With me here, no one will hurt you," the beautiful woman enthusiastically beckoned to Yang Kai. "Thank you." Yang Kai's mouth twitched, hesitating for a moment before saying, "I can cooperate with you, in fact, I have some grudges with those two sluts." "Oh? What kind of grudges?" The beautiful woman looked at him curiously, even Lu Shan and the thin man were puzzled. "They ran out of saint crystals and pills, so they took them all from me," Yang Kai said angrily. The beautiful woman couldn't help covering her mouth. Lu Shan and the thin man also quickly swept Yang Kai with their divine senses and found that he really didn't have any space artifact on him, so they immediately believed him. They all knew what kind of cultivation Zhao and He Miao had, so Yang Kai, a first-order saint, naturally wasn't their opponent. As such, Yang Kai's story didn't seem to have any flaws. "When we find them, they'll be at your disposal." The beautiful woman held on to Yang Kai's arm and breathed into his ear. Her full breasts were squeezed out of shape by Yang Kai's elbow, and her tender body constantly drew closer to Yang Kai's side. Burning hot. Really? Yang Kai was pleasantly surprised, a lecherous expression appearing on his face. Really, when the time comes, we'll torture them together. The beautiful woman nodded with a smile. I like doing this kind of thing the most. The thin man gloated from the side. Of course, the premise is that you have to survive until then. Boy, if I were you, I would choose to be killed now rather than go back with her. Lu Sha, no one will think you're mute if you don't speak, the beautiful woman glared at the thin man fiercely. Lu Sha shrugged his shoulders and didn't say anything more. Is it dangerous to go back with you? Yang Kai turned to look at the beautiful woman, a look of disdain on his face, as if he didn't know how to write the word death, even elbowing the other party's plump breasts as he spoke. At such a close distance, as long as he used his full strength, this beautiful woman would have no hope of surviving, but he didn't act rashly. He felt that although these three people weren't good people, at least following them should allow him to leave the chaotic abyss. This was what Yang Kai wanted the most right now, so he decided to bide his time. How could that be? The beautiful woman giggled. Not only will there be no danger, elder sister will also give you an unforgettable experience. Then I'll wait and see, Yang Kai nodded. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of grievances these three had with the Hizeo and He-Miao sisters, but from their conversation, he could infer that they were also quite wary of the hidden dangers of this chaotic abyss. So after obtaining some reliable information, they couldn't wait to return and report it to their superiors so they could leave this place. No matter where they returned to, as long as he followed them, Yang Kai felt that he could leave this restricted area in star territory that had troubled him for so long. After leaving this place, all he had to do was find a suitable opportunity to get rid of these three. Yang Kai's performance along the way was very cooperative and taciturn, causing the three of them to gradually relax their vigilance towards him. A first-order saint, the three of them really didn't care much about him. Their words inadvertently revealed some information, allowing Yang Kai to learn that they belonged to a force called Purple Star. The burly man was called Lu Shan, the thin man like a viper was called Lu Sha, and the beautiful woman was called Baiya. The star shuttles of these three were of a higher grade than those of Yang Kai's, allowing them to fly much faster through star field. Perceiving this, Yang Kai secretly rejoiced, thinking that he had made the right choice not to immediately avoid them when he first detected their auras, because even if he had tried to avoid them at that time, he likely wouldn't have been able to escape their pursuit. After flying for a few days, Yang Kai finally couldn't help asking the beautiful woman, "Where are we going now?" "Don't worry, you'll know soon enough," Baiya giggled, not answering Yang Kai's question. Lu Sha glanced over at Yang Kai meaningfully, chuckling meaningfully. "Look, we're almost there," Baiya suddenly pointed to the front, her beautiful eyes shining with excitement. Looking in the direction she was pointing, Yang Kai's eyes narrowed and he almost exclaimed. Somewhere in the dark and cold star field, a giant beast-like figure was rapidly approaching. This figure was at least 1,000 meters long, giving it a majestic appearance. Although its figure was large, its movements were silent and extremely fast. When they saw this huge figure, Lu Shan, Lu Sha, and Baiya couldn't help showing a relaxed look, as if they had just returned home. They had been on tenterhooks all this time in the chaotic abyss. A vicious beast? Yang Kai frowned and muttered, releasing his divine sense at the same time, but quickly discovered that this giant figure didn't have the slightest vitality and instead exuded energy fluctuations like an artifact. A vicious beast? Baiya glanced at Yang Kai in surprise before she giggled. "Yang, you're so cute, how could that be a vicious beast?" "That's my Purple Star Saint starships?" "Starship? SS des Codes, T's of the star of a star is." Lu Shan looked at Yang Kai thoughtfully, then slowly shook his head and sneered disdainfully. Yang Kai's words immediately exposed that he really came from a low-level world, otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to have never seen such a large artifact like a starship. When Yang Kai had answered him like this before, Lu Shan hadn't tried to get to the bottom of it because he wasn't prepared to leave Yang Kai alive. Now, Lu Shan was certain that this idiot really came from a low-level world. As the distance closed, Yang Kai finally saw what he had mistaken for a vicious beast. It was a bronze ship that was 1,000 feet long. It was somewhat similar to the tattered ship that was sealed under Imodu. However, this ship was a little bigger than the one under Imodu. Did the bone race arrive in Tongxian realm thousands of years ago on this kind of thing? Yang Kai was stunned, unable to speak for a long time. he suddenly realized that his plan was probably going to fail. He had thought that these three people would use their star shuttles to leave the chaotic abyss, so he had cooperated and waited for an opportunity to find a way out. But now, facing such a huge bronze ship, Xianxia discovered just how small he was. If he really entered this bronze ship with them, he would definitely become a turtle in a jar. Inside, there would undoubtedly be a Saint King Realm Master. Just as Xianxia was thinking about how to escape, Lu Shan suddenly took out a palm-sized compass-like artifact from his sleeve. This compass-like artifact flashed with a faint light as Xianxia released his divine sense and penetrated it, seemingly beginning to communicate with someone. A moment later, Xianxia put away this artifact again, and with a bang, the bottom of the bronze ship cracked open. "Let's go." Lu Shan waved his hand and took the lead to fly towards the crack, Lu Sha and Baiya following closely behind. In a flash, the three of them took Xianxia into the crack and arrived inside the ship. After the three of them set foot on the bronze ship, the crack closed automatically. Xianxia was dazzled by this sight, like a country bumpkin who had just entered a prosperous city. However, the bitterness in his heart was unbearable because the moment he set foot on this ship, he felt extremely powerful life auras from all directions. Most of these auras belonged to Saint Realm Masters, and 2 or 3 of them were even stronger, causing Xianxia's heart to palpitate uneasily, making him feel like he was powerless to resist. It was as if this aura alone was enough to destroy his will. Saint King Realm. There really was a Saint King Realm Master inside this bronze ship. "Lu Shan, you've come back too late," a third-order Saint Realm Master walked over and shouted. "We took a bit of a detour, but we did manage to obtain some information." "Oh?" The man frowned. "What information?" "Those 2 little sluts really did come to the chaotic abyss, and their star shuttles were damaged in the previous battle, so they are now lost here." "Where did you get this information from? How reliable is it?" A light flashed across the man's eyes. "This little brat told us that he encountered those 2 sisters and had all the crystal stones and pills on him snatched away, so I estimate those 2 sluts won't be able to last much longer." Lu Shan pointed to Xianxia. Only then did the man notice the existence of Xianxia and swept his eyes over him before nodding indifferently. "That's good, as long as they are still in the chaotic abyss, they won't be able to escape from our grasp. We need to report this news to Master quickly and see what he decides." "I'm just about to go. Do you want to come with me?" Lu Shan asked. "Then let's go together." Saying so, the 2 walked side by side towards the depths of the ship. "This lady won't be going, I'll take him back to rest first." Baiya smiled lightly before grabbing Xianxia's arm and walking in a different direction. Lu Shan frowned unhappily but didn't stop her, instead just reminding her, "Don't go too crazy." I know what I'm doing," Baiya smiled tenderly. Following Baiya all the way through the ship's hold, Xianxia saw that she was very familiar with the interior structure of the ship. Along the way, they encountered many cultivators, none of whom had a cultivation below the transcendent realm, all of them Saint Realm. However, when these people saw Baiya, they all avoided her in fear, as if they were avoiding a poisonous scorpion. Only after Baiya had gone far away did they relax. When they looked at Xianxia, who was being held by Baiya, a look of sympathy appeared on each of their faces, mixed with a hint of schadenfreude. Xianxia couldn't help feeling a bit uncomfortable. He could almost predict what this beautiful woman was going to do with him, and from the looks of these cultivators, he could infer that if she really did something to him, his end would likely be very miserable. "Cheap slut." Xianxia cursed in his heart, but his face remained expressionless, constantly observing the route they had taken, deeply imprinting it in his mind in an attempt to find a way out. After a while, Baiya brought Xianxia to a certain room. Opening the door, Baiya beckoned to Xianxia, "Come in." Xianxia walked in meekly and glanced around, quickly discovering that this should be Baiya's residence. The whole room was filled with a faint fragrance, not too strong, but just right. The room was decorated with pink hues, making it look very warm and comfortable, causing anyone who entered to feel a sense of warmth and relaxation, letting down their guard. Inside the room, there was a small incense burner. He didn't know what kind of incense it was, but when Kai Yang took a whiff of it, his body involuntarily had some subtle reactions. His blood began to flow faster, and deep within his heart, his instincts began to awaken. Xianxia's clear eyes were covered with a faint layer of red light. There seemed to be a soft whisper in his ears, one that seemed to steal his soul, causing his breathing to become heavy. At some point, Baya had arrived in front of Yang Kai, her pair of peach blossom eyes glowing with a strange light, her jade white hand stroking Yang Kai's chest, her face flushed red, making her look even more alluring. She looked at Kai Yang with satisfaction, her fiery hot tender body taking the initiative to press her full breasts against Kai Yang's sturdy chest. Her ruby red eyes wriggled, and a burst of suppressed moans came from her throat. She gently pushed Yang Kai towards the bed. "What are you doing?" Yang Kai's breathing was heavy as he stared at her, like a virgin. Hee hee. Baya seemed to be very satisfied with Yang Kai's reaction. That kind of expression that was filled with conflict was always one of her favorite things to see. She often destroyed the rationality of men, turning them into wild beasts, deriving great satisfaction from it. Baya approached Yang Kai step by step, forcing him to continuously retreat, her breath fragrant as she said, "This is elder sister's room, no one will come in, you can do whatever you want." Her breathing also became heavy, her tender body constantly twisting, the two protrusions on her chest becoming stiff as they rubbed against Yang Kai's chest, bringing about a burst of indescribable pleasure. At this moment, Baya seemed to have transformed into a dissatisfied woman. Kai Yang fell onto the fragrant bed, and she took the initiative to mount him. Without any trace of politeness, she began to undress Kai Yang. Kai Yang continuously swallowed his saliva, as if he had already fallen into her gentle embrace. Without any hesitation, he took the initiative to stretch out his two big hands and grab Feng Ting. Baya's tender body suddenly tensed up and she let out a soft moan before glaring at Yang Kai and whispering, "Be gentle, you're going to break me." "Slut." Yang Kai cursed in his heart, but he couldn't help but feel a sense of excitement in the depths of his heart, especially when he saw the two peaks in his hands. Their amazing elasticity almost made him lose his ability to think, and the heat radiating from his palms was enough to destroy his psychological defenses. Baya seemed to be in a state of lust, but Yang Kai was keenly aware that the flow of power in her body had become strange. Her entire temperament was also changing without a trace, making her look even more charming and delicious. Any man who was ridden by her would not be able to resist her temptation. This beautiful woman was like a ripe peach, her exposed skin glowing with a strange red light, as if no matter which part of her body it was possible to squeeze out a handful of water. Such a woman had a fatal attraction to all men. Yang Kai's eyes became red as his pupils dilated, unable to control his body and mind, his two big hands mechanically kneading her peaks. It was as if he had lost his mind. After quietly observing for a while, Baya's pair of beautiful eyes flashed a smug look. She knew that the man beneath her had been completely conquered by her, and now she could do whatever she wanted to him. She had captured countless men, and as she entangled herself with them, she could absorb all of their blood essence and use it to enhance her own strength. The men she had played with would often become dried corpses and be discarded at will. Although she had played with many men, a Saint Realm cultivator was still very difficult to obtain. After cultivating to such a degree, they generally wouldn't just sit still and allow her to do as she pleased. As such, she was very fond of people like Yang Kai, especially this young man with a strong and handsome physique, which was more to her liking. After confirming that Yang Kai had fallen, Baya grinned and reached out to wipe the corner of her mouth, where saliva seemed to be leaking out. She unbuttoned her clothes, exposing her snow-white jade-like breasts to the air. Her jade-like hands reached out and grasped Yang Kai's erection. With a soft sigh, Baya's beautiful eyes rippled as she muttered to herself, "Quite the capital." She was secretly delighted. She slightly raised her body and prepared to sit down. A strand of sparkling and translucent viscous liquid flowed out from between her legs and slid down her slender legs. Right at this moment, her movements paused, and her eyebrows knitted into a line. A trace of anger and dissatisfaction surged out of her pretty face as she turned her head to look outside the room. The moment she shifted her gaze, Yang Kai's already relaxed pupils contracted slightly, and the power that he had secretly gathered quietly dispersed. A series of hurried footsteps came from the corridor outside the door. Immediately, the door was pushed open and Lu Shan and Lu Sha appeared at the door. The two of them just stared at Baya and Yang Kai, who were still in an ambiguous position on the bed, not showing the slightest intention of avoiding them. Lu Sha even whistled frivolously, his eyes constantly roaming over Baya's body. "It's time to go," Lu Shan said lightly. Really? Baiye's expression became bitter. Didn't we just come back? This is Master's order. If you have any complaints, just go to him, Lu Shan replied indifferently. I'll give you 10 breaths of time. Saying so, he turned around and left. From beginning to end, he didn't pay any attention to Baiye, as if her perfect and seductive body was not attractive to him at all. Baiye stared down at Yang Kai, who was lying below her and had already lost all strength to resist, clenching her teeth, feeling a little reluctant and annoyed. After a moment, she turned her head and glared at Lu Sha. What are you looking at? If you keep looking, I'll dig your eyes out. Lu Sha grinned and shouted, why didn't you say that to Lu Shan? He also saw it. He didn't get aroused, but you did. You cheap man, get out. Baiye waved her hand and the door was closed. Outside the door, Lu Sha pinched his nose and muttered discontentedly, it's not like I haven't seen it before, really making a big fuss out of nothing. Saying so, he laughed loudly, but being interrupted at such a critical moment, anyone would be angry. Lu Shan, you did a good job. I was just following Master's orders, Lu Shan coldly snorted. Inside the room, Baiye gritted her teeth and cursed as she put on the clothes she had just taken off, a moment later storming out of the room. The sound of the three people's footsteps gradually faded away. After confirming that they had gone far enough, Yang Kai's face sank and he sat up on the bed. If Lu Shan had come just a little later, he would have killed her already. Baiye thought he had completely fallen and was completely defenseless. At such a close distance, Yang Kai was sure he could kill Baiye with a single blow. As for what he would do after killing her, Yang Kai didn't know. He only knew that he absolutely couldn't have any physical contact with this slutty woman. The aura she exuded when she was aroused was too dangerous. It was an aura that would devour him alive. The Star Territory was really full of surprises, but at the same time, it was also accompanied by greater dangers. Neatly putting on his clothes, Yang Kai sat on the bed and began to think. Now that Baiye was gone and no one was here to care about him, Yang Kai was considering whether he should take advantage of this opportunity to escape from this ship. However, how to open the exit of this ship's artifact was something Yang Kai didn't know yet, so if he acted rashly, the gains wouldn't be worth the losses. Just as he was contemplating, the door to his room opened again. Standing outside the door was a middle-aged man who was staring at Yang Kai with a strange look. This man was a second-order saint, which wasn't very high on this ship, so Yang Kai didn't put him in his eyes. Boy, your luck is quite good, the middle-aged man suddenly said. I don't know what you're talking about, Yang Kai pretended to be confused. If you don't know then forget it, come out, the man beckoned to him. Yang Kai frowned but didn't refuse, standing up and walking out of the room. The middle-aged man didn't say a word and began leading him through the cabin. Where are you taking me? Yang Kai couldn't help asking. Wherever I'm taking you, what nonsense are you spouting? The middle-aged man frowned unhappily and coldly snorted, it stands to reason that an inexplicable guest like you should be killed directly. A cold light flashed across Yang Kai's eyes. However, Master Baiye wasn't willing to kill you like this, so she ordered me to arrange a good place for you. When she returns next time, she will come to find you, the middle-aged man explained casually. Yang Kai took a deep breath, knowing that there was no danger for the time being. As long as Baiye still wanted something to happen between them, she wouldn't let anyone kill him. Following behind the middle-aged man, they walked for the time it took for an incense stick to burn before they arrived at a huge secret chamber. As soon as they entered, Yang Kai felt an extremely rich energy wash over him. Inside the secret chamber, this energy seemed to be so rich that it was almost tangible. Here at the bottom of the ship, Yang Kai glanced around, his heart filled with shock. He didn't know what this secret chamber was used for, but a series of flashing spirit arrays were scattered throughout every corner of the room, converging together to form a shocking spirit array. These spirit arrays also led deep into the ship's depths. Rows of top-grade crystal stones were arranged in a regular pattern in this secret chamber. Each of these top-grade crystal stones was the size of a wash basin and contained a rich amount of energy. This energy flowed along the lines of the spirit arrays, but Yang Kai didn't know where it was sent. Inside this secret chamber, there was also a grid of independent compartments, each of which had a cultivator sitting cross-legged, their strength varying from high to low. Most of them were Transcendent Realm cultivators, but there were also a few Saint Realm cultivators. The hands and feet of these cultivators were shackled by shackles that extended from the bottom of the secret chamber, making it so they could only move within a small area, unable to leave. These shackles also exuded a strange aura, faintly giving off a restraining effect. Yang Kai's heart sank as he realized the situation was not good. Because he found that each of these shackled cultivators was extremely weak, their faces sallow, the strength in their bodies silently draining away, all of them showing signs of overdraft. The situation was more serious, their auras fluctuating and their cultivation seemingly slipping. "What is this place?" Yang Kai asked in a deep voice. "The starship's power room." The middle-aged man replied casually, "What you need to do is very simple, just sit there like them, you don't need to worry about anything else." Before Yang Kai could ask any more questions, the middle-aged man shouted to the side, "Kumeng, I brought you a newcomer." A figure suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai and swept his eyes over him, showing a satisfied look as he grinned and asked, "His cultivation isn't bad, where did you find him?" The middle-aged man shrugged his shoulders. "Master Baya and the others brought him back." "Master Baya?" The man named Kumeng frowned for a moment before showing a meaningful smile. "She was willing to send this person to the power room?" "Master Baya went out to perform a task again, so there's no one to watch over him for the time being, so she wanted to put him in the power room. You take care of him carefully, don't let him die." Kumeng grinned wickedly, revealing a mouthful of bestial fangs. "I can't guarantee that, just now an unlucky guy died. You know the situation here, I don't have the final say." The middle-aged man frowned, seemingly understanding Kumeng's difficulties, nodding, "Anyway, try your best. When Master Baya comes back next time, if he really dies, it will only anger her." Kumeng's face changed dramatically, revealing a deep sense of dread, as if he was also afraid of this beautiful woman. After hesitating for a moment, he nodded and said, "All right, I'll distribute more saint crystals to him and try not to weaken him." "Good." The middle-aged man nodded with satisfaction, staring deeply at Yang Kai before turning to leave. The middle-aged man who led Yang Kai here had a brief conversation with the cultivator named Kumeng before leaving directly. While they were talking, Yang Kai didn't say a word and just silently observed his surroundings, a performance that made Kumeng very satisfied. "Boy, come with me." Kumeng beckoned to Yang Kai and led him around this huge secret room. A short time later, they arrived in front of a separate grid. There was originally a cultivator here who had his hands and feet bound in shackles and could only sit cross-legged on the ground, but at this moment, he was already dead, his vitality gone. Before his death, he seemed to have suffered great pain, his eyes were wide open, his mouth was wide open, and the meridians around his neck were bulging, giving him a terrifying appearance. He must have suffered unimaginable torture before his death. His entire body was so thin that he was nothing more than skin and bones, his skin so pale that there was no trace of blood. "Come here, throw this body out," Kumeng shouted to the side. Immediately, a cultivator came over, untied the body from the shackles, picked it up, and quickly disappeared. Kumeng grinned meaningfully and said to Yang Kai, "Boy, be obedient and I won't make you suffer. After all, you are someone Master Baya wants, and I don't want to make her unhappy, so you should cooperate. It will be good for both of us." Yang Kai gently nodded. Kumeng laughed and said, "Good, good, you can sit here." He pointed to the spot where the dead man had just sat. Yang Kai sat down obediently and let him tie the shackles to his hands and feet. This place, which they called the starship's power room, was hiding many Saint Realm masters. Yang Kai could even feel the aura of a Saint King from this hidden place. As such, he didn't dare act rashly. After the shackles were placed on his body, Yang Kai's face suddenly changed. Because he found that the shackles were releasing a terrifying attractive force that was madly absorbing the Saint Chi in his body. The Saint Chi in his body flowed into the starship through the shackles and merged with the huge Saint crystals to power the starship's movements. Yang Kai finally understood why so many cultivator were bound here. He also understood why the cultivator who was bound here were all dispirited and weak. No matter who it was, they wouldn't be able to maintain their strength for too long. Those who were strong could maintain their strength for a longer period of time, but if they weren't strong enough, it wouldn't take long for them to die miserably on the spot because of this unrestrained extraction. The cultivator who had been sitting here before had probably died in this way. "Don't be afraid." Kumeng squatted in front of Yang Kai and comforted him. The starship's power is basically provided by the Saint crystals here. As he spoke, he pointed to the huge neatly arranged Saint crystals nearby. You people are only here to assist, so there's nothing to worry about. These are for you, don't think too much about it, just focus on absorbing it. The ring on his hand flashed and a dozen fist-sized Saint crystals appeared in front of Yang Kai. These Saint crystals contained extremely rich energy, and although they couldn't be compared to the ones arranged nearby, they were still quite good. What do I do when I run out? Yang Kai picked up a piece of Saint crystal, held it in the palm of his hand, and asked. Call me when you're done, I'll give you more. You're one of Master Baiye's people, so naturally I won't be stingy with you. Kumeng smiled meaningfully. If that bitch Baiye came back and found this little brat unable to enjoy himself, he would definitely be punished. Good. Yang Kai didn't say anything more, directly closing his eyes and beginning to circulate his secret art to absorb the Saint crystal's power to supplement his own losses. Kumeng straightened up, nodded with satisfaction, and continued to hide in the dark, busying himself with his own affairs. After he left, Yang Kai opened his eyes and secretly glanced around. There were at least 50 to 60 cultivators imprisoned in this power room, and all of these cultivators were very weak, some of them gasping for breath, seemingly on the verge of dying at any moment. While Yang Kai was secretly observing, he suddenly discovered that in the darkness, pairs of eyes were staring at him from all directions, like hungry wolves searching for food in the snow, all of them showing a look of greed. These eyes belonged to the imprisoned cultivator, but they weren't interested in Yang Kai, but in the dozen or so Saint crystals left behind by Kumeng. The shackles that bound them were constantly draining the power from their bodies, so the only way to replenish their strength was to absorb Saint crystals. They wouldn't be treated so well by Kumeng and be given such a large amount of wealth. In this situation, Saint crystals meant life. Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he suddenly understood why they were reacting like this. Unobtrusively, Yang Kai placed the dozen or so Saint crystals between his legs, obscuring these greedy eyes. Closing his eyes and feeling the speed at which the shackles were draining his strength, Yang Kai's heart gradually calmed down. Yang Kai found that the rate at which the shackles were draining his strength wasn't very fast and he could use Saint crystals to supplement it. In other words, not only would he not face any life-threatening danger while sitting here, he could even use Saint crystals to improve his cultivation. However, faintly, Yang Kai still felt that things weren't so simple. After all, there were so many people here who were extremely miserable. Learning from the mistakes of others, Yang Kai felt that it was best to be careful. Friend. Suddenly, a soft voice called out in his ear. At first, Yang Kai didn't care, but the voice kept ringing, as if it was calling out to him. Yang Kai couldn't help frowning as he turned his head to look at the source of the voice. Although there wasn't enough light, Yang Kai could still see to his right that a square-faced young man was smiling at him in a friendly manner. There was even a hint of flattery in this smile. Yang Kai's brow curled slightly as he guessed what this young man wanted to do, asking indifferently, "Are you calling me?" "Yes." The young man nodded quickly, revealing his white teeth in the darkness. "My name is Xianxia. How should I address you, friend?" "What does that have to do with you?" The young man still smiled cheekily, seemingly not caring about Yang Kai's indifference, saying in a familiar tone, "We're all in the same boat, so why be friends? There's no need to be so vigilant, right?" "I don't like to make friends with strangers," Yang Kai shook his head. "Don't say that." Xianxia's brow twitched, a wretched expression appearing on his face. As the saying goes, the first time we're strangers, the second time we're friends, and the third time we're not strangers. Yang Kai decisively closed his eyes and ignored this young man. Xianxia's expression became bitter as he grumbled, Hey, don't ignore me, it's boring to just sit here. Chatting with each other is a good way to relieve boredom. Don't worry, I don't have any ideas about your Saint crystals. This stupid shackle can't do anything to me. Even if I let it whip me for 100 years, it still won't kill me. I really don't have any ideas about your Saint crystals. Just look at my complexion, feel my life force fluctuations, I'm completely different from those people who are about to die. Xianxia chattered endlessly. Yang Kai ignored him, so he continued to nag endlessly, as if he wouldn't give up until Yang Kai spoke. Right, I just heard that man say you were captured by a woman named Baiye. TSK, brother, you're really lucky. Out of all the people who caught you, you just had to be caught by that cheap bitch. I advise you, if she wants to do anything to you, don't agree. Her name has already spread throughout the entire star territory. Anyone who goes to bed with her won't have a good end. You'll only end up being sucked dry by her. That's the most tragic way to die. Just thinking about it makes me shudder. He tried to attract Yang Kai's attention with a topic of interest, awakening his sense of crisis. Yang Kai remained unmoved. Brother, haven't you heard my name? Since we're friends, when we get out of here, I guarantee you there will be benefits for you. I can let you enjoy glory and wealth, no need to worry about food and clothing, saint crystals, artifacts, beauties, whatever you want. Yang Kai's eyes, which had been closed all this time, suddenly opened and a ray of light blossomed in the darkness. Shintu gawked for a moment before immediately grinning. He thought he had finally found something Yang Kai was interested in, but just as he was about to continue, something suddenly flew towards him. Shintu's eyes flashed and he quickly caught this thing in his hand, but after realizing what it was, his face filled with joy as he turned to Yang Kai gratefully. Brother, thank you, you're really easy to talk to. He hadn't expected that Yang Kai would actually give him a piece of Saint Crystal without even saying anything. This was the purpose of his showing goodwill to Yang Kai. Although Kumeng would distribute some Saint Crystals to the cultivator imprisoned here every day in order to maintain their strength and vitality, the amount of Saint Crystals he distributed simply couldn't cover the cost. Shintu hadn't been captured here for too long, and his strength wasn't low, so he was barely able to maintain his vitality, but if he continued like this, he couldn't guarantee how long he would be able to hold on. Today, Yang Kai had obtained more than a dozen pieces of Saint Crystal, and Kumeng had even generously offered to ask him for more once they were used up. When Shintu, who was sitting next to Yang Kai, heard these words, he naturally became interested. In the past, Shintu had never cared about wealth and glory, but now, he had never thought that a trivial piece of low-rank Saint Crystal could make him so happy. This piece of low-rank Saint Crystal was even more tempting to him than the best woman he could find. Brother, can you give me another piece? In any case, you have so many, you won't be able to use them all up for the time being, Shintu shamelessly begged, somewhat unsatisfied. Yang Kai simply grinned at him strangely. Shintu didn't know what he meant, but just as he was about to lose his composure, he suddenly heard Yang Kai shout. Kumeng quickly appeared and hurried over to Yang Kai, saying with some displeasure, "What are you doing? Little brat, did you forget what I just said to you? I'm telling you to behave yourself. He stole a piece of my Saint Crystal when I wasn't paying attention." Yang Kai pointed to Shintu next to him. Kumeng followed his finger and saw Shintu gripping the piece of low-rank Saint Crystal tightly, holding it in his arms like a precious treasure, refusing to let go. The smile on Shintu's face suddenly stiffened and he was dumbstruck. Inside the starship's power room, the young man who claimed to be Shintu was dumbfounded, seemingly having never expected that Yang Kai would actually frame him. Opening his mouth, Shintu wanted to defend himself, but when he saw the Saint Crystal in his hand, he knew that no matter what he said, it would be useless. The current situation was like yellow mud falling on one's crotch, even if it wasn't shit, it was shit. So, he ignored the sharp glare Kumeng shot him, nor did he care about Yang Kai's despicable actions, closing his eyes decisively, holding the Saint Crystal with both hands, madly circulating his secret art and beginning to absorb its energy. He was like a poor beggar who wanted to eat his fill before dying. This time it was Yang Kai's turn to be dumbfounded. "Little brat, daring to cause trouble in my jurisdiction, your courage isn't small." Kumeng grinned as he rushed over to Shintu and began punching and kicking him. His blows were extremely heavy, causing a series of loud bangs to ring out, seemingly not caring about Shintu's life or death. However, Yang Kai keenly discovered that the places he attacked were all avoiding Shintu's vital points, only causing Shintu severe pain and not the slightest fatal danger. He also didn't want to kill any of the cultivators who provided power to the starship here. Kumeng grinned as he beat Shintu, cursing him harshly as he did so. Shintu didn't say a word and simply let Kumeng do as he pleased. His square face was distorted from the pain, but he still continued to absorb the energy from the Saint Crystal, as if he wouldn't give up until he had finished absorbing its energy. Yang Kai's expression became playful as his impression of Shintu underwent some subtle changes. Although this guy's performance just now was disgusting to Yang Kai, it was undeniable that he had an extremely strong backbone and was extremely patient. After a while, Kumeng stopped attacking, scolded Shintu for a while, then turned around and left. He didn't take the Saint Crystal in Shintu's hand, seemingly tacitly agreeing that it belonged to him. However, the price Shintu had to pay for this wasn't small either. He had been beaten black and blue by Kumeng, blood leaking from the corners of his mouth. Staring at Kumeng's back as he disappeared into the darkness, Shintu wiped the corner of his mouth as a cold light flashed across his eyes. He glanced over at Yang Kai again and sneered softly. The Saint Crystal in his hand had also lost a lot of its energy due to his unrestrained absorption just now, its luster. After being absorbed for a while, it turned to dust and fell from his palm. Yang Kai was slightly surprised. Just how much energy was contained in this Saint Crystal, as long as one was a cultivator, they would know. Shintu being able to absorb all of it in such a short period of time proved that the secret art he cultivated was not simple. Yang Kai's hand this time, he didn't take this. Shintu didn't take it this time and instead just stared at Yang Kai coldly, wearing a wounded and vigilant look as he sneered, "Do you think I'm a fool? Why would I fall for the same trick twice? Yang he to be in Yang BBBB. Shintu stared at him for a while but eventually felt it was pointless, so he didn't waste any more energy, nor did he care about the Saint Crystal thrown to him. Time passed slowly. The next day, Kumeng distributed 2 pieces of Saint Crystal to each of the bound cultivator, Yang Kai being no exception. After Shintu received the 2 pieces of Saint Crystal, he immediately began to absorb them. After a day of consumption, he had already exhausted the strength in his body and was in desperate need of replenishment. After a short while, the 2 pieces were consumed. Licking his lips, Shintu hesitantly stared at the piece of Saint Crystal that Yang Kai had thrown to him yesterday, an internal struggle taking place in his heart. He wanted to take it, but he was afraid that Yang Kai would call Kumeng over again, so he hesitated for a while before finally giving up, secretly cursing Yang Kai for being despicable and shameless. In the end, Shintu simply closed his eyes and refused to look at the temptation in front of him. Over the next few days, the situation remained the same. However, as time passed, Shintu felt that the strength in his body was becoming more and more insufficient. With his Saint Chi constantly being drained by the shackles and unable to replenish it, he was unable to maintain his peak condition no matter what and gradually began to weaken like everyone else. On the other hand, Yang Kai's situation was in stark contrast to Shintu's day. In addition to the dozen or so pieces of Saint Crystal that Kumeng had given Yang Kai at the beginning, Shintu would also receive 2 pieces every day. During this time, Yang Kai would deliberately ask Kumeng for more. Yang Kai had only used half of the Saint Crystals he had obtained to maintain his own consumption while the rest were stored in the Demon Mystic Tome in case he needed them in the future. Kumeng didn't refuse Yang Kai's requests. It seemed that because of his relationship with the beautiful woman Baiya, Kumeng wasn't stingy with Yang Kai and was actually quite generous, not only giving him Saint Crystals but also 2 or 3 Saint Pills so he could maintain his physical strength and spirit in case Baiya came back and took him away at any time. This caused Shintu's eyes to turn red with envy, and the way he looked at Yang Kai became different, as if he was looking at a gigolo who lived off a woman, filled with contempt and disdain. A few days later, Shintu's complexion became worse and worse. He felt that if he didn't receive sufficient supplements, his current realm would be in danger of slipping. Perceiving this critical situation, Shintu couldn't care less. One day, after absorbing all the energy he had been allocated, he finally couldn't resist the temptation of the Saint Crystal and picked it up. As he picked it up, he carefully observed Yang Kai's reaction, but what surprised him was that even after he finished absorbing the energy from the Saint Crystal, Yang Kai didn't even spare him a glance, nor did he try to frame him like last time. Shintu's expression relaxed, but at that moment, another piece of Saint Crystal flew over. Shintu's brow furrowed as he reached out and caught it, staring deeply at Yang Kai, his expression fluctuating as he whispered, "What do you mean by this?" "Nothing, in any case, I have more Saint Crystals than I can use," Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. Shintu's mouth twitched as he sneered, "Even if you give it to me, I won't be grateful to you because I've already suffered a loss from you once, so we're even. If I wanted someone to be grateful, there are so many people here, I could give it to anyone, there's no need for me to give it to you." What do you want? Shintu looked at Yang Kai vigilantly. Once bitten by a snake, 10 years shy of ropes, Shintu didn't trust Yang Kai from the bottom of his heart. An ally? Yang Kai whispered. An ally? Shintu's eyes narrowed as he glanced around for a while, making sure no one was paying attention before saying meaningfully, "You have a lot of ideas." You don't have any ideas? Shintu was stumped for words and remained silent. Before, I framed you because you were too noisy. I didn't want to have anything to do with such a talkative person, but right now, you're the only one with any vitality around me, so I have no other choice. Then I'm really honored, Shintu grinned meaningfully, but having an idea doesn't necessarily mean you'll succeed. Take one step at a time, you can't just sit back and wait for death. Shintu's eyes lit up as he grinned, silently and mysteriously, staring at Yang Kai with scorching eyes. The smile on his face disappeared and he once again became frivolous as he sniffled and said, "If you can give me a piece of Saint Crystal every day from now on, our previous grievances can be written off." Good. Yang Kai nodded generously. Shintu grinned meaningfully, "I suddenly find you quite pleasing to the eye." Saying so, he quietly stuffed the Saint Crystal he had just obtained into his sleeve, preparing to use it tomorrow. With his cultivation, he generally only needed 3 pieces of Saint Crystal every day to maintain his strength, but Kumeng had only given him 2 in order to prevent him from having enough energy to consider other matters. Allow me to reintroduce myself, my name is Shintuesday Yang Kai. The two exchanged a glance and smiled knowingly. Baya had gone out on a mission and no one knew when she would return, but Yang Kai estimated that once she returned, his bad luck would follow, so he had to make some preparations before she returned. However, in the power room, basically everyone was extremely weak. As Yang Kai had said, besides Shintu, who still had some vitality, everyone else was basically a walking corpse that didn't even have the strength to talk to him. He couldn't get the information he wanted from these people at all. Regardless of what kind of person Shintu was, whether he could achieve great things or not, he was the most suitable candidate right now. How much do you know about this big ship? Yang Kai quietly released his divine sense and communicated with Shintuesday. How much do you know? Shintu asked back. I only know that there are Saint King Realm Masters guarding this place and that it belongs to a force called Purple Star. I don't know much else. Then I know more than you, Shintu chuckled. Shintu grinned meaningfully. They didn't hesitate to use a Saint King grade high-rank starship to come to this dangerous chaotic abyss for 2 women. Those 2 women seem to have something they want. I've seen those 2 women, Yang Kai interrupted him. You've seen them? Shintu's eyes lit up. One is a 2nd-order saint and the other is a 3rd-order saint, both from Sword Union. What could they possibly have that would make Purple Star go to such great lengths? I don't know. Shintu also wore a puzzled look. I just accidentally ran into them outside the chaotic abyss and was captured by them as a laborer. Once I get out, I'll destroy Purple Star sooner or later. Yang Kai gave him a surprised look. That's my lifelong ambition. Shintu added. What about the others here? They should all be hostile forces to Purple Star. After they were captured, they were placed in the power room and worked until they died. Every great force is like this, so it's best not to be captured easily, otherwise, the end result will be very tragic. These people aren't so bad, some of them will be assigned to extremely dangerous places to mine, collect herbs. That kind of life or death situation is even more pitiful than the people here. Shintu's expression was filled with regret, seemingly having experienced such a thing before, causing Yang Kai to be speechless. After speaking for a while, Shintu turned to look at Yang Kai sympathetically, but the most tragic one is you actually caught the eye of that woman named Baya. Ha ha ha. Shintu laughed gloatingly, leaving Yang Kai speechless. While conversing with the young man named Shintu, Yang Kai deliberately inquired about the information he wanted to know and gained a lot in the process. Gradually, he began to understand some of the common sense of things. The territory he was currently in was called the Hengluo Star Field. Although it was extremely large and included countless stars, it was still only a small part of the vast universe. In the Hengluo Star Field, there were several huge forces that dominated the fate of this territory. Sword Union was one, Purple Star was another, and in addition, there was Hengluo Chamber of Commerce, Galaxy Ridge, Abandoned Lair, and many other great forces that coexisted in this territory. Below these top forces, there were countless other forces, large and small, too many to count. Determining whether a force was strong enough depended on whether it had the capital to operate a starship. Generally, a force that owned a super-large artifact like a starship could be considered a tyrant because the cost of building a starship was not cheap and it consumed a lot of resources to maintain. From the many Saint crystals arranged in the power room, it could be seen that such a super-large artifact consumed a lot of energy to operate. Generally, small forces didn't have the ability to do so. These great forces have many cultivation stars under their jurisdiction, some have 2 or 3 while others have 7 or 8. Xianxia obviously knew more about this territory than Xianxia, and he could also see that Xianxia didn't seem to know anything about these things, so he didn't hide anything. Cultivation stars? Xianxia frowned. They are stars that are suitable for living beings to live in and cultivate, Xianxia explained patiently. The universe is vast and there are countless stars, but most of them, for various reasons, are not suitable for living beings to live in and cultivate. Those that are suitable for living beings to live in are called cultivation stars. Is that so? Xianxia nodded lightly, indicating that he understood. However, those stars that are not suitable for cultivation are not completely worthless. Some stars are rich in rare ores, while others are rich in spirit grasses and spirit herbs. Those are called ore stars and medicine stars. Every major force has a lot of ore stars and medicine stars. The resources produced by these stars can help them develop themselves well. Of course, there are also those kinds of dead stars. The entire star is lifeless. There are no minerals, no medicinal herbs, and even no energy of heaven and earth. Xianxia could not help but be moved. On Tongxian realm, the great forces would often fight to the death over a small piece of land, but in the entire territory of Tongxian realm, there were some forces that could control many stars. This was something he didn't even dare to think about before. Compared to the splendor of the star territory, Tongxian realm suddenly paled in comparison. Every cultivation star has a star master, and the star master is the supreme ruler of that cultivation star. If you and I can reach that height one day, our lives will not have been in vain, Xianxia chuckled, a look of yearning flashing across his eyes. What kind of cultivation does a star master have? Unfathomable. A Saint King grade high-rank starship like this, any star master can destroy it with a snap of their fingers. Xianxia took a deep breath. Xianxia was speechless for a while. Although Xianxia did not tell him what the cultivation of a star master was, Xianxia could guess that it was definitely beyond the Saint King realm. Above the Saint King realm, there was an even higher realm. Look outside, Xianxia quietly motioned. Xianxia followed his gaze and saw the huge and beautiful stars outside the starship. The power room was at the bottom of the entire starship and was responsible for controlling the direction and speed of the starship, so from here, one could see the situation outside. There were transparent and strong windows made of unknown materials all around, and through these windows, one could see the situation in all directions. What do you think of these stars? Xianxia asked. The world energy they contain is beyond imagination. Xianxia replied in a deep voice. As early as when he was lost in the chaotic abyss, he had been shocked by the energy contained in these stars. And, looking at the entire Hangluo star field, there is no cultivation star that can compare to any of the stars here. All the great forces in star territory want to develop these stars in the chaotic abyss. Whether it is the blazing hot stars or the bone-chilling cold stars, they are all very suitable for a cultivator to cultivate. Anyone who cultivates there can obtain unimaginable benefits. But I heard that this place is very dangerous, a forbidden area in the entire star territory. The territory of these stars is extremely chaotic. And it is precisely because the energy contained in these stars is so huge that they can produce these chaotic territory, causing people to lose their sense of direction. It is also for this reason that the chaotic abyss has always been a forbidden area in the star field. No one wants to develop it, let alone cultivate on these stars. Then this starship. You don't need to worry, any starship carrying a star is of the highest grade and is equipped with a chartmaster who is proficient in drawing star maps, so starships won't lose their sense of direction here. This is also why they dared to enter this place. Star shuttles are different though. Once affected by the chaotic territory, the star inside a star shuttle can easily be damaged, so no one dares to use a star shuttle here alone. If that's the case, this place can't be called a forbidden area in star territory, right? Are there any other dangers? Suddenly, Kai Yang realized some of the problems. There is indeed. Shintu nodded solemnly, his expression dignified, but what kind of dangers there are, no one can say for sure because no one who enters here has ever returned alive. Young Kai's expression fluctuated as his thoughts turned sharply, suddenly muttering, if that's the case, what those two sisters have is something Purple Star desperately wants, otherwise, they wouldn't have taken such a big risk to come here. Shintu was startled, but after thinking about it carefully, he nodded in agreement. I really hadn't noticed that, but what could make Purple Star not hesitate to send a Saint King grade high-rank starship into the chaotic abyss? Thinking hard, Shintu came up with nothing. At that moment, from the corner of the power room, a shout suddenly rang out, Baya, Master, and the others are back. Yang Kai and Shintu glanced at each other before turning their heads to look out of the cabin. Sure enough, they saw two blue lights rapidly approaching from the cold star field. Your good days have come to an end. Shintu looked at Yang Kai with some sympathy. What do you want to do? Now that slut is back, she definitely won't let you off. Let me say this first, she wants your people, there's nothing I can do to help. Not necessarily. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he stared at the two blue lights that were rapidly approaching him. He seemed to have discovered something different. What do you mean? Shintu was puzzled, not understanding why Yang Kai wasn't worried at all. When they left, there were 3 of them, but now only 2 have returned. I'm afraid there's been an accident, Yang Kai muttered. Shintu was stunned for a moment before taking a closer look and discovering that there really were only 2 blue lights. A moment later, 2 figures appeared below the starship. Only Master Baya and Master Lu Shan are here, Master Lu Sha isn't. A cultivator nearby exclaimed, and Master Baya and Master Lu Shan seem to be injured. What's the situation? Kumeng stepped out of the darkness and asked coldly. I don't know, subordinate is asking. Saying so, the man poured his divine sense into a compass-like artifact in his hand, seemingly communicating with someone. Outside the starship, Lu Shan also took out an artifact of the same shape. Kai Yang immediately understood that this artifact should be used for long-distance communication. The last time he was brought back by Lu Shan and the others, he had seen Lu Shan use it. Looking out of the power room's window, Yang Kai saw Lu Shan and Baye's disheveled expressions, their bodies covered in wounds and blood, seemingly having just escaped death. The beautiful woman, Baye, no longer had her previous grace and charm, her pretty face filled with fear and anger. From time to time she would look back, as if someone was chasing after her. Ha! You guessed it right. Shintu looked out and gloated, serves them right, daring to break into the chaotic abyss, now they've suffered a big loss. They seem to have been injured while fighting, things aren't that simple, Yang Kai said thoughtfully. The 2 sisters I saw, one was a second-order saint and the other a third-order saint, it was impossible for them to be Lu Shan's opponent, but now one of them is dead and the other 2 are injured, escaping. There are others in the chaotic abyss? Shintu immediately understood, and they are definitely Saint King Realm Masters. Sword Union's people. Yang Kai shouted. Haha, now there's a good show to watch. Sword Union's people actually came to the chaotic abyss, they'll definitely fight. Once they do, we'll have a chance, Shintu's eyes flashed brightly in the darkness. I wonder if that's the case. Yang Kai was also secretly looking forward to it. In this current situation, if he didn't cause some kind of disturbance, what awaited him was only the fate of being pampered by that woman Baya. He didn't want to die on top of a woman's belly. As such, he couldn't wait for this situation to become as chaotic as possible. It's Sword Union's people, Sword Union's starship is also here. The cultivator who had been communicating with Lu Shan before shouted, confirming Yang Kai and Shintu's conjecture. What? Kumeng's expression changed, their courage is quite big. As soon as these words left his mouth, he suddenly realized that his side had also come in a starship, causing his expression to darken. While they were talking, the cultivator who had been communicating with Lu Shan opened the starship's hatch and let them in. Where are Sword Union's people? Shintu stretched out his hand and placed it on his forehead, looking around but finding nothing at all, he couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. If I were Sword Union, after finding those two sisters, I would have immediately left the chaotic abyss instead of chasing after Purple Star's starship. Yang Kai said leisurely. Shintu glanced over at Yang Kai, pondered for a moment, and nodded. What you said makes sense, those two sisters must have something extraordinary. As long as we can find them, Sword Union won't need to fight Purple Star here. I find that your way of thinking is somewhat different from ordinary people. Since Lu Shan and the others returned, Yang Kai had been able to infer the truth from various clues, but this was something he couldn't do. He truly admired Yang Kai. Shintu, we were placed in the power room mainly to provide power for the starship's operations, right? Yang Kai suddenly asked a random question. What's wrong? I suddenly have a bad feeling. Yang Kai stared at him deeply. Shintu's expression changed as his mouth twitched. Don't scare me, what do you feel? Yang Kai just shook his head and didn't answer. The two of them suddenly fell silent as they quietly observed their surroundings, investigating the movements of the cultivator named Kumeng while secretly remaining vigilant. After about a stick of incense worth of time, the compass-shaped artifact in Kumeng's hand suddenly flashed and he quickly poured his divine sense into it to communicate with someone. A moment later, Kumeng put away his artifact and shouted with a dignified expression, "Speed up, chase after Sword Union's starship. Don't let them escape." As soon as this order came out, both Yang Kai and Shintu paled. You're right, I'm also feeling very bad right now. Shintu's expression was extremely ugly as he cursed angrily, "You damned mouth." The next moment, a humming sound came from inside the huge St. King-grade starship and its speed suddenly increased, quickly chasing after a certain direction in Star Field. At the same time, the shackles binding Yang Kai and Shintu released an even greater suction force than before, madly absorbing the strength in their bodies. This suction force was twice as strong as before, and in an instant, the energy in their bodies was drained twice as fast. Shintu couldn't help groaning as his body trembled. Even Yang Kai felt pain all over his body. No matter how hard he tried to circulate his secret art, he was unable to resist the loss of his strength. The cultivator bound to the power room was normally only used to provide the starship with auxiliary power. The main source of energy was still the Saint crystals, but once this huge artifact moved, the amount of energy it required would also increase. At that time, disaster would befall people like Shintu and Yang Kai. The energy in their bodies would be extracted even more violently. Kamen shuttled through the power room, issuing orders with a ferocious expression. It seemed that because of the unrestrained and crazy absorption of the shackles, the cultivator who was restrained in the power room was already in a bad situation. Not long after the starship accelerated, a burst of mournful howls rang out from all directions. Occasionally, one or two people would foam at the mouth and fall to the ground, dead. They really couldn't bear such torture any longer. With their strength drained away, they couldn't bear it any longer. Shintu was secretly shocked, a bitter look appearing on his face. He knew that in his current situation, he wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. If the strength in his body was really drained, even if he didn't die, his cultivation would inevitably fall. Cursing in his heart, Shintu was powerless to change his fate. Sneaking a glance at Yang Kai, Shintu couldn't help feeling lost. He was shocked to find that although Yang Kai's expression was pained and his strength was constantly draining away, the energy fluctuations in his body didn't show any signs of weakening. It was as if his Saint Chi was constantly being replenished. This puzzled Shintu, not understanding why Yang Kai was acting so strangely. "Master, 5 people have died," a cultivator suddenly came to Kumeng's side and reported. Kumeng froze for a moment before seeming to remember something, glancing coldly at the shackled cultivator on the ground and snorting, "A bunch of wastes, give them some Saint crystals." "Yes." The cultivator responded, quickly walking over to the people who were still alive and dropping 3 pieces of Saint crystal in front of each of them. Pairs of dull gray eyes suddenly lit up as all of them picked up the Saint crystals in front of them and began to absorb their energy to supplement their own consumption. Shintu did the same. His secret art was somewhat different, so in less than half a cup of tea's time, he had absorbed all the energy in the 3 pieces of Saint crystal, licking his lips as if he hadn't had enough. However, with this replenishment, his complexion finally improved a lot. The St. King-grade high-rank starship continued to advance through the star field at an unimaginable speed, not something an artifact like a star shuttle could compare with. Sitting in the power room, Yang Kai watched as one asteroid after another flew past the transparent window like a meteor shower. The starship itself was extremely sturdy and was able to rampage through the starry sky like a hot knife through butter. Some of the smaller asteroids were smashed to pieces by it, but the starship itself was completely unaffected. About half a day later, Kumang's face suddenly showed a ruddy glow as he shouted, "Sword Union dogs, I've finally caught up to you. Let's see where you're going to run now." Hearing him shout like this, Shintu and Yang Kai both turned their eyes towards the window. In front of them, a giant starship that was basically the same size as the one they were in was sailing through the star field. On the hull of this starship was a huge sword-shaped mark. This mark was exactly the same as the one Yang Kai had seen on the clothes of Hizeo and Himiao. Sure enough, it was Sword Union starship. "Ha ha ha ha, I'll let you taste the power of my purple starship." Kumang seemed to have become a completely different person, his expression ferocious and a bloodthirsty and violent aura flowing from his bones as he quickly issued orders. With a loud bang, the hull of the starship shook violently and a dazzling beam of light suddenly shot out from a certain part of the starship. This beam of light was extremely thick, like the fangs of a snake, and instantly broke through the shackles of space, pierced through the star field's blockade, and blasted towards the Sword Union starship. All the asteroids blocking its path were instantly reduced to dust and purified. Yang Kai saw this beam of light and his face instantly went pale. Even though he was sitting in the power room, he could still feel the destructive power contained in the divine light. He had no doubt that this beam of light could flatten a mountain peak or evaporate a huge lake. That was truly the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. If such a beam of light were to hit him, Yang Kai estimated that even if he were to use his full strength, he would likely be reduced to ashes. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling some sympathy for the Sword Union starship. However, the result was beyond his expectations. When the beam of light hit the Sword Union starship, a halo of light suddenly emerged, like a multicolored bubble that wrapped around the Sword Union starship. When the beam of light hit this halo, it created a series of ripples visible to the naked eye that quickly spread out into the depths of the star field. The Sword Union starship only shook slightly before coming out unscathed. Kumang's excited face suddenly became gloomy. He hadn't expected that the sneak attack he had carefully prepared for this moment would actually be blocked by the other party. With a single order, the starship shook violently again and a second beam of light shot out. "Fuck!" Shintu cursed, his face pale. The strength he had just managed to restore had been completely drained in an instant. Quickly turning to Yang Kai, he screamed, "Yang Kai, help!" Yang Kai stared at him blankly for a moment before recovering. Just now, he had been so focused on the power of the beam of light that he hadn't noticed the changes in his surroundings. After hearing Shintu's shout, Yang Kai was shocked to discover that the neatly arranged Saint crystals in the power room had dimmed significantly after the two streaks of light had been released, and the huge amount of energy contained inside them had also been reduced by more than half. At the same time, the Saint Chi in Yang Kai's body and meridians had also been drained dry by the shackles on his hands and feet. That beam of light required a huge amount of energy to be produced, Yang Kai suddenly realized. The two beams of light not only required a huge amount of Saint crystals in the power room, but also put an unimaginable burden on the cultivator bound here. After the two beams of light, half of the 50 to 60 cultivator bound here had died in an instant, their vitality vanishing and their souls dissipating. Those who were still alive were gasping for breath, seemingly on the verge of death. As long as another beam of light struck, they would undoubtedly die. Shintu and Yang Kai's situation was the best. Yang Kai quickly took out a drop of yang liquid from the dantian and filled his body and meridians again while tossing the Saint crystals he had previously hidden towards Shintu's day. Shintu's eyes lit up as he eagerly grabbed these Saint crystals and began absorbing them madly, his face gradually turning ruddy. "You dare fight back?" Kumang shouted again. It seemed that because Purple Star's starship had launched an all-out attack, Sword Union's side was unwilling to sit back and wait for death, retaliating in kind. A beam of light shot out from the other side and a defensive energy shield appeared around Purple Star's starship. With a loud bang, the starship shook violently. Shintu's face turned pale again as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. He didn't even have time to curse. Whether it was the starship's beam of light or the defensive energy shield, both required an unimaginable amount of energy. Every time the two starships collided, Shentu and the others would have to bear an unimaginable burden. Attack, I want them to be smashed to pieces. Kuming shouted hysterically as if his dignity had been offended. Master, the crystal cannons can't be used anymore, otherwise, the Saint crystals won't have enough energy, a nearby cultivator reminded. Kuming's brow furrowed as his irritable mood gradually calmed down. He finally realized this problem. At that moment, the compass-like artifact in his hand flashed again. Kuming's expression became serious as he poured his divine sense into it, communicating with it for a while before grinning and waving his hand. Open the hatch. Today we'll show these fools from Sword Union our strength. Yes. The next moment, the hatch of the starship opened and a number of figures belonging to Purple Star's cultivators appeared, flying towards Sword Union on their various artifacts. The artifacts used by the Purple Star cultivators included star shuttles, war chariots, and flying carriages, all of which were suitable for fighting in the star field, dazzling everyone who saw them. On the Sword Union's side, a large number of people suddenly appeared outside the starship and fearlessly rushed over. When the two sides met, a great battle broke out instantly. Inside the star field, halos of light spread out as magnificent and powerful martial skills erupted and the brilliance of artifacts shone brightly. Purple Star and Sword Union's two sides fought fiercely as soon as the battle began. In the chaotic battle, a number of high-grade artifacts were riddled with holes and shattered into pieces. Pieces of burning artifact fragments rained down like a rain of flames, dazzling the eyes with a dazzling light, like the most brilliant fireworks exploding, a breathtaking sight, but with them were countless lifeless corpses, forever lost in this chaotic abyss. In this chaotic battlefield, most of the figures were Saint Realm masters, while the Transcendent Realm cultivators were as weak as ants. There were even some figures who exuded a tyrannical aura that belonged to Saint Kings. These figures displayed earth-shattering divine abilities as they slaughtered the weaker cultivators on the other side. Wherever they went, the cultivators on the other side would be reduced to ashes, their souls dispersing. Both sides of the battle suffered huge losses. No one was willing to show weakness, and no one was willing to admit defeat easily, so a steady stream of reinforcements were dispatched from their respective starships and joined the battle. For a time, the two sides were evenly matched. In the Star Territory, whether it was Sword Union or Purple Star, they were both first-class forces. Each of them controlled at least 4 or 5 cultivation stars and countless ore stars and medicine stars. Using their huge reserve resources, they could provide unimaginable supplies for their respective cultivator to grow and develop. Their leaders didn't care about such losses at all. Xianxia was speechless for a long time. He was completely shocked. He was still immersed in the power of the divine light shot out by the starship. He never thought that such an incredible thing would exist in the vast Star Territory. Ever since he came to the Star Territory, everything he saw and heard was beyond his imagination. He immediately realized that the Star Territory was much more interesting than he had imagined. His eyes glistened with divine light as his blood boiled. He did not shrink back in fear because of what he had seen and heard. Instead, he looked forward to it. Because only in a wonderful place could he live a more wonderful life. Xianxia, Xianxia. Shentu's voice called out again. Xianxia turned to look at him. Shentu wore a bitter expression as he pursed his dry lips. Can you give me some more Saint crystals? I can't hold on any longer. At this moment, his strength was on the verge of drying up. It was obvious that he was at the end of his rope. Xianxia threw him 5 or 6 Saint crystals without saying a word. Many thanks. A grateful look appeared on Shentu's face as he sincerely thanked Xianxia before taking the opportunity to begin absorbing the energy. Xianxia calmed his mood and coldly glanced around, silently listening to the sound of footsteps and energy fluctuations coming from inside the ship, his eyes gradually lighting up. After a while, Shentu breathed a heavy sigh of relief and muttered, I've finally recovered. Damn, if they had fired that crystal cannon again just now, I would have died immediately. That was a close call. Saying so, he turned to Xianxia gratefully, I can't thank you enough, I'll remember this time. Shentu, what is your true cultivation? Xianxia suddenly glanced over at him and asked in a low voice. Shentu was startled and his expression flickered, seemingly wanting to change the subject but soon grinned, did you see through it? If I couldn't see through it, I'd be blind. Xianxia said coldly. The aura fluctuations coming from Shintu's body were around the First Order Saint realm, comparable to Yang Kai. However, at the critical moment just now, when Xiantu was absorbing the energy from those crystal stones, an unusual energy fluctuation had emerged from his body. Yang Kai judged that he was hiding his cultivation. Being able to hide one's cultivation inside the Purple Star starship was not something everyone could do. This Xiantu wasn't simple. Third Order Saint. Shintu's expression suddenly became serious as he whispered back. Yang Kai nodded, knowing that he shouldn't be lying. Why do you ask? Shintu looked at Yang Kai with a strange expression. Nothing, but if you have the strength, we can probably do something. Right now, there aren't many people inside the starship and most of the masters have gone out to fight. Even this power room's defenses are much worse than before, Yang Kai said meaningfully. Originally, there was a Saint King Realm master guarding the power room, but after the battle broke out just now, the aura of this Saint King Realm master had disappeared. Yang Kai guessed that he should have gone out. On top of that, the number of Purple Star cultivators in the power room had been reduced by more than half. Now, besides Kamang, who was a Third Order Saint, the rest were First Order or Second Order Saints. There were less than 10 of them, all of whom were sitting in the spirit arrays in the power room, maintaining the operation of the starship. What do you want to do? Don't act recklessly, these shackles are mixed with primordial stones, we can't use our strength while bound by them. Shintu's expression changed as he suddenly understood what Yang Kai was planning. Then let's have someone untie them. Yang Kai smiled mysteriously, his expression suddenly becoming extremely weak as his vitality dimmed. Yang Kai signaled to Shintu with his eyes. Shintu's expression became bitter as he hesitated for a moment before he grit his teeth and said, "Forget it, in any case, this father's life was saved by you, so I'll accompany you in your madness." Then he began to shout loudly. Kumang, who was watching the battle from the side of the power room, heard this shout and his expression suddenly became cold. Turning his head, he glared towards Shintu and Yang Kai and muttered, "You two aren't dead yet?" This was somewhat beyond his expectations. During the confrontation between the two starships just now, the cultivator who was shackled here had basically been drained of all their strength and died of exhaustion. Shintu and Yang Kai, however, were still alive, which surprised Kumang greatly. "My vitality has always been strong, but he's about to die." Shintu continued to shout, "Master, isn't this guy the one Baya needs? Isn't it a bit inappropriate for you to just let him die like this?" Kumang frowned as he stared deeply towards Yang Kai, sweeping him with his divine sense and noticing Yang Kai's weakness, saying impatiently, "How troublesome, just die and end it all. What's the point of leaving him with a single breath?" Saying so, he quickly walked over to Yang Kai. When he was commanding the starship just now, he hadn't thought too much about it, so he hadn't paid much attention to Yang Kai's situation. Now that he had calmed down, he had to carefully consider whether that slut Baya would take her anger out on him if Yang Kai really died. He couldn't afford such a responsibility. So, he walked over to Yang Kai, took out a special key, and unlocked the shackles, releasing him from his shackles. He was caught off guard. After all, Yang Kai looked extremely weak, his strength barely fluctuating at all. What's more, Kumang was a Third Order Saint, so when facing Yang Kai, a First Order Saint, he had a psychological advantage. This kind of self-righteous advantage had brought him a lot of bad luck. The moment the shackles were unlocked, Yang Kai suddenly reached out and bit down hard. Immediately after, he wiped the wound on his fingertip towards his left eye. Golden blood poured into his left eye, causing the originally black and white eye to instantly turn golden. Yang Kai raised his head and stared at Kumang. When their four eyes met, Kumang suddenly became absent-minded. Staring at the majestic golden light, he actually felt a sense of panic, as if he had become extremely small in front of it. A vortex appeared in the golden eye and a strong suction force emerged from this vortex, pulling at his soul, causing it to tremble, as if it was about to be pulled out of his body. Paling, Kumang let out a strange cry and resisted with all his strength. Yang Kai had already used his demon god transformation, filling his body with evil energy, causing his temperament to change dramatically. The temperature of the entire power room seemed to plummet, becoming extremely cold. That evil and ruthless aura swept through the surroundings with a loud rumble. Yang Kai's body slammed into Kumeng's chest like a cannonball, an incredible power erupting from his body as he violently beat Kumeng. Blood splattered, and clear fist marks and palm marks protruded from Kamen's back. His clothes instantly turned into powder. Even someone as strong as Kumeng was unable to withstand Yang Kai's bombardment while he was absent-minded. Before he could even summon his divine technique or artifact, he was beaten dizzily. In the blink of an eye, Kumeng's body suddenly burst into a bloody mist, a rain of blood scattering in all directions, like a red rose in full bloom. An illusory figure that was exactly the same as Kamen stood where he was originally. It was Kumeng's soul avatar. Even now, he still didn't seem to have realized what had happened to him, staring blankly at Yang Kai, a blank look on his face. From the golden pupil in Yang Kai's left eye, a powerful suction force emerged and pulled Kumeng's soul avatar into his knowledge sea. Amidst the bloody mist, Yang Kai quickly grabbed the special key that could open the shackles and threw it directly to Shin Tuesday. "Open it yourself," Yang Kai exhorted before disappearing like a gust of wind. The next moment, a miserable howl rang out from the power room, followed by a great commotion. Shin Tu was shocked, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. When he learned about Yang Kai's intentions just now, Shin Tu had decided to accompany him in his madness, but he hadn't asked Yang Kai what his plans were or what they were going to do. He had thought that Yang Kai was going to leave here for a while and wait for an opportunity to act. As for whether Yang Kai would take care of him and take him away, Shin Tu didn't think much about it. After all, he had already been saved by Yang Kai once, so he didn't want to ask for too much. How could he have known that this guy would be so crazy and direct, launching a violent attack the moment the shackles were unlocked? What made Shin Tu even more speechless was that Kumeng, a third-order saint cultivator, was actually defeated by Yang Kai in a single blow. How did he do it? How was this possible? Shin Tu held the key thrown to him by Yang Kai in his hand as he stared blankly at the bloody mist that filled the sky, a storm raging in his heart. Even if it were him, if he were to fight with Kumeng, who would win in the end was unknown. Yang Kai was just a first-order saint, so how could he instantly kill Kumeng? Even if Kumeng had been careless, he would not have been powerless to fight back. His realm and strength were clear for all to see. Everything had happened so suddenly that Shin Tu was caught off guard. He stood there dumbfounded, immersed in shock, forgetting his own situation and even forgetting to undo his shackles. It was at this moment that he suddenly realized that this Yang Kai was extremely dangerous. He could kill Kumeng in an instant, which meant that if Shin Tu had been careless, he too would have been killed in the blink of an eye. Shin Tu was so shocked that he almost cried out. "How long are you going to stand there in a daze?" Yang Kai's low voice called out. Shin Tu suddenly came back to his senses and quickly used the key to unlock the shackles binding him. In the next moment, dense bolts of lightning suddenly spread out from his body, each one like a snake with sharp fangs, making him look like he was wrapped in lightning, a terrifying sight to behold. The lifelike electric snakes slithered around his body and suddenly shot out in all directions. In an instant, the entire power room was flashing with electric arcs. Shin Tu laughed fiercely. "Brother, you played quite well, I admire you greatly." As he laughed, his figure suddenly disappeared and in the next moment, appeared next to a first-order Saint Purple Star cultivator. This Purple Star cultivator was about to launch a sneak attack on Yang Kai, but Shin Tu quickly grabbed him by the neck. The violent thunder and lightning began to surge, and the martial artist began to tremble violently. The huge amount of energy that could even paralyze a person's soul poured into his body, causing him to instantly lose control of his body. A charred smell filled the air as plumes of smoke rose from the top of the cultivator's head. By the time Shin Tu released him, he had become a charred corpse that fell to the ground, no longer showing any signs of life. The power room was the heart of the entire starship, so normally, it was heavily guarded and guarded by Saint King Realm Masters to prevent any accidents from happening. But this time it seemed that Yang Kai had been too focused on Sword Union's side, so most of the masters guarding this place had been dispatched as reinforcements, leaving only Kumeng behind. Kumeng died first. Everyone else, under the combined efforts of Yang Kai, who had already used his demon transformation and Shin Tu managed to escape, no one could resist. Relying on his powerful physique and surprise attacks, Yang Kai quickly killed 5 Saint Realm cultivator. After circling around the power room, he found that only he and Shintu were still alive. The last cultivator, who had seen the situation turn bad and was about to escape, was struck down by Shintu's lightning strike and ravaged to death. "I'm finally free, ha ha ha," Shintu shouted, like a beast that had just been freed. "Where do we go now?" "You're more familiar with this place, lead the way," Xianxia looked at him coldly. "There's no hurry, before we leave, let's give Purple Star a big gift." Shintu suddenly smiled mysteriously, a crazed look appearing on his face. Entering the power room's central spirit array, Shintu sat down cross-legged. Releasing his divine sense, Shintu circulated the strength in his body and connected himself to the central spirit array. Xianxia looked at him with a strange expression but did not stop him, simply waiting quietly. After being trapped in the power room for so many days, Xianxia had also gained a certain understanding of the massive starship artifact and the role of the spirit array Shintu was currently in. This was the central spirit array that could control the starship. Shintu obviously wanted to use the Saint King grade high-rank starship to do something. The spirit array's veins lit up and the starship, which had been anchored somewhere in Star Field, slowly turned around for a moment before coming to a stop. "Haha, today I'll let you know that Master Shintu is not easy to bully." Shintu suddenly opened his eyes, a violent light flashing across them as he poured the power from his body into the spirit array below him. The next moment, the starship's hull shook violently. A huge beam of light suddenly shot out from the starship's hull, carrying with it a destructive aura as it shot straight towards the chaotic battlefield. At the same time, Xianxia keenly felt that the energy contained in the Saint crystals placed in the power room's spirit array had decreased in an instant, and their originally crystal-clear light had also dimmed significantly. As the beam of light shot out, the cultivators from both Sword Union and Purple Star who were fighting stopped what they were doing and stared in horror at the beam of light that was growing larger and larger in front of them, all of them screaming as they tried to use their flight-type artifacts to flee in panic. But it was too late, the beam of light was extremely fast and in the blink of an eye it fell on top of the heads of these cultivators. The entire world suddenly became clear. The noisy sounds of battle and the fierce confrontation all stopped at this moment. The people who were still alive stared blankly at this doomsday-like scene, as if they could not speak. Their mouths were open, and their throats were exposed to the air. The beam of light passed through the battlefield and shot towards a certain place in the vast universe. All that was left was a large area that had been cleansed. There, many cultivators had been displaying their divine technique and using their artifacts to fight. But at this moment, there was nothing left. It was as if they had never existed in the first place. At least 100 cultivators had their traces erased by the beam of light. Inside the power room, Shintu laughed wildly, as if he had done something he was proud of. Xianxia frowned. Although he felt that it wasn't right for Shintu to kill so many people from Sword Union in order to take revenge, he didn't say anything. He had no friendship with Sword Union, and even He Zhao and He Miao were only acquaintances with him, so he didn't want to meddle in their business. "Have you vented your anger?" "Since you've vented your anger, hurry up and leave," Xianxia shouted. "After what you've done, there will soon be masters coming to inspect this place." "You're right." Shintu also suddenly came to his senses and hurriedly leapt up from the spirit array's core and flew out together with Xianxia. Inside the entire starship, only a few cultivators were still active, and because of the beam of light that had just shot out, they were all alarmed and rushed towards the starship's power room. Shintu seemed to have a good understanding of the structure of the starship and led Xianxia along a path that no one had ever taken before. Along the way, the two of them were unimpeded and didn't encounter any trouble. "Where are we going?" "This isn't the way out of the starship, is it?" Xianxia followed behind Shintu for a while before suddenly asking with a sullen expression. Although he wasn't familiar with this place, he still had his own keen intuition and felt that Shintu was leading him around the starship in a roundabout fashion, not intending to leave at all. "Leave?" Shintu concealed his aura as he quietly moved forward, glancing back at him. "Do you have the correct star?" Xianxia shook his head. "How can you leave without a star?" Shintu chuckled. "Do you have a star shuttle?" "Yes." Xianxia nodded, "But I heard that my star shuttle is broken and can't copy a star." "It doesn't matter, we'll just grab someone and let them take us away," Shintu said casually. "Who should we grab?" "If we can just grab anyone, There's a second-order Saint cultivator a few hundred meters to the left, we might as well grab him, Xianxia proposed. Xiantu shook his head, he won't do. Even if we catch him, we won't be able to leave the chaotic abyss. You know what happens if we get lost in the chaotic abyss. My goal isn't just to escape from this starship. Xianxia's expression changed as he suddenly realized, you want to capture the chart master on this starship? It's easy to talk to smart people, Xiantu grinned, I want to find that guy. Do you know where he lives? I know his approximate location, as for whether we can find him, that'll depend on luck. Xianxia didn't say anything and quietly followed behind Xiantu's day. He had heard Xiantu talk about chart masters before. In the vast territory of the star domain, there was a group of people who specialized in drawing star fields to provide cultivators with the correct flight path. These people were called chart masters. A powerful chart master could draw a star that would allow a cultivator to accurately avoid the potential dangers in the star field, allowing them to smoothly reach the place they wanted to go. The star chart masters could draw was extremely accurate, so no matter how far they flew, there wouldn't be much error. Basically, each chart master's star was different, and each star chart master drew had its own advantages and disadvantages. The prices they sold for were also different. The more expensive ones could be sold for tens of thousands of Saint crystals, hundreds of thousands of Saint crystals, or even more, while the cheaper ones could be bought for just a few pieces of Saint crystal. Map masters with outstanding craftsmanship were highly welcomed in any large faction. Their status was revered, and although they were not necessarily very powerful, they were treated as esteemed guests by various large factions. Inside a starship, there would often be a chart master. Because a starship could change directions at any time, a chart master would be needed to determine the appropriate route and whether there was danger ahead. Becoming a chart master was several times more difficult than becoming an alchemist or artifact refiner because a chart master needed to master the structure of the entire territory of the star field. Even the positions of the countless stars and the distances between them had to be memorized. Chart masters were also the rarest profession in the entire territory of the star field. They were often passed down to only one person and couldn't be trained in large quantities. Because the growth of any chart master required a serious and responsible master to teach them over a long period of time. This was an extremely time-consuming and exhausting task. Even if an outstanding chart master accepted a disciple, they would only accept one or two, any more, and they wouldn't be able to teach them all. The basic star chart masters were also the foundation of their legacy and wouldn't easily be passed down to outsiders. All kinds of information about chart masters flashed through Xianxia's mind, and he suddenly discovered that this profession seemed to be quite extraordinary. Inside the purple starship, in an extremely luxurious room, a short and fat old man anxiously poured his divine sense into a compass artifact, trying to contact Kuming in the power room, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get any response. What the hell is going on? The short and fat old man wiped the sweat from his forehead and stamped his feet anxiously. After a moment of contemplation, he hurriedly opened the door and prepared to rush to the power room to see the situation himself. But as soon as the door opened, he saw two young men exuding malevolent auras rushing towards him. The old man didn't think too much about it and simply shouted to the two young men, "You two, come here." Xiantu's eyes lit up as he whispered, "It's this old man, he's the chart master of this starship. I saw him enter the power room that day." Xianxia nodded and followed behind Xiantu, quickly arriving in front of the old man. "What's the situation in the power room? Why hasn't Kumei responded to this old master's message?" The old man shouted angrily. Xiantu grinned at him, revealing his fangs. "Kumei is already dead, of course he can't reply to you." The old man's expression froze for a moment before he realized something was wrong. Just as he was about to turn around and return to his room, a bright electric snake rushed out from Xiantu's body and directly wrapped around the old man's body, binding him up. The powerful electric current instantly paralyzed the old man, making him unable to move. "Take him and run." Xiantu glanced around and determined that no one was paying attention before turning around and flying off in another direction. Xianxia's face remained cold as he lifted the old man tied up by the electric snake and said lightly, "If you want to live, cooperate obediently, or I'll kill you." Although this chart master from the purple starship wasn't young, his strength wasn't high, only a third-order transcendent, so he had been easily taken down by Shintu in a single exchange. Yang Kai had even managed to grab him without any resistance. Generally, chart masters didn't have high cultivations because they devoted a lot of energy and time to studying the mysteries of star and star field, so they didn't have much time to cultivate. This also caused them to be unable to protect themselves when they encountered danger. "Who are you people?" the old man shouted. "Who we are is none of your business, you just need to take us out of this chaotic abyss. Once we leave here, we'll naturally let you go, we promise not to harm a single hair on your head," Shintu said coldly as he ran. "Okay, I'll take you away, but you have to go to the engine room of the battleship first, or you'll die," the old man hurriedly shouted. Shintu sneered, "Do you think we're fools? It wasn't easy for us to escape from the power room, and there are now many purple star cultivators gathered there. If we go there now, wouldn't we be throwing ourselves into a trap? You don't understand. I have my reasons for asking you to go to the power room. I'm not asking you to throw yourself into a trap." The old man's voice was mournful. "If you don't take me there, not only will the three of us die, we won't be able to keep this warship either. It's best if the starship can't be saved, it's none of my business." Shintu gloated. "Why can't I get through to you? There's a great danger sweeping through the chaotic abyss right now. If we don't act quickly, none of us will survive." Shintu's footsteps came to a halt as he stared back at the old man. "What do you mean? Speak clearly. Look outside yourself." The old man didn't answer and instead gestured towards the outside. Shintu and Yang Kai glanced at each other, both feeling that this old man wasn't being an alarmist, quickly rushing to the side of the corridor and looking out through the transparent window. Outside, there were still huge and beautiful stars, but at this moment, there was a dense halo of light on the surface of these beautiful stars that were rich in heaven and earth energy. They looked illusory, as if they had fallen into the clouds. The powerful territory created by these stars seemed to have become somewhat chaotic. The cultivators from both sides, Sword Union and Purple Star, who were originally engaged in a fierce battle, also stopped fighting and instead flew towards their respective starships in a hurry. "They're coming back? What's going on?" Shintu's face changed drastically. "Is it because of the crystal cannon shot I fired?" Yang Kai just stared at him, not saying a word. Shintu felt quite embarrassed and shrugged his shoulders. "I didn't expect it to be like this, I just wanted to vent some of my anger. I don't think it has anything to do with you, otherwise, the people from Sword Union wouldn't have retreated and would have instead chased after us. Both sides are retreating, so they should have noticed some kind of danger approaching." Yang Kai looked at the old man in his hand and quickly asked, "What kind of danger is it?" "A riot in their territory. You won't be able to sense it from here. The reason they're all coming back is because they sensed that the territory of the stars in the chaotic abyss is very different from before, so they don't dare stay outside. We have to leave here quickly. If we're too late, even if we hide inside the starship, we won't be safe." "A riot in their territory?" Shintu's expression changed. "The biggest danger in the chaotic abyss." The old man hurriedly explained, "Do you think the chaotic territory is simply a distraction? You're wrong, the stars in the chaotic abyss contain an unimaginable amount of world energy, and this world energy is constantly in a saturated state, the limit of what this space can withstand. Normally, it can maintain a kind of balance, but if there is excessive stimulation, this balance will be broken and the territory will explode. You can imagine what the result will be, right?" Yang Kai and Shintu glanced at each other, both of their faces going pale. "Do you understand or not?" The old man's spittle flew everywhere, not having the slightest awareness of his status as a prisoner. "Do you understand?" Shintu asked faintly. "Nonsense. This old master is a chart master, if this old master doesn't understand, who would?" The old man reprimanded, leaving Shintu speechless. "Since you understand, why didn't you stop the two sides before they fought? Isn't it because they thought that the balance of the territory here was broken?" Yang Kai stared at him coldly. The old man's expression became awkward, and he no longer had the arrogance from before. He muttered, "I only realized it after they started fighting. This old man's astrology is not omniscient and omnipotent. Who would have thought that this place would be so dangerous? Stargazing technique?" Yang Kai frowned. "It's a mystery that all chart masters are proficient in, I'll explain it to you another day." What do we do now? This old man doesn't look like he's lying. Shintu suddenly had no idea what to do. If what this old man said was true, then he and Yang Kai's efforts to capture him were meaningless. Once the territory of the chaotic abyss exploded, they wouldn't even have a place to hide. Staying inside the starship would at least provide them with a layer of protection. This was a Saint King grade high-rank starship. However, many of Purple Star's masters were about to return to the starship, so staying here wasn't a perfect solution. You have an idea, aren't your thoughts very agile? Shintu looked at Yang Kai with scorching eyes, hoping he could point out a way to survive. What is the status of this chart master in Purple Star? Yang Kai suddenly asked. His status is extremely high. Shintu looked at the old man. Grandmaster Wu Suo ranks in the top 3 among all of Purple Star's star chart masters. He has always been a highly sought-after figure by the other great forces. You know this old master? The old man looked at Shintu in surprise. I've heard of you, Shintu grinned. Let's go to the power room, Yang Kai quickly said. Shintu's eyes narrowed, seemingly hesitating, but after pondering for a moment, he nodded, I'll do as you say. If what he said is true, going outside is a dead end. Let's go. Yang Kai picked up the chart master named Wu Suo and returned to the power room. The corridor outside the power room was overcrowded with people. The cultivator, who had returned from the chaotic abyss battlefield, and the people who had been left behind on the starship had all rushed over, all of them wanting to know why the crystal cannon had fired just now, not only killing so many enemies but also their own people. They were all very angry because if they had been unlucky just now, they might have been the ones to be killed. But after learning about the situation inside the power room, their anger was immediately extinguished. There were no survivors inside the power room. Kumeng and a dozen other Saint Realm cultivator had all been killed by an unknown enemy. Inside the power room, a middle-aged man in brocade robe stood with his hands crossed behind his back, his expression dignified. His cold eyes swept the situation inside the power room before stopping at the 2 pairs of shackles that had been opened and coldly snorted, waste. With his eyesight, he was naturally able to see how Kumeng had died. Although he did not know exactly what had happened here, he could guess the general situation. The shackled cultivator had launched a desperate counterattack, taking advantage of Kumeng's carelessness to kill him, snatch the key, and release his companions, setting off a bloody storm inside the power room. After killing everyone, the 2 little rats who had escaped took control of the starship and fired a crystal cannon at the battlefield, causing heavy losses to the Purple Star cultivator. Kumeng, that waste, his death is not worth regretting. The middle-aged man was extremely angry. Just as he was about to order a search for the escaped cultivator, a stern voice suddenly came from outside the power room. Who are you? Quickly release Grandmaster Wu Suo, or else you'll suffer. The middle-aged man's expression turned cold as he looked outside. From the other side, a somewhat cynical voice called out, make way, and don't even think about doing anything. If you make a move, your Grandmaster Wu Suo will be finished. A moment later, a group of 3 figures appeared inside the power room. Of the 2 unfamiliar young men, one was walking in front while the other was gripping Wu Suo's lifeline with a cold expression, his divine sense and Saint Chi enveloping him, seemingly ready to attack at any moment. The middle-aged man's eyes narrowed as he shouted, you dare come back? Although he had never seen Yang Kai and Shintu before, the middle-aged man was certain that these 2 little rats had escaped from the power room and fired the crystal cannons to kill dozens of Purple Star cultivator. Looking at them, the middle-aged man's heart filled with monstrous anger, wishing he could immediately kill them to vent his anger. Looking at the angry and murderous middle-aged man, Shintu couldn't help shrinking his neck and smiling awkwardly. We didn't want to come back either. No fool would return after escaping from a cage. If it weren't for the fact that they had no other choice, Shintu and Yang Kai would have already escaped with Wu Suo. Grandmaster, you can rest assured, with me here, no one will dare hurt you. The middle-aged man looked at Wu Suo and comforted him. If you try anything funny, I'll kill him immediately. Yang Kai's Saint Chi and divine sense were ready to explode as he coldly swept his eyes around. Little brat, you dare. The middle-aged man's complexion changed, a look of hesitation appearing on his face. On the other hand, Wu Suo, who was being held by Yang Kai, stretched out his hand and hurriedly said, Gue Chen, let's put aside your grievances for now. It wasn't easy for me to convince these two to bring me to the power room. The most important thing for us now is to leave here as soon as possible. Listening to him say this, Lu Guichen's expression also became dignified. The territory field outside seems to be undergoing some changes. Grandmaster, what is going on? The territory field is about to erupt. Quickly control the starship to turn around. Wu Suo commanded before turning to Yang Kai and saying, Boy, if you want to live, take me to the star array. Yang Kai nodded and followed his instructions, walking to a corner of the power room. Shintu followed closely behind, looking around vigilantly. The Purple Star Cultivator also took action, each of them performing their respective duties under Lu Guichen's command and beginning to take control of the starship. On Yang Kai's side, Wu Suo was still firmly under his control. The huge star array was lit up, and in front of Yang Kai, a three-dimensional image of the star field that had been shrunk countless times appeared, creating a magnificent sight. This was the huge star array stored inside the starship, similar to the star array stored inside the star shuttle, but much more detailed and complex. Wu Suo immersed himself in this miniature star territory array and began to work on it. He was the chart master of the warship and had the responsibility of guiding the warship. He could find the safest and fastest escape route for the warship in the shortest amount of time. Not long after, on the territory map, which had shrunk countless times, a bright line was lit up by Wu Suo. The source was the current location of the battleship, and the end was where the battleship was headed. If nothing unexpected happened, the warship would follow this route and sail out of the chaotic abyss. After finishing all this, Wu Suo let out a heavy breath and nodded to Lu Guichen. Lu Guichen nodded and ordered the starship to move quickly. 3 Saint Kings, the pressure is great. Shintu stood beside Yang Kai and silently observed Purple Star's lineup. Inside the power room, in addition to Lu Guichen, the Saint King Realm Master, there were 2 other Saint Kings. In addition, there was an endless stream of Saint Realm cultivators. Wu Suo and Yang Kai were like sheep in a pack of wolves, surrounded by so many powerhouses. If they were even the slightest bit careless, they would be crushed to pieces. Fortunately, Wu Suo's status wasn't low, so Purple Star didn't dare act rashly. Do you have any good plans? Shintu looked at Yang Kai. No, let's take it one step at a time. We'll talk about it after we leave the chaotic abyss. Yang Kai shook his head. Shintu sighed faintly, feeling like his luck was extremely bad. He had just been cruising through the chaotic abyss and had accidentally been caught on this starship, but now he had to experience this life and death situation. It was truly torturous. How did these two get in? On the other side, Lu Guichen asked in a low voice with a gloomy expression. Lu Shan, who was standing next to him, pursed his lips and said, the one with the lower strength was brought back by Baiye. Baiye? Lu Guichen's gaze swept across the crowd and accurately landed on the enchanting beauty, a cold light flashing across his eyes as a cold and gloomy aura burst forth from his mind. Among the crowd, Baiye screamed miserably, clutching her head as she screamed in pain. In an instant, her clothes were soaked in sweat, exposing her exquisite figure to everyone's eyes. No one dared to appreciate this beautiful scene. All the Purple Star cultivators were secretly on edge, not daring to breathe because they knew that Lu Guichen was extremely terrifying when he was angry. I'll spare your life for now. After this crisis is resolved, I'll settle accounts with you. Lu Guichen coldly snorted. Baiye trembled in fear and trepidation as she hurriedly said, many thanks, Master, for sparing my life. Subordinate will definitely atone for this crime. Saying so, her beautiful eyes turned towards Yang Kai, a deep hatred flashing across her eyes. She hadn't expected that this young man she didn't put in her eyes would cause such a big mess. If she had known this would happen, even if she had 10 times the courage, she wouldn't have dared to bring Yang Kai back to the starship and would have killed him in the chaotic abyss long ago. She hated Yang Kai so much that she wished she could skin him alive and let him taste all the torture in the world. Master, the Saint Crystal's energy is not enough. Suddenly, a cultivator hurriedly reported. Lu Guichen's cold eyes suddenly turned towards Yang Kai and Shintu shrugged his shoulders indifferently. I just fired a crystal cannon shot. What are you looking at me for? If you have time to glare at me, you might as well reposition the Saint Crystal. The crystal cannon required an enormous amount of energy. Kumeng had fired it twice before he died, and Shintu had fired it again, almost draining all the Saint Crystal energy in the power room. Now that the starship had to escape the chaotic abyss at full speed, the remaining energy in the Saint Crystal was obviously not enough. There's no time to reposition it. Lu Guichen took a deep breath and shouted, "All cultivators above the second-order Saint Realm, come in and provide power to the starship." Many cultivator wore bitter expressions as they walked in unwillingly, but under Lu Guichen's gaze, they had no choice but to sit in the position where Yang Kai, Shen Tu, and the others had been sitting before, grabbing the shackles with both hands and allowing them to extract their strength, replacing the Saint Crystal's energy with their own Saint Qi. In an instant, the 50 to 60 Saint Realm cultivators trembled in pain. They were in so much pain that they wished they were dead. They kept stuffing pills into their mouths while holding Saint Crystals in their hands to supplement their own consumption. Shen Tu grinned as he watched the Purple Star cultivator endure the torture he had suffered before, seemingly very happy. With the 50 to 60 cultivators providing energy, the starship's speed seemed to increase significantly. But in the next moment, with a loud hum, the starship's speed suddenly slowed down. Not only that, there seemed to be a huge force pulling on the starship, preventing it from moving forward. Under the influence of this force, the starship began to retreat faster and faster. "It's too late. It's too late." Wu Sua's face went ashen as his body trembled like a sieve, muttering unconsciously, "It's all over now." As soon as he said this, the entire starship seemed to have lost control and began flying towards a certain spot in the star field, causing everyone to lose their footing and be thrown around in the power room. "Look outside!" Someone suddenly screamed. Everyone turned their eyes to the window. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as an uncontrollable sense of horror filled the depths of his heart. Outside, the huge stars were erupting with an unimaginable amount of energy. This energy was visible to the naked eye and was extremely rich. Halos of light and ripples spread out from these huge stars, spreading across the entire chaotic abyss. The territory fields created by these stars also exploded, creating a series of chaotic chain reactions. At the very center of the chaotic abyss, a huge black hole that seemed capable of swallowing all things appeared. The Saint King grade high-rank starship everyone was on was rushing towards this black hole. This black hole was like the maw of a great beast, ready to swallow it whole. Sensing the aura of death, whether it was transcendence, saints, or Saint Kings, all of them realized how small and insignificant they were at this moment. In front of this black hole, no one could guarantee they would be safe. Lu Guichen shouted as he tried to command the Purple Star cultivator to stabilize the starship, but to no avail. So this is the real danger of the chaotic abyss. At this critical moment, Shen Tu suddenly said to Yang Kai, "No wonder no one knows about it. Once you see this kind of danger, all you can do is wait for death." "Wait for death?" Yang Kai glanced over at him and coldly snorted, "I won't just sit here and wait for death." "Heh, neither will I. Hey, isn't that Sword Union starship?" Shen Tu pointed out the window and shouted. Yang Kai looked over in that direction and was suddenly speechless. Purple Star's starship was being pulled by the black hole and was quickly rushing towards it. Sword Union starship was no exception. This starship was constantly rotating as it flew towards Yang Kai. As it rotated, the sturdy material outside the starship was constantly being peeled off and sucked into the black hole. Yang Kai estimated that the starship he was on was in the same situation. The two starships were originally fleeing in different directions, but none of them succeeded, both of them being pinned down. If things continued this way, before they were swallowed by the black hole, the two starships would collide. That kind of disaster would definitely be devastating. "Brother, I wish you good luck. I hope you can escape this disaster," Shen Tu said solemnly. Shen Tu said solemnly before immediately sitting down cross-legged. In the next moment, electricity surged from his body and wrapped around him, forming a cocoon around him. He obviously noticed that something was wrong and wanted to use his strongest defense to withstand the force of the collision in order to find a way to survive. Yang Kai didn't pay attention to him and even gave up on Wu Sua, who was originally in his hand. At this time, the people from Purple Star had no time to care about him, everyone was in danger and the situation was chaotic, so no one came to find trouble with him. Yang Kai's expression was dignified as he stared intently at the Sword Union starship approaching from the side. The distance between the two starships was getting closer and closer, and just as the two starships were about to collide, Yang Kai pushed his Saint Qi to the limit. Summoning his saint-grade top-rank silver leaf artifact first, Xianxia transformed it into a silver river that wrapped around his body. At the same time, he also used his 9 heavens divine skills. A series of grand heavenly shields appeared and surrounded Xianxia from all directions. Inside the Purple Star starship, Xianxia wasn't stingy with his Saint Qi. He didn't know how many grand heavenly shields he had condensed, but there were at least 100 of them. The young liquid stored in Xianxia's dantian had also been consumed by more than 20 drops. Next, Xianxia used his demon god transformation, filling his body with evil energy as invisible demon crests appeared on his physique, enhancing his vitality and physical defense. He had done everything he could, and the rest was up to fate. The sound of an earth-shattering collision reached Xianxia's ears, almost tearing his eardrums apart. At the same time, he felt the Saint King grade high-rank starship tremble violently and disintegrate in an instant. Screams rang out one after another as the originally exuberant life auras were suddenly annihilated. At the moment of impact, countless Purple Star cultivator were killed or injured. Xianxia also felt like he was a canoe sailing on a stormy sea, in danger of being overturned at any moment. The grand heavenly shields protecting him shattered one after another, filling the air with a despairing sound. More than 100 grand heavenly shields disappeared in just 2 breaths of time. Then, he saw the cartographer named Wu Sua, driven by habit, fly in front of him and explode into a bloody mist, not leaving behind a corpse. Immediately afterward, a series of cracking sounds rang out from all over Xianxia's body, as if all his bones were being crushed into dust. ****. Fragments of the starship shot out in all directions like lightning as a huge shockwave swept out, carrying with it the power to destroy the heavens and earth. Xianxia felt as if he had been hit by something and immediately lost consciousness. Inside the chaotic abyss, the 2 Saint King grade high-rank starships collided and both shattered into pieces. Sword Union's Purple Star cultivator and the debris were all swallowed up by the huge black hole, leaving no trace behind. After a long time, the chaotic territory field of the chaotic abyss gradually stabilized. As the territory field stabilized, the huge black hole in the star field also gradually shrank and disappeared. Finally, the chaotic abyss regained its calm. No one could have imagined that not long ago, 2 starships had clashed here and the cultivator on both sides had launched a desperate struggle. Xianxia woke up slowly, and the moment he opened his eyes, he saw a 7-colored sky that was so beautiful it was as if he didn't belong to this world. Xianxia tried to move his eyes, but was unable to perceive his own existence. His whole body was in a state of paralysis and he couldn't feel anything. Xianxia began to move his hands and feet, trying to speed up the flow of blood in his body to ease the paralysis. Gradually, pain came from all over his body, as if he had been hit by a mountain from all directions, causing him to grimace in pain. He suddenly recalled everything that had happened to him before he fainted and panted heavily. He rejoiced at the fact that he had survived a calamity. Only then did he suddenly realize that he seemed to be in a state of weightlessness and was falling down at an extremely fast speed. Circulating his strength with great difficulty, Xianxia straightened his body and looked around. Xianxia's eyes sex origin star field SSSS body, SS forces star S Yang star field domain. Xianxia's this continent was extremely strange. As if it was suspended in the air, without any force supporting it. This continent was not small. Xianxia, who was several thousand meters above the ground, estimated that it was as large as the entire Great Han country. The scenery was beautiful, lush, and filled with the fragrance of flowers. Where is this? Xianxia frowned. He knew nothing about the star territory, all he knew was some information he had obtained while chatting with Shen Tu in the power room. However, he knew that this place was definitely not any of the stars in the chaotic abyss. This was because he had seen those stars from afar before, and none of them matched the continent below. The Purple Star starship had an accident in the chaotic abyss, colliding with the Sword Union starship, and then being swallowed by the huge black hole, so how did it end up in this floating continent? In other words, the huge black hole might be a void corridor with a teleportation effect. However, no matter how he looked at it, this place didn't look like a mysterious small world. Instead, it looked more like a strange space in the chaotic abyss. In addition to the huge island-like continent, there was a 7-colored sky in all directions, and the air was filled with rich world energy, making one feel relaxed and happy. It seemed that the rich energy of the chaotic abyss had all gathered here. Yang Kai pondered as he let himself fall. After a while, he suddenly realized that his situation was not good. He could survive that devastating disaster, so naturally, the masters of Purple Star could as well. While he was lost in thought, a number of people woke up near him one after another, looking around blankly. Among them was the beautiful woman named Baiye. Yang Kai secretly hid his body behind a piece of starship debris and began searching for Shin Tuesday. What made him feel regretful was that he did not find Shin-Tu, nor did he know whether he had survived the disaster or not. Up in the sky, many people set up streaks of light and began rescuing their companions who were still alive. Others took advantage of the fact that their enemies were still unconscious to send them into a deep sleep forever. In some places, small-scale battles had already broken out. The people of Purple Star and Sword Union had all fallen into the same place, so naturally, they would not get along well. Yang Kai took advantage of this opportunity to sneak away, trying to get as far away as possible from this place as possible. But as soon as his figure was exposed, a flustered and exasperated shout rang out in his ear, "Little bastard, where do you think you're going?" The first thing Baiye did when she opened her eyes was to look for Yang Kai. Because of Yang Kai, she was blamed by Lu Guichen and suffered a divine sense attack from him, almost leaving behind some internal injuries. She hated Yang Kai to the bone. As soon as Yang Kai made a move, she noticed it. As she spoke, a dragon bone whip suddenly appeared in Qian Jade's hand. This dragon bone whip was obviously of extraordinary grade, like an azure dragon emerging from its lair. In the next instant, the figure of a giant dragon appeared in the air and a series of indestructible wind blades shot towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai had no intention of being entangled with her and simply sent out a palm strike towards the dragon bone whip, using the rebound force to quickly fly downwards. Humph! A cold snort suddenly sounded nearby and Yang Kai paled. Turning his head, he found that the Saint King Realm Master named Lu Guichen had at some point appeared beside him. He stared at Yang Kai indifferently and ruthlessly, as if he was looking at an ant, then stretched out his hand and grabbed towards Yang Kai. Lu Guichen's movements were not fast, but Yang Kai found that in front of him, he actually felt an irresistible sense of defeat, as if this man only needed to send out a single divine sense to destroy his mind. Yang Kai was horrified. The next moment, Lu Guichen caught Yang Kai in his hand and asked coldly, "Where is Grandmaster Wu Suo?" Before the starship's accident, the closest person to Grandmaster Wu Suo was Yang Kai. Lu Guichen had only taken the initiative to find Yang Kai because he wanted to ask about Wu Suo. Otherwise, with his status and strength, how could he lower himself like this? "He's dead." Although he had already guessed this, when he heard Yang Kai's answer, Lu Guichen's expression still darkened. Now that their Purple Star cultivator was trapped in this place, their only hope was a chart master, because only a chart master had the most knowledge of the star territory and was most likely to find a way out. As such, Lu Guichen lost interest in Yang Kai and tossed him to Baiye. "If something goes wrong this time, you'll have to end your own life." Lu Guichen coldly snorted. "Master can rest assured, I will definitely suck his blood essence dry and let him die without a burial." Baiye ground her teeth, her beautiful face filled with a crazed light, like a viper or a scorpion. Saying so, her beautiful eyes glared towards Yang Kai, as if she couldn't wait to suck Yang Kai dry right now. Yang Kai wore a bitter expression and didn't say a word. He couldn't use his strength at this moment. He didn't know what Lu Guichen had done to him, but he couldn't use his strength at all. Yang Kai's physical strength was just a bit stronger, but he wasn't Baiye's opponent at all. It wasn't until this moment that Yang Kai clearly realized the huge gap between the Saint King Realm and the Saint Realm. Moreover, this Lu Guichen wasn't an ordinary Saint King. In this realm, he must have extremely high attainments, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to capture Yang Kai so easily. Baiye grabbed Yang Kai and didn't pay any attention to the others, flying all the way down and landing on the floating continent a short time later. She took a deep breath of the fresh air of this continent, enjoying the joy of surviving a calamity as well as the palpitations of escaping death, her full breasts heaving up and down in an exaggerated manner. Her dress was also quite bold and unrestrained, the lapels of her robes were wide open, revealing a large expanse of tender white skin and charming cleavage. "Why don't we discuss this?" Yang Kai suddenly asked. Little brat, don't waste your breath, Baya sneered. No matter what, you won't be able to escape this time, I'll definitely eat you up. Xianxia shrugged his shoulders and motioned to the front. Those from Sword Union who are still alive have also come down. You'll probably have to fight soon, so I'll help you kill them, but you won't touch me, how about it? When did I touch you? Baya seemed to become angry out of shame as she swept her eyes over him disdainfully. Besides, you're just a first-order saint, who can you kill? Why don't you take a look at yourself first? I killed Kameng, Xianxia said lightly. Baya couldn't help curling her lips as she stared at him in shock. Kameng was too careless, wasn't he? She obviously believed that the reason Kameng was killed by Xianxia was because he was too careless, not because Xianxia was skilled enough to kill him. No matter what, I won't believe you. This old lady has never been deceived by a man before, you're the first. Baya sneered, so, when the situation stabilizes, elder sister will take good care of you, I won't let you down. She grit her teeth as she spoke, seemingly holding a grudge. Xianxia shook his head and stopped talking nonsense with her, instead beginning to examine his own condition. After a quick investigation, Xianxia was surprised to find that he wasn't seriously injured. Because his bones had been fused with the unyielding golden skeleton of the great demon god, they were exceptionally strong, so he hadn't suffered any damage in the disaster just now. Only his 5 viscera and 6 organs had been displaced and there were many bruises and scars all over his body. These were all minor injuries, and with Xianxia's current restorative ability, he didn't even need to take any pills and would be fully healed in half a day. The only problem was the seal Lu Guichen had placed on him. The yuan qi in his meridians seemed to have been shackled and couldn't flow freely, but his spiritual energy wasn't affected. It was probably because Lu Guichen felt that Xianxia's strength was too low and wasn't worthy of being treated seriously. This gave Xianxia a glimmer of hope. If he could use his spiritual energy, he could find an opportunity to escape. He wasn't afraid of Baya, what he feared was a Saint King realm master like Lu Guichen. When he was looking down from the sky just now, Xianxia knew that this continent wasn't very large, so if he couldn't escape without leaving a trace, once they started searching, there would be no place for him to hide. After pondering for a while, Xianxia made a decision in his heart. Next, he immersed his consciousness into his knowledge sea. As soon as he entered his knowledge sea, Xianxia's soul avatar was stunned. This was because he had discovered that balls of divine soul energy had appeared in his sea of consciousness at an unknown time. Roughly counting, there were at least 40 to 50 balls of divine soul energy, and the energy contained within them varied in strength. Xianxia was stunned. Then he suddenly realized that these spiritual energy masses should have been left behind by the cultivator who had died beside him during the disaster. The demon eye of annihilation not only could purify the souls of others, but it could also autonomously draw in the spiritual energy left behind by others after they died. These things must have been drawn into his knowledge sea by the demon eye of annihilation while he was unconscious. This was really an unexpected gain. There wasn't enough time, so Xianxia didn't carefully investigate the spiritual energy masses suspended above his knowledge sea, only giving them a cursory examination. Most of these spiritual energy masses belonged to a Saint Realm cultivator, but among them, Xianxia actually found a mass of spiritual energy that belonged to a Saint King Realm master. Xianxia couldn't help paling. Even a Saint King Realm master didn't survive that disaster, so it was obvious just how destructive the collision of the 2 starships had been when they were swallowed by the black hole. Those who were still alive today should be grateful that their luck was not as bad as the Saint King Realm master. Baya's soul avatar. Spiritual energy masses of these spiritual energy masses, so he could only wait and wait until he had an opportunity to absorb them later. The comprehension of the heavenly way and martial Tao of a Saint King Realm cultivator was something Xianxia was looking forward to seeing. When Xianxia avatar's avatar Xianxia, he's TSS star, Nth's purple star's cultivator and Sword Union's cultivator were entangled in groups of 3 or 4. None of them had yet to recover from the disaster and were now venting their anger on the other side, fighting to the bitter end. Lu Guichen was also entangled by a dignified and mature beautiful woman. This beautiful woman exuded a noble and graceful aura, but her strength was surprisingly high, not inferior to Lu Guichen in the slightest. She held a square sword box in her hand and from this sword box shot out a series of powerful rainbow lights towards Lu Guichen. These rainbow lights flickered in and out, varying in length and shape. Clearly, they were all high-grade sword artifacts. Lu Guichen didn't dare show the slightest carelessness when facing this beautiful woman. Wearing a set of golden armor, he held a short spear in his hand. This short spear exuded a strong energy fluctuation, giving him the appearance of a powerful general. Golden light danced in the air and clashed with the incoming swords. The two sides fought mid-air, exchanging blows back and forth, creating a lively scene. All the Purple Star and Sword Union cultivators stayed far away from the battlefield, fearing they would be caught up in it. Yang Kai's eyes wandered around the battlefield, trying to find an opportunity to escape. While looking around, he turned to Baya and asked, "They're really fighting, don't you need to help?" Baya glanced over at him and giggled, "You want to find a chance to escape? My strength has been sealed, where can I run to? Don't worry, just go fight, I'll wait here for you. A woman like you, I also want to taste what it's like." "Is that so?" Baya's face suddenly glowed, becoming even more alluring, her red lips quivering slightly as her breasts rippled like a mountain, creating a mesmerizing wave that would make anyone who looked at her feel intoxicated, leaving no doubt that there was an amazing elasticity hidden in her body. Her smile disappeared as she stared coldly at Yang Kai. "Don't waste your time, I won't give you a chance. I'd rather watch the battle from here than let you escape." "Why bother?" Yang Kai slowly shook his head, feeling helpless. Baya had made up her mind not to relax her surveillance of him, so there was nothing he could do. At that moment, two beautiful white figures suddenly flew past in front of them, seemingly chasing a Purple Star cultivator. When they passed by Yang Kai and Baya, a soft voice called out. Immediately, the two of them stopped at the same time and turned to look at Yang Kai in amazement. The older woman showed a look of pleasant surprise. "How come it's you?" "It's you?" Yang Kai raised his brow. These two women were none other than the first group of cultivators he had encountered when he arrived in Star Territory, Xianxia and He Miao of Sword Union. Seeing them, the corners of Yang Kai's mouth curled slightly. He suddenly discovered that the situation was not as bad as he had imagined. "You're here. So, Sword Union's people found you?" Yang Kai asked casually. "N." He Miao nodded heavily and said cheerfully, "Not long after we separated from you, Master brought some people to find us, but those Purple Star people were too hateful and kept chasing after us. As a result, all of us ended up here, yet they still wanted to fight, so we decided to accompany them to the end." "Why are you here?" Hizeo was much more mature and quickly noticed that something was wrong. Yang Kai was standing next to a Purple Star cultivator, and although there were no signs of abuse, his strength was obviously sealed. He was under the control of his opponent. The Purple Star woman, on the other hand, was secretly circulating her strength as if she could attack at any time. "It's a long story." Yang Kai coughed dryly. "You wouldn't be this slut's gigolo, right?" He Miao covered her mouth and exclaimed, a look of disbelief filling her pretty face as her expression became ambiguous and disgusted. Yang Kai was stunned, not having expected He Miao to actually recognize Baya. Only now did he understand that Shen Tu's claim that Baya's beauty was well known was not an exaggeration. "Little girl, you really have no manners." Baya's beautiful eyes flashed a cold light. He Miao calling her a slut obviously angered her. "Didn't your parents teach you how to treat others with courtesy? Bah, who in Star Territory doesn't know about your affairs, yet you still have the nerve to talk about manners? Do you have any manners at all?" He Miao snorted as she waved the long sword in her hand, drawing a sword flower as she shouted, "Elder sister, let's not waste words with him, let's go." Hizeo didn't say a word, gently nodding as she signaled to Yang Kai with her eyes. Together with her younger sister, the two of them covered their tender bodies in sword light and rushed forward. Before they even arrived, a biting cold sword chi swept out like a cold winter wind, causing the ground to crack as a series of sword scars appeared. Baya shouted and lashed out with her dragon bone whip, summoning the phantom of an azure dragon that opened its bloody maw towards the two sisters. At the same time, a series of wind blades were sent towards Hizeo and He Miao's delicate necks. The three figures were instantly entangled together. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yang Kai quickly escaped. Baya was just a third-order saint, Hizeo was also in the same realm, and although He Miao was slightly weaker, she was still a second-order saint. With the two sisters working together, Baya would definitely not be able to win. As such, he wasn't worried about the safety of Hizeo and Himiao at all. Right now, Yang Kai's main concern was to escape as quickly as possible. Yang Kai's speed was extremely fast, and although he couldn't use his Saint Chi, the strength of his physique allowed him to escape from the chaotic battlefield in just a few breaths. Finding a secluded place, Yang Kai sat down cross-legged and vigilantly tried to circulate the Saint Chi in his body to resolve the seal Lu Guichen had placed on him. The battle between the Purple Star and Sword Union Cultivator continued. Both sides had a deep hatred for each other and neither was willing to back down. More and more cultivators were being killed, their corpses strewn across the battlefield. Yang Kai just stood on the sidelines and stayed out of this. Fortunately, no one came to find trouble with him. Suddenly, his eyes turned towards a certain direction and a strange look appeared on his face. There, a gray-haired old man in a blue robe was searching for something. He was indifferent to everything around him and was simply searching the area where the starship fragments had fallen. From time to time, he would pick up a piece of the starship fragment from the ground and knock it with his hand, nodding with satisfaction. The ring on his finger flashed and he put it away into his space ring. After a short while, he had collected several dozen pieces of the starship. These pieces were of different sizes, but all of them were of good quality. To be able to survive such a disaster, these materials were at least refined from St. King grade high-rank ores. As he picked up the starship fragments, he would occasionally mutter to himself and laugh a few times, seemingly very satisfied. Such a strange person shuttling through the chaotic battlefield naturally attracted the attention of many people. However, Yang Kai was surprised to find that whether it was the cultivator from Purple Star or the cultivator from Sword Union, they all wanted to find trouble with him. No matter who approached within 10 meters of him, they would be pushed back by an invisible force. The cultivator who had gone to find trouble with him immediately realized that this old man was not to be trifled with and quickly retreated, no longer daring to approach him. As such, Yang Kai continued to collect the starship fragments peacefully. The strange behavior of this old man finally attracted the attention of the real masters. Lu Guichen and the beautiful woman from Sword Union, who were fighting in the sky, retreated at the same time, opening up some distance between them, exchanging glances with each other while paying close attention to the old man below. This strange old man gave Lu Guichen and the beautiful woman from Sword Union an unusual feeling, so although the two of them had stopped fighting, they were still silently paying attention to this old man. "Yu Shi, you and I are old acquaintances, we both know that neither of us can do anything to the other. How about we end today's battle here? I think whether it's your people or mine, both of them need to recover." Lu Guichen crossed his hands behind his back and said to the beautiful woman from Sword Union. The beautiful woman named Yu Shi hesitated for a moment before gently nodding. "Good. I knew you'd be easy to talk to." Lu Guichen laughed, taking the lead to put away his golden armor and his short spear, frowning as he said, "Yu Shi, I have a question I have to ask." "If you have something to say, then say it." Yu Shi's pretty face showed a trace of impatience, her tone also quite impolite. Lu Guichen curled his lips disdainfully, stretching out his hand and pointing down. "Is this old man from your Sword Union? Why haven't I seen him before?" When he asked this, Yu Shi's expression suddenly became strange as she asked suspiciously, "He's not one of your people?" Lu Guichen was startled and slowly shook his head. The two of them looked at each other and suddenly their eyes lit up, shouting at the same time, "There was someone here before?" As soon as these words fell, the two of them turned into streaks of light and rushed towards the old man who was picking up the debris of the starship below. Where this place was and what kind of dangers lurked, neither Lu Guichen nor Yu Shi knew. But at this moment, right under their noses, a native had suddenly appeared. They naturally wanted to gain the upper hand by making the first move. They wanted to snatch this old man and get the information here before the other party. In this kind of unknown place, if they had enough information, they might be able to gain an absolute advantage. This was something they knew better than anyone else. As such, without saying a word, the two of them attacked simultaneously. The auras of two St. King Realm Masters spread out in all directions, far stronger than when they were fighting just now. Both of them revealed an aura that indicated they were determined to win. Lu Guichen and Yu Shi had known each other for many years and knew each other very well. Their strength was roughly equal, so the two of them rushed up to the old man almost at the same time, each of them grabbing one of the old man's arms and staring at each other, neither willing to back down. The old man had just picked up a piece of starship debris, but before he could put it into his space ring, he was suddenly struck dumb and his body stiffened in place, unable to move. Then, his expression became strange as a look of interest appeared on his face. While the two Saint King Realm Masters were confronting each other, Yang Kai casually put the starship fragment into his space ring. This strange action stunned Lu Guichen and Yushi at the same time, but in the next moment, they realized that something was wrong. This old man was either a madman or a very capable person who didn't care about the two of them at all. He didn't put them in his eyes at all. The latter was more likely. As such, Lu Guichen and Yushi both let go, wanting to get away from this strange old man. However, at that moment, a crazy suction force suddenly emerged from the old man's body and it was as if his body had turned into a swamp that Lu Guichen and Yushi were unable to extricate themselves from. In the next moment, the two of them felt their Saint Chi rapidly drain and pour into the old man's body. The two of them were horrified and Yushi even screamed. As the strength of the two of them was absorbed, the old man's complexion became more and more ruddy, as if he had been greatly nourished. Even his white hair gradually became glossy and dark. The old man grinned towards the two of them silently and mysteriously. Only then did an extremely dangerous aura emerge from the old man's body. As this aura spread out, everyone couldn't help shivering and stopping what they were doing. Everyone seemed to hear the sound of ghosts crying and wolves howling in their ears as a cold wind blew. This old man's aura alone was enough to make everyone feel as if they had fallen into the 9 hells of purgatory, experiencing a mental torture worse than death. You two little things are looking down on people too much. This old man hasn't seen such a lively scene for many years. This time, I'll spare your lives. If you dare to do it again, I'll definitely make your soul scatter. The old man laughed maliciously. His body shook, and an incomparably huge impact burst out from his body. Lu Guichen and Yushi both screamed as they were sent flying backwards, like kites whose strings had been cut, coughing up a mouthful of blood as they flew through the air, their expressions becoming sluggish and dispirited. Being crazily absorbed by the old man, they almost died on the spot. Steadying themselves, they turned to look at the old man again, their eyes filled with horror. Yang Kai's eyes also trembled violently, almost unable to believe what he was seeing. Lu Guichen's heaven-defying cultivation was something he had personally experienced. In front of Lu Guichen, he had no room to resist at all. Lu Guichen was at least a second-order Saint King, possibly even a third-order Saint King. But such a master in front of this strange old man was no different from a 3-year-old child. What kind of cultivation did this old man have? Yang Kai couldn't even begin to imagine. Right, it's rare for so many people to come here, tell your people to stop fighting. If one of them dies, it'll soon be deserted again, the old man thought for a moment before suddenly ordering. Lu Guichen and Yushi stared at him blankly for a moment before nodding quickly, "We'll obey senior's instructions." After witnessing the strength of this old man, they no longer dared to act rashly. This was because they all knew that if this old man wanted to, he could easily kill everyone here. His strength was not something they could resist. Even if you die, you can't let it go to waste, I'll let you in. The old man seemed to be muttering to himself. With a flick of his hand, a pitch-black flag suddenly appeared. This flag exuded a gloomy aura, and many illusory figures of people and beasts could be vaguely seen surging within it. These figures were clearly soul avatars, and each one of them was incomparably powerful, causing one's heart to palpitate. All of them were bound to this flag and seemed to have lost their consciousness, turning into bloodthirsty and cruel resentful spirits. As the flag fluttered in the wind, the sound of ghosts crying and wolves howling filled the air. A series of translucent soul avatars emerged from the bodies of the dead cultivator, and as if they were being summoned, they all rushed towards the flag. A short time later, the black flag had accepted 30 to 40 cultivator soul avatars. As if a stone had been thrown into a calm lake, ripples began to appear on the surface of the black flag. The resentful spirits that had been bound to it began to surge madly, competing to devour the new soul avatars that had just entered. The sound of chewing was incessant, directly reaching one's soul. In the blink of an eye, the several dozen soul avatars belonging to the Purple Star and Sword Union cultivator were completely devoured, as if they had never existed. The gloomy aura emanating from the black flag thickened a little. If you dare to cause trouble again, I'll take you all in. The old man looked around with a sinister smile and put away the black flag. Everyone's face was pale, and no one dared to answer. After witnessing the scene just now, how could they dare to act rashly? After death, even one's soul would be devoured. This was even more terrifying than death. So, everyone became obedient and restrained their strength. Find a place to live and familiarize yourself with the environment first. And, I have to tell you that there is no danger here, and there are plenty of resources and world energy, very suitable for cultivation. Do not approach within 50 kilometers of that mountain. That is where this old master lives, and anyone who dares to approach will have to bear the consequences. The old man then pointed at a nearby mountain peak and spoke endlessly as if he hadn't spoken for many years. Only then did he float away and disappear in the blink of an eye. Even after he left for a long time, no one dared to make any moves. Everyone was frozen in place. Everyone's hearts were beating violently, and people were constantly swallowing their saliva. Lu Guichen and Yushi stared at each other from a great distance, speechless for a while. Immediately, they took out pills and stuffed them into their mouths before taking out saint crystals and beginning to restore their strength. After an hour, the two of them stood up one after the other. It wasn't until they moved that the surviving Purple Star and Sword Union cultivator dared to breathe and gather around the two of them. Xianxia, Xianxia. Not far away, a voice called out. Xianxia looked up and saw He Miao waving at him with a pale face. Xianxia stood up and walked over to them. A few dozen meters away, Baya grit her teeth and glared towards him hatefully, but she didn't dare to make any move to stop him. That old man had said that if anyone dared to cause trouble again, he would take their soul avatar into the black flag. Baya didn't dare provoke that old man. Many thanks. Xianxia walked over to Hizeo and He Miao and sincerely thanked them. If it weren't for them restraining Baya just now, he wouldn't have had the opportunity to escape and wait for that old man to show his power. No need, Hizeo shook her head, we owe you. Who was that old man? He scared me to death just now. He Miao patted her chest, a look of lingering fear on her face. Master should have noticed something. Hizeo looked at the beautiful woman Yushi thoughtfully. In any case, with his words, Purple Star's people won't dare act recklessly, so this place is safe for the time being. Xianxia, is your strength sealed? That Lu Guichen must have done something to it, Xianxia nodded. Come with me, I'll take you to see Master and ask him to help you lift the seal on your body. I'll have to trouble you too, Xianxia's eyes lit up. No need to be so polite. He Miao giggled, finally recovering some of her spirit. If you hadn't given me and my elder sister some restorative pills before, we wouldn't have been able to hold on until Master came to save us. We still owe you our lives. Small matter. Kai Yang faintly nodded his head, neither warm nor cold, just like how he would treat a stranger he had met by chance. Following Hizeo and He Miao towards the place where the Sword Union people were gathered, Xianxia soon arrived in front of the beautiful woman Yushi. The Sword Union's Yushi was a middle-aged beauty. She had a voluptuous figure, a graceful waist, and slender legs. The pure white dress that covered her body was just right, and on her chest was the unique sword symbol of the Sword Union. Her delicate body exuded a mature and dignified temperament. The two sisters, Hizeo and He Miao, led Xianxia over to her and called out respectfully. Yushi's face was still a little pale and her white robes were stained red, but after hearing these words, she turned a suspicious look towards Xianxia behind them and asked slightly vigilantly, "Why did you bring someone from Purple Star here?" She had never seen Xianxia before, so naturally, she thought Xianxia was a cultivator from Purple Star. Master, he's not from Purple Star. He Miao walked up and took Yushi's arm, pointing to Xianxia and smiling as she introduced him. He's the one who gave me and my elder sister those crystal stones and pills in the chaotic abyss. His name is Xianxia. It's him? Yushi raised her brow, seemingly a little surprised. When she found Hizeo and He Miao in the chaotic abyss, she had heard the two sisters talk about what had happened during that time and knew that if it weren't for Xianxia providing them with some restorative pills, the two sisters would have long since collapsed. However, she still had some doubts about Xianxia's origins. How could a little first-order saint cultivator run to the chaotic abyss for no reason? Did he have such ability? Thinking so in her heart, Yushi's expression didn't change as she lightly opened her mouth and said, "Young man, thank you for taking care of my two disciples before. Senior is too polite, Xianxia nodded lightly, it was only a slight effort. Good, you provided some help to Xiao and he Miao before, so I'll give you 1,000 Saint crystals as a thank you gift. Saying so, Yushi stretched out her hand and gestured to the side. Immediately, a cultivator came over, looked Xianxia up and down, and asked, Friend, where is your space ring? Xianxia was stunned and shook his head, I don't have such a thing. The cultivator looked at Yushi with some embarrassment. Xianxia didn't have a space ring, so even if he wanted to hand over 1,000 Saint crystals, he couldn't. Yushi frowned and ordered, give him your space ring, it's not something too valuable anyway. Yes. The cultivator nodded, the space ring on his finger ring and handed it over to his companion for safekeeping. A moment later, he took off his space ring and handed it to Xianxia. There are still 1,000 Saint crystals left in here, count, you count. I didn't come here for a reward. Xianxia said with a strange expression. He suddenly felt that Yushi seemed to be in a hurry to get rid of him, fearing that he would continue to stay here. He didn't know why. Then what do you want? Yushi frowned, looking a little displeased. The cultivator who handed over the space ring also grinned and said, Friend, 1,000 Saint crystals is not a small amount. I also gave you a storage artifact, you should be satisfied, right? I said, I don't want a reward. Xianxia also frowned, suddenly realizing that the other party seemed to think he was trying to get something in return. This made him feel very uncomfortable. Master, it's like this. Xiao walked up and said, he has been sealed by Lu Guichen and can't use his strength, so he wants to ask you to help lift the seal. He can't use his strength? Yushi looked at Xianxia in surprise, sweeping him with her divine sense to confirm before saying, let me see. Saying so, she stretched out her hand and pointed towards Xianxia. Xianxia didn't move. Although the other party's misunderstanding made him a little unhappy, the most important thing right now was to lift the seal on his body. So he obediently cooperated. Yushi's finger touched Xianxia's forehead and a stream of energy flowed from her finger into Xianxia's body. He didn't know why, but Kai Yang suddenly had a wonderful feeling. Wherever the energy flowed, he felt extremely comfortable, and his whole body involuntarily relaxed. In the next moment, Xianxia's face changed, as if he had been struck by lightning, his body trembling as he retreated a few steps, avoiding Yushi's finger as he stared at her gloomily. This woman. Just now, she had actually secretly inserted a strand of divine sense into his sea of consciousness. If he hadn't reacted quickly and sealed off his knowledge sea, Xianxia estimated that the secrets of his knowledge sea would have been exposed to her. In Xianxia's knowledge sea, there was the six-colored soul-warming lotus, his conflagrated knowledge sea, and the demon eye of annihilation that had merged with his body. No matter which one it was, he could perfectly hide them normally, but once someone spied on his knowledge sea, he could no longer hide. Regardless of what Yushi's purpose was, she had already violated Xianxia's bottom line. So he immediately avoided her. Yushi's pretty face showed a trace of surprise, seemingly not having expected Xianxia's senses to be so sharp that he was able to perceive her actions. Xianxia, what's wrong? He Miao saw Xianxia's expression change and was shocked, quickly asking. It's nothing, Senior's cultivation is too high, so I couldn't bear the force that entered my body, Xianxia explained casually, not telling the truth because it wouldn't benefit him at all. Yushi was startled for a moment before smiling, my hands and feet were too heavy, causing you to be frightened. Master, has the seal on his body been broken? Xiao asked with concern. Yushi shook her head and said bitterly, if it was before, I could have undone it, but I was injured by that old man just now, so I am temporarily unable to undo the seal on his body. Xiao and He Miao suddenly showed a look of disappointment before turning to Xianxia, the two sisters both wearing apologetic looks. It's nothing, if you can't undo it then forget it. Xianxia wasn't disappointed at all, reaching out and taking the space ring from the cultivator next to Yushi, cupping his fists and saying, in any case, many thanks for Senior's kindness and generous gift. Saying so, he turned around and left. Xianxia, don't worry, Master will be able to help you after a few days of recovery. He Miao called out innocently, but receiving no response, she couldn't help but pout, why does he seem a little angry? This little brat is very suspicious. The cultivator next to Yushi stared at young Kai's back. According to what two junior sisters said, he should be wandering the chaotic abyss, so how could he be with someone from Purple Star? For him to appear here, he was clearly on Purple Star's starship. On top of that, he's just a little first-order Saint cultivator. Why would Lu Guichen spend so much effort to restrain his strength? What do you mean? Hizeo looked at the man. The cultivator grinned meaningfully. I just think that two masters shouldn't have been deceived by him, right? Perhaps he really is someone from Purple Star who pretended to accidentally meet you in the chaotic abyss and then inquired about information from you. I remember you saying that you met him twice, right? So what? Hizeo's brow furrowed. Nothing, junior sister, don't be angry, I just wanted to remind you. You've been cultivating with Master all this time and haven't come out much. The outside world is chaotic, the man explained with a smile, as if he really was just casually saying this. Elder sister, he wouldn't really be someone from Purple Star, right? Hearing what her brother said, Himiao also became a little suspicious. Unlikely, Hizeo shook her head slowly. Hizeo slowly shook her head. The two times she had met young Kai, he had not inquired about any important information from her and her sister, and the second time they had met, he had even given them some crystal stones and pills for free. If he really was someone from Purple Star, there was no need for him to do such a thing. All he needed to do was leak the news to Lu Guichen and they wouldn't have been able to wait for their master to arrive. As such, she didn't believe her brother's speculation. There's nothing wrong with being careful, Yushi said. Master. Hizeo looked at Yushi strangely, seemingly wanting to say something but hesitating. What do you want to say? No, nothing, Master, you should rest first. Hizeo swallowed the words she was about to say. She originally wanted to ask her master if she really couldn't lift the seal on young Kai's body, but she couldn't bring herself to ask. Looking at the lonely figure of young Kai leaving, Hizeo couldn't help feeling a little upset. Strictly speaking, young Kai had saved her and her sister's lives, something that a single space ring and 1,000 saint crystals couldn't offset. Sighing faintly, Hizeo winked at her sister and the two of them quietly walked out. After the two sisters left, Yushi, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, suddenly opened her eyes and said to the cultivator, Wei Wu, pay attention to that young man's movements, don't let Hizeo and Himiao have too much contact with him, I think there's something wrong with him. Wei Wu's eyes lit up and he quickly cupped his fists. Yushi's beautiful eyes became deep as she whispered softly, why is he so strange? The moment her divine sense pierced into young Kai's knowledge sea, she suddenly felt a sense of panic, but because young Kai had sealed his knowledge sea in time, that feeling had only lasted for a moment, so Yushi hadn't noticed it too clearly. She didn't know what kind of secrets were hidden in his knowledge sea. However, after this incident, his origins became even more thought-provoking. Yushi had no choice but to act cautiously, lest her two apprentices really be deceived by this young man. She understood the personalities of her apprentices best, they were kind, didn't cause trouble, and knew how to repay kindness. This young man had saved their lives, so they would definitely want to repay his kindness. If this matter wasn't handled properly, it would definitely be troublesome. Yang Kai stayed away from the Sword Union people and found a place to sit down alone. He felt that it was best for him not to approach Yushi. This beautiful woman was obviously suspicious of his knowledge sea, and her attitude towards him wasn't very good. Purple Star's people didn't dare to provoke him now, so Yang Kai estimated that he would be safe for the time being. Relaxing his mind and body, Yang Kai finally felt the richness of this world's world energy. At the moment, he couldn't use the power in his body or circulate his secret art, but the surrounding world energy still flowed into his body on its own accord, penetrating his skin and merging into his flesh, allowing him to enjoy himself to his heart's content. On this inexplicably strange floating continent, the scenery was picturesque and the world energy aura was extremely dense. Above the entire continent, a thick layer of mist was formed when the world energy aura reached a certain level. The clear spring water flowing from the nearby mountain peak was sweet and clear, and had great nourishing properties, as if this spring water was not ordinary water, but rather spirit liquid. Purple Star had a total of more than 100 cultivators, but after a great battle, both cultivators found a place to sit down and recover. Soon, they were surprised to find that on this floating continent, their recovery speed was several times faster than normal, because the world energy aura here was simply too abundant. All of them were inexplicably excited, thinking that after surviving a great disaster, they were bound to have good fortune in the future, working hard to absorb the world energy around them. Only the strange seven-colored sky made them feel uneasy. The sky was filled with seven-colored mist, making it impossible to see the sun, moon, or stars. It was completely different from where these cultivators had lived before, and this kind of scenery made them feel somewhat at a loss. After a day, most of the cultivators had almost fully recovered. They had also brought a lot of pills with them, and with the rich world energy aura here, their minor injuries were basically healed. Lu Guochen, a purple star, suddenly came to Sword Union's side and, under the hostile and vigilant gazes of the Sword Union cultivator, walked towards Yuxi. Perceiving the sound of footsteps, Yuxi slowly opened her eyes and waited for him to come closer before asking, "What do you want?" Lu Guochen gestured towards the mountain peak not far away and asked pointedly, "Aren't you curious about the identity of that senior?" "So what if I'm curious?" Yuxi's expression was indifferent, not showing much interest. But how could she not be curious? Over the past few days, she had been thinking hard about the identity of this old man, but she couldn't come up with any clues. She believed that Lu Guochen was also thinking about the same problem, and him coming to find her was the best explanation. The black flag used by that senior shouldn't be a nameless artifact, but after thinking about it for 1,000 years, I can't find any artifact similar to that flag used by a master. What do you think? I don't recognize what that flag is either, Yuxi shook her head. As expected, then how about the two of us join forces to investigate it? Join forces with you? Yuxi disdainfully curled her lips. Isn't that the same as asking a tiger for its skin? You can't say that. Lu Guochen didn't care. Lu Guochen didn't care. Now that your Sword Union's people and my Purple Star's people have all fallen here, and there is a powerful senior here, it stands to reason that we should pay him a visit. You think he's here? I don't know, but where there is a will, there is a way. At the very least, you should inquire about his intentions. This won't be a bad thing for your Sword Union, Lu Guochen persuaded. Yuxi frowned and pondered. Lu, you of the sect of this place. Forced by the current situation, she could not refuse Lu Guochen's proposal, so after a while, she gently nodded. All right, I'll go with you to visit that senior. Don't worry, I won't play any tricks this time. You've seen the strength of that senior, I won't act recklessly, Lu Guochen smiled bitterly. Lu Guochen smiled bitterly. A master of that level was almost on par with a star master. Lu Guochen knew that even if there were 10 of him, he wouldn't be their opponent. Yuxi said a few words to the people from Sword Union before standing up and walking with Lu Guochen towards the mountain peak where the old man lived. After the two of them walked away, He Zhao and He Miao glanced at each other before quietly approaching Yang Kai. What happened yesterday made them feel very apologetic, so they had been trying to express their apologies to Yang Kai and comfort him to wait a few days until Yuxi recovered so she could help him lift the seal in his body. However, He Zhao was keenly aware that her master didn't trust Yang Kai very much, so she hadn't tried to communicate with Yang Kai in front of her, lest her master's misunderstanding of Yang Kai deepen. It wasn't until now that she found a suitable opportunity. Just as they were about to leave, the cultivator named Wei Wu suddenly stopped in front of them and asked with a smile, "Where are two junior sisters going?" He Zhao frowned, "Just walking around." Wei Wu smiled and volunteered, "Big brother will accompany you." "No need." He Zhao looked unhappy and decisively refused. Wei Wu shook his head and said, "Junior sister, master just said that we shouldn't act on our own accord because no one knows what dangers are hidden here. The two of you are master's precious pearls. If something were to happen to you, who would bear the responsibility? Let Big Brother accompany you. If something really happens, Big Brother can help you delay it for a while." He put on an awe-inspiring appearance, as if he was willing to sacrifice himself for He Zhao and He Miao, holding his head high and puffing out his chest, pretending to be mature and reliable. "Didn't that senior say yesterday that there was no danger here?" He Miao blinked her big eyes. Who knows if what that senior said was true or false? His strength is profound, so this place probably isn't dangerous to him, but we are different. It is because we don't know the mysteries of this place that master went to inquire about it with Lu Guochen. "Big brother, tell me the truth, does Master have some doubts about Xianxia's origins and identity? Xiao looked at Wei Wu with her beautiful eyes. Why does Junior's sister say that? Wei Wu looked surprised. It's just this feeling. Master gave me the feeling that he didn't want us to have too much contact with Xianxia, and when we brought Xianxia here yesterday, Master seemed to have done something to him, Xiao said bluntly, recalling Xianxia's frightened and angry appearance at that time. If Master hadn't secretly done something to him, he definitely wouldn't have been angry. Wei Wu grinned meaningfully. Junior's sister thinks too much. What kind of character is Master? How could he care about such a small character? Besides, everything Master does is for the good of us disciples, so let's not waste any more time here. If two junior sisters want to go out, please let Big Brother accompany you. I also want to take a look around. No need, we don't want to go. Xiao shook her head, returning to her original position with He Miao and sitting down cross-legged. Wei Wu pinched his nose helplessly and could only sit down to restore himself and pass the time. The movements here didn't escape Xianxia's prying eyes, and although this place was safe for the time being, he was now alone, so it was always right to be careful. In particular, Baiya, that cheap slave from Purple Star, was still eyeing him covetously. If it weren't for the deterrence of that mysterious old man, she would have already attacked him. As such, Xianxia had been paying attention to the movements of the two cultivator groups. He saw Lu Guichen and Yu Shi leave together, and he also saw Xiao and He Miao come to his side but were stopped by the male cultivator. Although he didn't know the details, he could vaguely guess what was going on. Suddenly, a strange sound came from not far away, causing Xianxia to turn his head and stare blankly. Immediately standing up with a strange expression, he approached the source of this sound. A moment later, he came to a nearby bush and called out, "Shentu?" Shentu's head poked out from the side of the bush and quietly waved to Xianxia before quickly shrinking back. Xianxia couldn't help laughing and walked over to him, frowning slightly as he asked, "What are you doing?" "Hiding from those people, of course." Shentu replied in a low voice, grinning widely, "Brother, it's good to see you again. I thought the two of us were dead for sure this time, but I didn't expect we would both survive. The two of us are really lucky." After saying these words, he began gasping for breath, his face pale. Only then did Kaiyang notice that this guy's injuries from yesterday's disaster were much more serious than his own. There was a pool of blood on his abdomen and his clothes were torn. It was obvious that something had pierced through his body and then forcibly pulled it out. There were also traces of flesh and blood on his square face, making him look incomparably ferocious. "You're a bit miserable." Xianxia squatted down. Shentu's face became bitter as he shouted, "That's right, I didn't think anything of it before, but now that you mention it, I suddenly feel like I'm a bit miserable." "Why are you unharmed?" "It's just luck. How did you end up like this?" Xianxia shrugged his shoulders. "How should I know? When the starship was destroyed, I fell unconscious directly. When I woke up, I found myself here. Fortunately, the starship fragment didn't pierce my vitals, otherwise brother would have to collect my corpse," Shentu muttered, grimacing in pain as cold sweat dripped down his back. "Didn't you take any pills?" Xianxia asked in amazement. Looking at Shentu's appearance, it seemed he hadn't been able to recover properly. "My things were snatched away by those bastards from Purple Star long ago, how could I have any pills? Even my artifacts are gone." "If I had some kind of artifact, I wouldn't have ended up like this," Shentu said angrily. "Brother, do you have any pills?" Xianxia nodded, pretending to take something out of his space ring, but in reality, he was taking out a healing saint pill from the demon mystic tome. "Oh, a saint pill with pill veins?" Shentu's eyes lit up and he hurriedly accepted the saint pill. It seemed that such a pill was also a good thing for him, so he didn't hesitate to swallow it, gasping for breath as he said, "Give me some time, I should be able to recover." "Sit down and meditate, I'll keep an eye out for you," Xianxia took the initiative to propose. Now that he and Shentu were on the same side, it was only natural for him to help him out a little. "Should I stay a little further away?" Shentu stared off into the distance with some worry. "If we're discovered by Purple Star or Sword Union?" "Don't worry, they won't dare act rashly right now." "What do you mean?" Shentu was puzzled. He seemed to know nothing about the old man who had appeared yesterday. Shentu guessed that when that old man appeared, he was still in a comatose state. Yang Kai immediately gave a brief account of the old man's story. When Shen Tu heard this, his expression changed greatly as he muttered under his breath, "Doesn't that mean that old fogey is at least an origin returning realm master? No, that's not right, he should be even higher." Muttering to himself, Shen Tu's expression became particularly interesting. Origin returning realm? Yang Kai was stunned. Above the Saint King realm is the origin returning realm, and above that is the origin king realm. I told you before, every cultivation star has a star master, and every star master is an origin king realm master. What was the highest cultivation level of the cultivator on the continent you came from? Third order saint. What a low-level continent, I wonder which corner of Star's territory they're located in. Shen Tu spat disdainfully, however, there are indeed many such continents in Star's territory. They don't even have the ability to explore Star's territory, so their descendants can only remain trapped on their own continents, unable to see the wonders of Star's territory. These words resonated with Yang Kai. Thinking back to the cultivators of Tongxian realm, they were indeed like this. If what you say is true, then why should I hide? None of them dare do anything to me now. After learning the situation, Shen Tu immediately relaxed and sat down cross-legged on the spot, beginning to dissolve the medicinal efficacies of the Saint Pill. While healing himself, Shen Tu chatted with Yang Kai, inquiring about the current situation. He seemed to be very interested in the old man and constantly asked about his situation. That old man, cough cough asterisk, why did that old senior pick up so many starship fragments? Shen Tu frowned and pondered, but couldn't figure out why. You'll have to ask him that. Hey, Yang Kai, do you think, if we can obtain the protection of that old senior, wouldn't we no longer have to fear Purple Star and Sword Union? Do you have anything that can tempt such a powerful master? Where there's a will, there's a way. Shen Tu smiled mysteriously, just wait, once I recover, I'll see if I can help you unlock the seal in your body. You're currently in such an inconvenient state. Yang Kai gently nodded. Although he didn't have much hope, this was still Shen Tu's good intentions. Both of them fell silent for a moment. Shen Tu began to concentrate on his recovery while Yang Kai could only sit to the side and help him stand guard. About 2 hours later, Lu Guichen and Yushi returned, both of them wearing somewhat helpless expressions. It seemed that things hadn't gone well and had returned to their respective camps. Master, what did Senior say? Wei Wu walked up and asked respectfully. Yushi bitterly shook her head, we didn't even see his face. Ah. Lu Guichen and I were 50 kilometers away from that mountain peak when we sent him a divine sense message, requesting an audience, but he didn't respond. We don't know if he's there or not, Yushi sighed. Dealing with such a mysterious master was really a laborious task. Not knowing his identity, not knowing his origins, and not knowing his cultivation, whether it was Yushi or Lu Guichen, both of them had to act extremely cautiously when meeting him this time. But the result was still disappointing. The only fortunate thing was that although this old man looked ferocious and ruthless, and his aura was extremely evil, he didn't kill at will. Otherwise, on this continent, they wouldn't even have a place to hide. We're going to visit him again tomorrow, let's leave it at that for today. Yushi shook her head and was about to rest when Miao suddenly called out, Master. What's wrong? Yushi turned to look at her. Miao pointed to the sky in the distance, a look of fear appearing on her pretty face, that Senior seems to be coming. Yushi's tender body shook as she quickly looked in the direction Miao was pointing and found that the mysterious old man was quickly approaching them. Her expression immediately became tense as she anxiously exhorted the people from Sword Union while waiting solemnly. Lu Guichen of Purple Star apparently also noticed this and his figure flickered as he arrived beside Yushi, standing side by side with her. The two of them had formed an unreliable alliance. After all, when facing this old man, the pressure they felt was too great. In the blink of an eye, the old man landed in front of Yushi and Lu Guichen. Senior. Lu Guichen immediately cupped his fists and squeezed out a smile. When the two of us went to pay our respects, Senior didn't seem to be at that mountain peak. Do I need to tell you where this old master is? The old man glanced over at Lu Guichen. I wouldn't dare. Lu Guichen's expression changed as he fell silent. Good, I came here this time to ask for something from you. Although this continent is rich in world energy and materials, The only thing that annoys me is that there are no rare ores here. The old man muttered to himself. Lu Guichen's eyes lit up as he quickly asked, "What kind of ores does Senior need? If it's convenient, please tell us, we may have some." Yushi also eagerly looked towards the old man and echoed, "Senior doesn't need to be polite with us." "Of course I won't be polite with you." The old man snorted and said casually, "Space spirit crystals, do you have any?" Lu Guichen and Yushi, who had been looking forward to taking this opportunity to build a good relationship with this old man, couldn't help wearing bitter expressions when they heard him mention space spirit crystals. Lu Guichen awkwardly said, "Senior, if you want other ores, we may have some, but space spirit crystals, they are too rare, we don't have any on us. If Senior needs them, you might as well return to Purple Star's main continent with me, that place is rich in space spirit crystals. My sword union also has some," Yushi quickly added. "You want to win me over?" The old man squinted at them, a strange smile appearing on his face. "Senior is too worried, this junior just wants to invite Senior to visit Purple Star's main continent for a few days, if it is convenient for Senior," Lu Guichen hurriedly explained. "Being a guest is fine, this old master also wants to go out for a walk." The old man put on a very amiable look, a trace of yearning appearing on his face, but in the next moment his expression suddenly became cold. "If this old master could leave this damned place, why would he ask for space spirit crystals from you? Idiot." Lu Guichen and Yushi both wore dumbfounded expressions, not knowing why this old man suddenly became angry, but neither of them dared to answer casually. "What is space spirit crystal?" Not far away, Yang Kai heard the old man shout and asked Shin Tuesday. "It's an extremely precious crystal ore, one that is extremely rare and expensive throughout the entire star territory," Shintu explained casually. "The space ring in your hand was refined using space spirit crystal as the main material." Space rings were refined from space spirit crystals? Yang Kai was stunned, only now understanding why he had always felt that the material of this ring was different from the demon mystic tome. It turned out that they were two completely different materials. Strange, why does this old senior want space spirit crystals? Shintu frowned, and listening to what he just said, it seems he has been trapped here for many years. On the other side, the old man cursed and scolded Lu Guichen and Yushi for a while, but he still refused to give up. The two of them could only silently endure, their hearts filled with grievances. "Forget it, if you don't have space spirit crystals, hand over your space rings to me," the old man ordered casually. As soon as this statement came out, whether it was the Purple Star cultivator or the Sword Union cultivator, both of their expressions changed greatly. "Don't worry, I don't want the garbage in your rings, I only want your space rings," the old man added. Lu Guichen and Yushi glanced at each other, not knowing what to do. "Hand them over to me, or die," the old man shouted impatiently. "Although this old master doesn't want to kill you, I don't want anyone to disobey me." Perceiving that this old man's attitude was not good, Lu Guichen smiled bitterly and waved to the Purple Star cultivator, asking him to come over and hand over his space rings. Yushi saw Lu Guichen compromise and could only compromise. The space rings were collected by Lu Guichen and Yushi and handed over to the old man. After a short while, the old man had collected over 100 space rings. Immediately after, he waved his hand and scattered all the things stored in the hundreds of space rings. In front of him, a small mountain immediately appeared. In that hill, there were countless saint crystals, bottles of spirit pills, precious spirit grasses, spirit medicines, rare ores, martial arts secret tomes. All kinds of things were dazzling to the eye, making it difficult to take in. Such a large sum of wealth made everyone's eyes burn with desire. The old man only glanced at those things and didn't have the slightest intention of being tempted. He faintly ordered, "Take the things back yourselves. Behave yourselves. If anyone dares to snatch something that doesn't belong to them, this old man will make them behave themselves." "Yes, senior," Lu Guichen quickly expressed. "Good, do you have any more space rings?" The old man looked around for a while before his cold eyes suddenly stared at Yushi's hand and sneered, "Woman, do you want to die?" Yushi clutched the space ring on her hand and said with a bitter expression, "Senior, can you leave one for me to hold my things? Here, you have no use for space rings." Saying so, the old man directly stretched out his hand towards Yushi. Yushi, who was a saint king, couldn't even summon up any thoughts of resistance before the ring on her hand was snatched away by this old man. Her expression was extremely bitter. The old man waved his hand and scattered the things inside the ring. Sweeping his eyes over them, he was suddenly attracted by a token. Reaching out and grabbing this token, he looked at it for a while and couldn't help calling out, "A star sect command? No wonder you didn't want to hand over your ring, it turns out you obtained a star sect command." A star sect command. Lu Guichen couldn't help muttering, his originally gloating eyes suddenly becoming hot as he stared greedily at the token in the old man's hand, a look of excitement appearing on his face. The looks in the eyes of the numerous martial practitioners also changed. Their gazes were all fixed on the star sect command with burning desire. "Senior, this token." Yushi pursed her dry red lips, her tone low and pleading. The old man didn't say a word and simply tucked the star sect command into his sleeve. It seemed that this token was also quite valuable to him. Yushi's voice came to an abrupt halt. She knew that now that the token had fallen into the hands of this old man, she would never be able to get it back. Her mood suddenly became extremely depressed, as if she had lost something precious. On the floating continent, the old man left, leaving behind a group of Purple Star and Sword Union cultivators, all at a loss. Especially those from Sword Union, all of them looked as if their parents had just died, their expressions filled with grief and indignation. Yushi's pretty face was twisted as she stared in the direction the old man left, not daring to say anything. Lu Guichen glanced over at her and laughed, "Now that's good, everyone fought over it, but in the end it all ended up being a wedding dress for someone else." "You dare say that?" Yushi turned her head sharply and glared at him, grinding her teeth. "If it weren't for your Purple Star chasing after my two disciples, they would have already returned to Sword Star with their star sect tokens. They wouldn't have broken into the chaotic abyss and we wouldn't have fallen here, forced to act according to others' wishes. This is all your fault." Lu Guichen's face became cold. "You're mistaken, the place where your two disciples found their star sect tokens was on one of my Purple Star's continents. Strictly speaking, they belong to my Purple Star. I haven't even asked you for the crime of stealing them, yet you want to accuse me? Lu Guichen, you'd better remember this, if one day I manage to escape from here, I'll make sure you suffer eternal damnation." Yushi shouted bitterly, blaming Purple Star for the theft of her star sect command. "If you can escape, then we'll talk." Lu Guichen sneered, not caring about her threat as he beckoned to the Purple Star cultivator. "All of you, come over here and count the things here, see how much belongs to us. Don't let anyone steal anything else." The several dozen Purple Star cultivator immediately rushed over to the mountain-like pile of supplies. Yushi's tender body trembled slightly as she ordered the people from Sword Union to begin counting. More than 100 people suddenly gathered together and began searching for their own things. "A star sect token, it's actually a star sect token. Heavens, it's actually a star sect token." Xianxia kept shouting, his face filled with excitement. Since the old man took away the star sect token, Xianxia had become excited and had not calmed down even now. Xianxia sat beside him without saying a word. When he stopped talking, he asked, "What is that thing? Why does it seem like everyone wants it?" "Of course I do." Xianxia shouted, "That's a star sect command we're talking about. Once the Stargate order is out, the territory of the Stargate will submit. That is a great killing weapon. If I can get that thing." He muttered to himself as his eyes flickered. He was like a hungry wolf searching for food in the snow as he imagined all the wonderful things that would happen after he obtained the Stargate command. "I understand now. No wonder Purple Star and the others didn't hesitate to enter the chaotic abyss to chase after Sword Union. So it was for a star sect token. That's right, a single star sect token is indeed enough to attract them to take such risks." Xianxia mused, what a pity, in the end, it was actually taken away by that old monster. Now that it's in his hands, I'm afraid it's impossible to get it back." He looked like he was wringing his hands and sighing, as if the Stargate order belonged to him. Just as Xianxia was about to inquire more about the star sect command, he suddenly discovered that the beautiful woman named Yushi was actually quickly walking towards him. He couldn't help but furrow his brow as he became vigilant. Xianxia didn't feel at ease with this woman. It seemed that because of the treatment she had just suffered, Yushi's expression was quite ugly at the moment. She came straight up to Yang Kai and pursed her red lips, hesitating to speak. What's the matter? Yang Kai frowned. Can you return that space ring of yours to me? You saw what happened just now, that old senior took away all our space rings. We don't have any artifacts to store things with right now, it's very inconvenient, Yushi said somewhat awkwardly. Her attitude towards Yang Kai yesterday wasn't very good, and now she had to take back what she had already given him, so her expression was somewhat unnatural. If she hadn't been forced to do so, she wouldn't have done so. After speaking, she quietly stared at Yang Kai, waiting for his reply. If I remember correctly, this ring was given to me by you yesterday, so it's already mine, Yang Kai said with a strange expression. Yes. Yushi nodded, but we need this ring now, so I want to take it back. Rest assured, as long as we leave here, I'll give you a much better reward, I'll definitely satisfy you, what do you think? I can't refuse, right? Yang Kai smiled indifferently. You can refuse, Yushi's expression was indifferent, and since we're still here, even if you refuse, I won't do anything to you. That is to say, once we leave here, what will you do to me? Yang Kai pondered over the meaning of her words. Yushi didn't admit it, nor did she deny it, simply saying, I can help you undo the seal on your body now, allowing you to restore your strength, so it'll be easier for you to move around. No need. Yang Kai shook his head. After what happened yesterday, it was impossible for him to allow Yushi to use her strength on him again. Saying so, with a flick of his divine sense, Yang Kai poured out the 1,000 saint crystals from his ring, took off the ring on his hand, and tossed it to Yushi. I just want to tell you that the restoration materials I gave Hizeo and He Miao before weren't for your compensation, but I'll keep these 1,000 saint crystals. Now, we don't owe each other anything. Yushi took the ring in her hand, her expression becoming strange, as if she was feeling a little apologetic, lightly opening her lips and saying, without my help, no one here will be able to undo the seal placed by Lu Guichen. Don't bother. Yushi's pretty face changed slightly as she coldly snorted, you don't know how to appreciate kindness. She hadn't expected that her good intentions would be rejected by Yang Kai. In her opinion, this young man should be grateful, after all, this was an unknown continent, and no one wanted to be unable to use their own strength in this place. This made her a little angry, feeling like she had just been given the cold shoulder. In the past, with her status, how could she speak directly to a minor character like Yang Kai? But now that she had fallen into such a difficult situation, she had no choice but to lower herself. Not willing to waste any more words with Yang Kai, she took the space ring and turned to leave. Brother, do you have some kind of grudge with that woman? After Yushi left, Shintu quietly asked, how did you end up provoking her? I didn't provoke her, she was just too suspicious, Yang Kai shook his head, not caring. But she's right, without her help here, you won't be able to undo Lu Guichen's seal. Even if I restore myself, I won't be able to help you, Shintu said helplessly. I'll find a way myself. Forget it, let's not talk about this, it's really annoying. How do we deal with these 1,000 saint crystals? Just leaving them here isn't good, is it? I have these. Yang Kai said, suddenly taking out a number of small bags. Tossing 2 of them to Shintu, he then picked up one of them and began filling it with saint crystals. When the fist-sized saint crystals were placed into the bag, they disappeared as if they had been swallowed whole, causing Shintu to stare dumbfounded and couldn't help asking, what are these things? How come they also have a storage function? Universe bags, they're used as storage artifacts in our world, Yang Kai casually explained. These universe bags were all trophies he had collected before or obtained from adventures. He had stored them inside the demon mystic tome and hadn't used them much, but this time they had come in handy. That mysterious old man had set his sights on the space spirit crystals, so Yang Kai didn't want to expose the secret of his demon mystic tome. If he wasn't careful, the demon mystic tome might be snatched away by that old man. Right now, Yang Kai could only use these universe bags to deceive him. Shintu was amazed, copying Yang Kai's actions and stuffing the saint crystals into his universe bag, smiling as he said, not bad, your low-level world was actually able to develop this kind of artifact. It seems it's not completely useless, it's just that the space inside is a bit too small. He seemed to be very interested in these universe bags and stuffed them into his sleeve after filling them up, saying, these saint crystals are mine, I'll return them to you later. Yang Kai nodded indifferently. The Purple Star and Sword Union cultivator were still sorting out and distributing the small mountain of supplies when Shintu took out some saint crystals from his universe bag and began restoring himself. Yang Kai sat cross-legged next to him and tried to mobilize the power in his body, but his meridians were all sealed and blocked, making it impossible for him to circulate his strength, making him feel helpless. As a last resort, Yang Kai could only immerse himself in his soul avatar and send it into his knowledge sea. Yang Kai was preparing to swallow the spiritual energy first. Several dozen large and small masses of spiritual energy floated in the air above Yang Kai's knowledge sea. These were the souls of the cultivator who had died near him during the recent disaster. Basically, all of them were Saint Realm cultivators, with one of them being a Saint King Realm master. Yang Kai observed them for a while before gathering them together and beginning to mobilize the power of his demon eye of annihilation. A dazzling golden light burst forth, capable of extinguishing anyone's soul. This was a divine technique cultivated by great demon god. With a series of sizzling sounds, the balls of spiritual energy seemed to have been thrown into boiling water. A pitch-black mist-like substance emerged from them and was purified. These were the memories and experiences of the deceased before they died. Yang Kai couldn't absorb these, nor did he dare absorb them, otherwise, his thoughts would become chaotic and he wouldn't even know who he was. In the blink of an eye, several dozen masses of spiritual energy had been purified, leaving behind only the cultivator's unique insights into the heavenly way and martial Tao. Among these masses of spiritual energy, one of them was somewhat different. Under the golden light of the demon eye of annihilation, it actually persisted for a while before being purified. This was the spiritual energy of a Saint King Realm master. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling excited. Looking at it carefully, the nutrients contained in this mass of spiritual energy seemed to be much richer than the others, causing Yang Kai to be overjoyed. Not wasting any time, Yang Kai immediately began to swallow and refine this pure spiritual energy into his knowledge sea, integrating it into his own strength. Time passed by little, and after an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai had almost completely refined these dozens of masses of spiritual energy. He found some problems with them. These cultivators' comprehension of the heavenly way and martial Tao was much deeper and purer than that of a cultivator from Tongxian realm. Their comprehension of the use of strength and principles was also far superior to that of a cultivator from Tongxian realm. This also meant that the combat effectiveness of these cultivator was higher than that of a cultivator from Tongxian realm because they had a deeper understanding of the use of strength. After absorbing these spiritual energy wisps, Yang Kai's understanding of the Saint Realm reached an incredible level and his control over his own strength became far more proficient than before. The benefits were far greater than this though, because every time he swallowed the spiritual energy wisps of others, Yang Kai's spiritual energy would increase in strength, enhancing his own spiritual energy. Although the increase in strength 1 or 2 times was small, it was enough to make his soul several times more powerful than any other cultivator in the same realm. The sea of flames condensed from Yang Kai's spiritual energy also seemed to have become more intense as a result. Yang Kai swallowed the last of these wisps of spiritual energy. However, as he was swallowing one of these wisps of spiritual energy, Yang Kai's expression suddenly became strange and he quickly stopped what he was doing and stared at it blankly. In front of his soul avatar was a wisp of spiritual energy that wasn't too powerful, even weaker than the others, only at the level of a third-order transcendent. This wisp of spiritual energy was left behind by the chart master named Wu Sua after his death. Yang Kai immediately understood because he had seen Wu Sua explode into a bloody mist in front of him, not even his bones remaining. At that time, in the entire starship's power room, only Wu Sua had reached the transcendent realm while the others were all saints. The wisp of spiritual energy left behind by Wu Sua after his death seemed to be somewhat different. Indeed, it was only at the level of a third-order transcendent, weaker than the others, but there was something else hidden inside it, something completely different. Yang Kai condensed his divine sense and probed it. Suddenly, Yang Kai felt as if he had left his knowledge sea and was standing in a vast star field, surrounded by countless stars. These stars exuded a charming and dazzling brilliance, some exuding a vibrant vitality while others were dull and lifeless. Yang Kai's entire being seemed to have become infinitely large at this moment as he stood in the middle of the star field, overlooking the entire starship territory. No corner, no stars, could escape his eyes. These stars seemed to be driven by some kind of mysterious force and were rotating in a very complex pattern, making it impossible for Yang Kai to grasp them. At a glance, Yang Kai was able to see a certain place at the center of this entire starship territory. Some of the stars there seemed to be particularly bright. Some were as red as burning fireballs, some were as white as frost, some had wind energy that had condensed into substance, turning into wind dragons that reached the sky, and some stars were like ancient trees. The chaotic abyss. Yang Kai's shock. He immediately realized that this unique star field he was seeing was the chaotic abyss he had been lost in before. These dazzling stars and surging energies were all too familiar to him. The first place he entered after coming to the star field was the chaos abyss. He had long since memorized the appearance of those stars in his mind, engraving them into the depths of his soul. It was no different from what he was seeing now. But this one was Yang Kai. Wusua's spiritual energy actually contained a star map. Yang Kai was dumbfounded, unable to understand why this was happening. While his divine sense was floating around the star, secretly observing it, the seawater in his knowledge sea seemed to be evaporating, the water level rapidly dropping, and his spiritual energy draining away at an incredible speed. A tearing pain spread from his knowledge sea to his entire body. Yang Kai was shocked and quickly withdrew his divine sense, only then discovering the changes in his knowledge sea. In this short period of time, nearly half of the spiritual energy in his knowledge sea had been consumed. This tearing pain was a sign of excessive spiritual energy consumption, and it seemed to have something to do with the mysteries of the star he had just spied on. Yang Kai took a deep breath and no longer dared to act recklessly, quickly withdrawing his divine sense from his knowledge sea. His consciousness returned to his body. A cold wind blew, and his entire body felt cold. His clothes were drenched in sweat, and his flesh was taut. His body trembled slightly. Shentu, who was sitting nearby, stared at him dumbfounded. Seeing Yang Kai's pained expression, Shentu couldn't help trying to persuade him. Yang Kai, take your time, there's no need to rush. After all, this barrier was placed by a Saint King Realm Master, you won't be able to break it in a short time. He obviously thought that Yang Kai was trying to break through the barrier left behind by Lu Guichen, which was why he was in such a sorry state. I know, don't worry about me. Yang Kai responded casually, quietly taking out a spiritual energy replenishing Saint Pill from the demon mystic tome and stuffing it into his mouth, adjusting his breathing to restore his spiritual energy while pondering. According to Shentu, Wusua was one of the top 3 chart masters in Purple Star, which was why he was qualified to sit on Purple Star's starship and be responsible for guiding the starship's progress and repairing the star. Such a top-level chart master must have his own unique insights into the study of star territory. In addition to spending a small amount of time on cultivation, he must have spent the rest of his life studying the star. However, this couldn't explain why the star still existed after being purified by the soul-extinguishing golden light. The soul-extinguishing golden light could erase all the memories and experiences of a cultivator, leaving behind only pure energy. This was why Yang Kai had only been able to obtain other people's insights into the heavenly way and martial Tao, but not their secret arts and secret scriptures. The knowledge of the star could be regarded as the territory that Wusua had devoted his life to cultivating, so it stood to reason that it should have been purified. However, it was still preserved in perfect condition. This phenomenon was very strange and had never happened before. Yang Kai thought about it for a moment before suddenly thinking of a possibility. This preserved star was not something that Wusua had obtained through his own research, but rather something that he had fused with this star during a fortuitous encounter. It did not belong to Wusua, so it had not been purified. It was of a higher grade than the demon eye of annihilation. Only this possibility could explain the current situation. The more Yang Kai thought about it, the more he felt his guess was correct. Suddenly opening his eyes, Yang Kai looked at Shentu and said, "Let me ask you something." "What?" Shentu looked at him. "How much do you know about that chart master named Wusua? Why are you suddenly asking about him?" Shentu asked with a strange expression, "He seems to be dead, I don't see him here." "Why, did you know him before?" "I don't know him, I'm just curious." Shentu chuckled, "He's not a beautiful woman, so I don't know much about him, but Wusua was a top-level chart master, so I know a few things about him." And it said that this man came from a small force and his family had declined. He didn't have any extraordinary talent in cultivation and only managed to reach the transcendent realm when he was nearly 200 years old. 200 years old and only transcendent realm, he really is a waste. Xianxia knew a lot, so as soon as he opened his mouth, he began chattering away. Xianxia didn't interrupt him, simply listening to this useless information with an indifferent expression. Right, him becoming a chart master is a bit of a legend. Before reaching the transcendent realm, he was just a small character who no one knew about, but after breaking through to the transcendent realm, he suddenly bloomed with amazing brilliance in the territory of Star Realm. The star chart he drew was extremely accurate and could avoid many potential dangers. He was born on a mainland of Purple Star, and after he became famous, he was recruited by Purple Star. He only became a chart master after reaching the transcendent realm? Xianxia's expression changed. And, isn't that strange? Some people have inquired about this, but haven't been able to obtain much information. However, basically everyone thinks that there should be a very powerful chart master secretly teaching wuxia. The reason his cultivation hadn't improved so quickly before was definitely because he had been delayed in studying Star Realm. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become a top-level chart master in such a short time. The profession of chart master is too rare, and it takes a lot of time and effort to cultivate one. Every great force in Star Territory has its own chart master training organization, but those chart masters who can be trained are extremely rare. Xianxia explained with a smile, if you ask a chart master to draw the star chart from one star to another nearby stars, any one of them will be able to do it. However, once the distance is too great, those chart masters will become useless. The star chart they draw won't be able to provide a safe and accurate route. I understand, you can continue cultivating. Xianxia had inquired about the information he needed and wasn't prepared to continue chatting with him, quickly closing his eyes again. Hey, you still haven't told me, why are you inquiring about wuxia? Could it be you want to become a chart master? Xianxia muttered to himself, letting out a laugh, I advise you to give up on that idea. Without a few hundred years of immersion and studying the star territory of Star Realm, it's impossible. The things a chart master needs to master are far too complex. Xianxia ignoring him made Xianxia feel very bored, so he immediately closed his mouth and began silently circulating his secret art. Xianxia's soul avatar appeared in his knowledge sea again, and after communicating with Xianxia, he basically confirmed his previous conjecture. Wuxia really did become a chart master because of a fortuitous encounter, and that fortuitous encounter was the star chart hidden in his soul. With such a star chart, anyone could become a chart master. The reason why wuxia's soul only began to shine after breaking through to the transcendent realm was likely because the amount of spiritual energy required to spy on the mysteries of this star was simply too great, making it impossible for anyone below the transcendent realm to explore it. This was something Xianxia deeply understood. Just now, after only a stick of incense worth of time, he had consumed more than half of his spiritual energy. If it had been a cultivator like wuxia, at most half a cup of tea's time, he would have died from exhaustion. Xianxia didn't have much interest in becoming a chart master, but he was still very interested in the structure of the star territory and the distribution of stars. In the star field, there were many hidden dangers that even Saint King realm masters would flee at the sight of. Chart masters were a group of people who could detect and avoid these dangers in a timely manner. If he could integrate this star chart into himself, Xianxia felt that he would no longer have to worry about getting lost in the star territory. He had suffered a big loss in the chaotic abyss and had always been brooding over it, so he decided to refine this star chart. This was originally wuxia's fortuitous encounter, but now that it had fallen into his hands, Xianxia naturally wouldn't let it go. Back on the floating continent, the people from Sword Union and Purple Star maintained their respective camps, each of them living in peace. Since the mysterious old man came here and snatched the space rings of more than 100 people, he had disappeared for more than 10 days. No one knew what he wanted to do with those space rings, let alone why he wanted to pick up those starship fragments. Xianxia and Xianxia formed an alliance and stayed away from the people from the two great forces. After such a long period of recovery, Xianxia's condition had finally stabilized, and all of his previous injuries had basically been healed. However, because Xianxia had been meditating all this time, he didn't dare to run around. The people from the two great forces began to inquire about the situation of this unknown continent, and after some investigation, they found that, as the mysterious old man had said before, there was no danger here. They didn't find any living creatures here, as if the mysterious old man was the only living being here before they arrived. While they feared this old man, they couldn't help feeling some sympathy for him. Living alone in such a place with no one to communicate with was indeed a dull and tedious thing to do. Lu Guichen and Yuxi also used their star shuttles to fly deeper into the sky, trying to leave this unknown continent and return to star territory, away from this old man. But what made them feel desperate was that no matter how high they flew, no matter how far they flew, they were unable to see the twinkling stars. The seven-colored sky was like a cage that trapped them all on this continent. As time passed, everyone's mood began to become restless. If it weren't for the old man's words before, the two sides would likely have immediately begun fighting. Inside his knowledge sea, Yang Kai's burning spiritual energy wrapped around Wu Sua's soul and began swallowing it. He had been refining this soul for more than 10 days now, but even with the strength of his spiritual energy, he was still unable to completely refine the star. He had underestimated the quality of this star. However, he now saw hope. Wu Sua's divine soul energy had already disappeared, leaving behind only a cluster of twinkling starlight and an exceptionally beautiful star atlas. Yang Kai continued to use his spiritual energy to invade the star, leaving behind his own soul brand and engraving his own life aura onto it. The whole process was like refining an artifact. The star began to become unstable. It gradually expanded and became bigger and bigger, as if it could explode at any time. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a sense of uneasiness. His soul avatar flew to the six-colored island and continued to stimulate the power of his knowledge sea to refine the star. A slight noise suddenly came out from the star, as if something had cracked open. In the next moment, Yang Kai felt his spiritual energy madly pouring into the impregnable star, causing the seawater in his knowledge sea to rapidly decrease. Multicolored rays of light exploded in his sea of consciousness. Numerous shining stars shot out in all directions. Yang Kai's sea of consciousness was in turmoil. It was incomparably chaotic, making him feel dizzy and disoriented in an instant. The stars in the sky were like a swarm of locusts, densely packed and innumerable. They continuously flew out from the sea of knowledge and began to decorate the originally empty sky. Slowly, the sky above Yang Kai's knowledge sea became colorful, as if a small invisible hand was arranging the scenery of his knowledge sea for him. Yang Kai fell into a daze. His soul avatar stood on the six-colored island and stared blankly, his eyes growing brighter and brighter. The scenery in his sea of consciousness was undergoing tremendous changes at an extremely fast speed. After about the time it would take to drink a cup of tea, the turbulent knowledge sea finally stabilized. At this moment, the scenery in his knowledge sea was very different from before. The six-colored island was still standing at the center of the sea, and the demon eye of annihilation was still floating in the air. Night had fallen, and the sky was covered in a layer of dazzling starlight, as if it was covered in a layer of gauze. This was not an illusion created by Yang Kai's spiritual energy, but a real one. This was the sign that the star and Yang Kai had merged into one. Yang Kai was overjoyed and stood on the six-colored island, grinning widely. With a thought, Yang Kai's eyes stared at a certain position in the star field, where several stars suddenly appeared. The stars slowly rotated, and under the guidance of a mysterious force, they moved in the same direction as the stars in the real world. Yang Kai's divine sense wandered among the stars, witnessing the various mysteries in the territory of the star field, his spiritual energy rapidly draining away. Although spying on this star consumed a lot of spiritual energy, Yang Kai was very satisfied. With such a star in his knowledge sea, he would no longer have to worry about getting lost. He could accurately find the destination he wanted to go to, and he could even use this to become an excellent chart master. Restraining his thoughts, Yang Kai began to investigate his current position. On this star, there was a white dot of light that was constantly flashing. When Yang Kai used his divine sense to investigate this, the white dot suddenly gave off a strange fluctuation, allowing him to understand that where this white dot was located was where he was now. Yang Kai's expression became strange. Because he found that on this star, the white dot was actually at the very center of the chaotic abyss, the place where the black hole had swallowed everyone. Whether this star was accurate or not, Yang Kai wasn't sure and would have to wait until later to verify. So, Yang Kai calmed his thoughts and no longer wasted his spiritual energy. Slowly opening his eyes, Yang Kai immediately heard a low cry of surprise. Following this sound, Yang Kai suddenly found that on Purple Star's side, Lu Shan and Baiyu were holding some herbs and saying something to Lu Guichen excitedly. Lu Guichen's expression also gradually became excited, his eyes flashing as he took the herbs from the two of them and examined them with rapt attention. "What's going on?" Yang Kai asked in amazement. Purple Star's people seemed to have found something incredible. Shintu had been paying attention to the situation over there, and although he didn't hear what they were saying, he had his own speculations. "What is it?" "Saint King grade herbs," Shintu shouted. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. They found them when they were exploring this continent, and there seems to be a lot of them. That old man seems to have said that the world energy aura here is rich and there are plenty of materials. Yang Kai frowned thoughtfully. He also said that the only regrettable thing was that there were no rare minerals here. Shintu suddenly glanced over at him. "No minerals but rich materials. Could it be that this place is rich in herbs?" "That's possible." Yang Kai gently nodded. "Purple Star's people are about to act," Shintu shouted again. Shintu shouted again, causing Yang Kai to turn his head and look over. Sure enough, he found that the Purple Star cultivator had set off in all directions. A moment after they left, Yushi of Sword Union also gathered her subordinates and anxiously gave them a few instructions. The next moment, the people from Sword Union also set off. Before Hizeo left, she glanced over at Yang Kai and nodded apologetically. Yang Kai smiled lightly in response. These days, he had noticed that Hizeo and He Miao wanted to come to his side several times, but each time they were stopped by a male cultivator from Sword Union. He knew that this was Yushi's idea, so he didn't care. "Yang Kai, let's go find some." Shintu was quite tempted. In any case, there's nothing to do here, and the world energy aura here is so rich, the grade of the herbs produced here is definitely not low. "Good," Yang Kai hesitated for a moment but didn't object. "We can also collect some herbs for alchemy." "You can perform alchemy?" Shintu looked at him in surprise. Just barely. If I can find the right materials, I may be able to refine a barrier-breaking pill that can unlock the seal on my body." Yang Kai nodded. "Then what are we waiting for? It's better to rely on yourself than others. Let's go, I'll take you with me," Shintu said as he pushed his Saint Chi and enveloped Yang Kai in it before flying off in a certain direction. All around them were cultivators from Sword Union and Purple Star. Shintu and Yang Kai flew all the way. From time to time they would hear someone laughing and shouting. "Saint King grade high rank blue blood grass, such a big piece, ha ha ha, we're rich." "Saint King grade mid-rank soul calming flower. Come here, there's a dark moon spirit grass here." "Saint grade high rank earth emperor fruit, it's not that valuable." It seemed that because the quality of the herbs produced here was extremely high, the vision of these cultivators had become much higher. In the past, although Saint grade high-rank spirit grasses and spirit medicines weren't too high-end, they were still quite valuable and there was no reason to ignore them. But now, these cultivators didn't care about these Saint grade herbs at all. Everyone's eyes were focused on searching for Saint King grade and above spirit grasses and spirit medicines. Shintu's face was bitter as he listened to the cultivators sharing their joy with their companions, his heart feeling like it was being scratched by a cat, fearing that these cultivators would move too quickly and sweep away all the herbs on this continent. "I don't have a star shuttle, I can't fly as fast as them." Shintu flew for more than an hour but still couldn't find a suitable place to land. Everywhere he flew, there would be cultivators searching. "Keep going." Yang Kai's eyes were deep as he stared ahead. Off in the distance, he vaguely saw a jungle. Jungles had always been rich in herbs. How come they didn't discover that this continent was rich in herbs until now? During the flight, Yang Kai asked suspiciously. It had been almost half a month since they arrived here, so they should have discovered this long ago. They were afraid of that old man and didn't dare act rashly before. It wasn't until a few days ago that they began exploring the surrounding area and the sky to see what was happening nearby. After exploring for a while, they made some discoveries. Shintu explained casually, his eyes suddenly lighting up. no one should have entered that jungle before, let's go take a look. N. A group of 2 figures flashed through the air and rushed into the jungle. As soon as they entered the jungle, both of them were shocked because the world energy aura here was much richer than elsewhere. Exchanging a glance, both of them knew they had come to the right place. The richer the world energy aura, the higher the grade of herbs produced. Releasing their divine senses at the same time, Xianxia suddenly pointed in a certain direction. There's something here. Xianxia looked at him in amazement. Are you sure? I'm sure. Because there's a medicinal fragrance in the air. You're not really an alchemist, are you? Xianxia was surprised. Inside the jungle, Xianxia and Xianxia moved like the wind, collecting high-grade spirit grasses and spirit medicines one after another. The herbs produced here were all at least saint grade, with most of them being saint king grade. Xianxia's face twisted with excitement. He had never imagined that this continent would be so rich in materials. Almost every few dozen meters or so, there would be a spirit herb that had grown for countless years waiting for him and Xianxia to pick. The spirit grasses and spirit medicines on this continent were more than 10 times more abundant than on any other medicine star in star territory. The most valuable thing was that they seemed to be in a state where no one cared about them. The mysterious old man's cultivation was profound, so most likely he didn't care about the herbs here, so collecting them wouldn't be of much use, allowing these spirit grasses and spirit medicines to have plenty of time to grow. Xianxia didn't know much about herbs, he usually only took pre-refined pills, but even so, he was dazzled by the abundance of herbs before him and couldn't help feeling excited. Under Xianxia's precise guidance, Xianxia swept up all the mature herbs he passed. Hey, Xianxia, come over here and take a look. Xianxia suddenly called out from the side, his voice trembling slightly, as if he had discovered something extraordinary. Kaiyang hurried over and arrived in front of him. He saw him squatting in front of a strange orchid. That orchid exuded a faint fragrance, which made people feel refreshed and comfortable. Its pure white petals were overflowing with brilliant colors, making it look extraordinary. Xianxia's eyes narrowed as he muttered, 7-colored 1,000-knot orchid? The spirit grasses and spirit medicines produced on this continent were basically the same as those on Tongxian realm, the only difference being that they were of much higher grade. However, there were many that even Xianxia didn't know the names of as they were not on Tongxian realm. If such a 7-colored 1,000-knot orchid were to grow on Tongxian realm, it would at most be saint grade mid-rank, but at this moment, this orchid was exuding astonishing energy fluctuations and a terrifying medicinal efficacies that far surpassed saint grade mid-rank. Xianxia, what kind of grade is this? Why do I feel like it's different from the rest? Xianxia exclaimed as he stared at the 7-colored 1,000-knot orchid in front of him. According to the Star Territory's classification of cultivator strength, this should be an origin grade herb, Xianxia said in a deep voice. Xianxia sucked in a breath of cold air as his expression changed several times, muttering to himself, there are origin grade herbs here. Heavens, there are origin grade herbs here. Even in the entire territory of the star, origin grade herbs were extremely valuable, yet they had found one not long after arriving. It was easy to imagine how rich the resources of this world were. Xianxia carefully picked up the rainbow 1,000-knot orchid and placed it into his Qianquan bag. Deep in his heart, he was a little excited. Exchanging a glance with Xianxia, the two of them continued to search without saying a word. The floating continent was rich in herbs, so the Purple Star and Sword Union cultivator were stimulated by these herbs and seemed to have temporarily forgotten their current awkward situation, all of them wandering around like crazy. Whether they could leave this continent or not, these herbs had a huge effect on the improvement of a cultivator's strength. Xianxia and Xianxia also had a huge harvest. The floating continent was not small, and the total number of cultivators from Purple Star and Sword Union numbered less than 100. After they scattered in all directions, it was basically impossible for them to run into each other. Thus, they could safely search for herbs as much as they liked. 10 days later, Xianxia came to a stop. What's wrong? Xianxia was still in high spirits, his eyes shining as he looked around. Noticing that Xianxia had stopped, he couldn't help turning around and asking. I've collected enough herbs, I'm going to start alchemy. Are you going to refine the pill that can lift your seal? Xianxia asked. But you can't use your strength, how are you going to perform alchemy? Xianxia was puzzled. I have my own way, you can go find the herbs yourself. There's a cave over there, I'll be staying there for the time being. You can find me there. Xianxia pointed to a spot not far away. When the two of them were walking over, Xianxia had found a good place to rest. Good. Xianxia didn't insist, knowing that Xianxia was anxious to restore his strength. Then be careful, I'll go search for a while. After saying this, he left in a carefree manner. Xianxia identified the direction and headed towards the cave he had discovered before. A short time later, he arrived in front of the cave and used his divine sense to search it. After confirming that there was no danger inside, Xianxia walked inside. The cave should have been naturally formed. At the top of the mountain, there was a large amount of stalactite hanging upside down. From the tip of this stalactite, there were drops of mountain water filled with rich world energy. Xianxia took a few drops and drank them, immediately feeling refreshed. The mountain water here was not ordinary. It contained a huge amount of world energy, almost as if it had been transformed from world energy. Anyone who took it would have great benefits, having the same effect as the myriad drug liquid in that it could improve one's physique and enhance one's strength. However, its effect was slightly worse than the myriad drug liquid. Xianxia went all the way to the innermost part of the cave, found a dry place, and sat down cross-legged. The bottom of the cave was not small, about the size of a few houses. Although the light was dim, this environment gave Xianxia plenty of room to practice. His physical strength was indeed unable to be used, but his spiritual energy was not restricted. Since a long time ago, Xianxia had no need to use his physical strength to perform alchemy. With just his conflagrated knowledge he could refine any pill he wanted, much faster and more convenient than using his Saint Qi. After a long time of alchemy, Xianxia first found some saint-grade herbs and prepared to refine a few saint pills to familiarize himself with. Taking out a small pill furnace, he placed it in front of him. Xianxia wrapped the herbs with his divine sense and released his conflagrated knowledge to condense the medicinal liquid. After a short while, the several saint-grade herbs were purified, leaving behind a rich medicinal liquid. Engraving the various spirit arrays used in alchemy, Xianxia engraved them into the pill furnace, then poured the medicinal liquid into it to control the heat. Yang was very familiar with this process, so he was very familiar with it. Even if it had been a long time since he had refined a pill, this process had become second nature to him. Not a single detail was wrong, and his precision was impeccable. Gradually, the cave was filled with the fragrance of pills. When the pill fragrance reached a certain level, Xianxia withdrew his conflagrated knowledge and waited for a moment before flicking his finger on the pill furnace. A round pill flew out and was pinched between Xianxia's fingers. It did not form pill veins, which was a bit of a pity, but it was still a genuine saint-grade mid-rank pill. Gently nodding, Xianxia was very satisfied and put the pill into the demon mystic tome before closing his eyes to restore himself. Refining a saint pill didn't consume a lot of spiritual energy, but it wasn't a small amount either. Xianxia couldn't squander his spiritual energy at will, so he had to maintain his peak state at all times. After an incense stick worth of time, Xianxia continued refining. Back in Tongxian realm, Xianxia was able to refine saint-grade high-rank pills. At that time, Nine Heaven's Holy Land had gathered a lot of herbs and wealth, allowing him to improve his alchemy skills at will. However, a saint-grade high-rank pill was probably not enough to lift the seal Lu Guichen had placed on him. Lu Guichen was a Saint King realm master, so only a Saint King grade pill could break his seal. As such, Xianxia's top priority right now was to use the resources at hand to improve his alchemy skills. When he left Tongxian realm, Xianxia had brought a lot of materials with him. On this continent, he and Xianxia had also collected many Saint King grade and origin grade herbs. Xianxia didn't need to worry about materials at all. Time flew by and Xianxia immersed himself in the world of alchemy, living alone in the cave. The floating continent, on the other hand, was very lively. The cultivator from Purple Star and Sword Union had a huge harvest and was in high spirits every day. However, Lu Guichen was a little unhappy. Because they didn't have any storage artifacts on hand. Without any storage artifacts, even if they collected herbs, there was no place to store them. This was only a small matter. The most serious problem was that after these herbs were collected, their medicinal efficacies were constantly fading. This made Lu Guichen's heart bleed. Feeling the medicinal efficacies of these St. King grade and origin grade herbs diminish with each passing day, he felt extremely pained every day. He couldn't wait to find that mysterious old man and take back his space ring. But he only dared to think about it. If he really faced that old man, Lu Guichen couldn't even think of resisting. Atop a mountain peak, the mysterious old man wore a nervous expression as he carefully arranged something on a large piece of flat ground. On this flat ground, there were many extremely high-grade saint crystals arranged in rows to form a large spirit array. At the center of the spirit array, there was something that looked like a door standing on the flat ground. This transparent door was made from the fragments of the starship he had picked up before. The two fragments of the starship were both St. King grade high rank, so the materials used to make them were also extremely high grade, just perfect for the old man to refine this door. There were no rare ores on this continent, so the old man had been unable to find suitable materials to refine this crucial door. Only the heavens knew how excited he had been when the fragments of the starship fell from the sky and landed on this continent. The frame and base of this door were also inlaid with top-grade Saint crystals, making it look extremely beautiful. A strange energy fluctuation slowly flowed out from this door. Even a character as strong as the mysterious old man didn't dare approach this door casually, as if there was some great danger hidden inside. The old man's expression was ferocious and crazy as he wandered around to make his arrangements, muttering to himself, "Soon, soon, soon." A terrifying light flashed across his eyes, causing all who saw it to shudder. After a while, he suddenly stopped and spread out his divine sense, covering the entire continent in the blink of an eye. The movements of everyone who was active on this continent were clearly displayed in his mind. Grinning strangely, the old man muttered, "Ha ha, everyone is quite lively. Good, good, this old master is most afraid of lifeless people. This old master has been alone for 2,000 years and can no longer bear this kind of torture. If you all become lifeless, this old master will have a headache. Oh, this little brat is quite interesting." The mysterious old man's cultivation was unfathomable, and with a single thought, the situation of the entire world could not escape his perception. He had discovered something strange about Xianxia. His divine sense quickly gathered towards the cave where Xianxia was located. Inside the cave, Xianxia, who was trying to refine a St. King grade pill, suddenly stiffened and opened his eyes, looking up with a dignified expression. Faintly, he felt as if there was a pair of invisible eyes spying on his movements, making him nervous. However, after carefully examining himself, Xianxia did not find anything wrong, so he couldn't help shaking his head, a look of confusion on his face, wondering if he was being too paranoid. After such a delay, the St. King grade pill Xianxia was trying to refine immediately failed and a burnt smell came from the pill furnace. The medicinal liquids he had worked so hard to condense were all mixed together and could no longer be used. Xianxia sighed faintly and took out the discarded medicinal liquids from the pill furnace, temporarily not using his conflagrated knowledge and instead closing his eyes to meditate. Seeing this scene, the mysterious old man, who was 10,000 kilometers away, took back his divine sense and muttered to himself suspiciously, "His senses are so sharp." He believed that with his own methods, it was impossible for this little brat to detect his divine sense, but he was still vigilant. This was clearly an instinctive sense of danger. Shaking his head, the old man no longer paid attention to Xianxia and focused on dealing with the matter at hand. For a small cultivator like Xianxia, the old man would not pay too much attention to him. Inside the cave, Xianxia closed himself up and continued to refine pills. Xianxia did not know how much time had passed, but he had refined several hundred Saint-grade mid-rank and Saint-grade high-rank pills, many of which had pill veins. Xianxia's alchemy skills had greatly improved, and now he was even able to refine Saint King-grade pills. One day, Xianxia took out some herbs from the demon mystic tome with a dignified expression. These herbs all contained rich Saint King-grade energy. He was going to start refining the seal-breaking pill. Xianxia was very familiar with the seal-breaking pill's pill recipe. This was a pill recipe that originally existed in Tongxian realm, and according to the grade of the herbs used, the grade of the seal-breaking pill would also be different. Now that he had chosen St. King grade herbs, the seal-breaking pill he refined was naturally St. King grade as well. He didn't have a few of the herbs on hand, but he had found substitutes. Yang Kai was now considered an outstanding alchemist, so changing a pill recipe was naturally not a difficult task for him. Calming himself down, Yang Kai adjusted himself to his best state and began to refine. His movements were as smooth as flowing water, without the slightest hesitation. His expression was indifferent, without nervousness or anticipation, as if he was refining an ordinary pill. That was because he had full confidence in refining this pill. He didn't think he would fail. In fact, this was indeed the case. After about half an hour, a light yellow barrier-breaking pill with restrained energy was refined by him. Taking this pill out of the pill furnace, Yang Kai held it in his hand and silently examined it for a moment before slowly shaking his head. This pill was a genuine Saint King grade pill. However, according to his observation, it should only be a Saint King low rank. Yang Kai didn't know if such a pill could unlock the seal. If Lu Guichen's strength was also at this level, then there would be no suspense, but Yang Kai estimated that Lu Guichen was at least a second-order Saint King or even a third-order. Yang Kai didn't have much confidence. Frowning for a moment, Yang Kai stuffed the pill into his mouth and swallowed it. Closing his eyes, Yang Kai sat down cross-legged on the ground and waited for the medicinal efficacies to dissolve. A moment later, Yang Kai's face changed to one of extreme pain. He felt waves of heat surge out from his lower abdomen. That heat wave was like lightning, like a torrent, and suddenly exploded, spreading to his limbs and bones in all directions. His blocked meridians were stretched and a tearing pain spread throughout his body. Yang Kai grit his teeth and remained unmoved, his divine sense following the flow of the medicinal efficacies to perceive his own situation. Yang Kai clearly saw shackles appear on his physique, each of which contained Lu Guichen's aura. These shackles were the seals he had planted. The seal-breaking pill's medicinal efficacies were like a trapped dragon emerging from its lair, using Yang Kai's body as a battlefield as he struggled desperately against these shackles. The whole process caused him unimaginable pain. Although the seal-breaking pill's medicinal efficacies were quite good, it was obviously not enough to shatter these shackles and restore Yang Kai's freedom. After repeated collisions, the medicinal efficacies were gradually consumed, but the shackles remained motionless, firmly locking down Yang Kai's Saint Qi and meridians. Half a day later, Yang Kai opened his eyes weakly, a helpless look upon his face. The Saint King grade low-rank seal-breaking pill really didn't work. However, with his current means, the best he could do was refine a pill of this grade. It wasn't a matter of materials, nor was it a matter of skill, but rather a matter of his cultivation realm. Yang Kai was only a first-order saint right now, being able to refine a pill a great realm above him was already a manifestation of his skill. If he wanted to refine a higher-grade pill, he would need to improve his strength first. However, Yang Kai wasn't discouraged and instead his eyes lit up. Just because an ordinary Saint King grade seal-breaking pill didn't work didn't mean that a seal-breaking pill that formed pill veins would be the same. Once a pill formed pill veins, the efficacy of the pill would increase by at least 2 times or even more. As long as he could refine a seal-breaking pill that formed pill veins, he was confident he could break this seal. Yang Kai didn't dwell on his failure just now and instead used the myriad drug liquid to quickly restore himself before starting again. During this time, Yang Kai had collected a lot of herbs with Shintu, enough for him to refine 4 or 5 seal-breaking pills. Inside the cave, Yang Kai busied himself, producing a seal-breaking pill almost every hour. All of these pills were ordinary and didn't form pill veins. It seemed that it was much more difficult for Saint King grade pills to form pill veins. Yang Kai wasn't anxious, his mood was calm, unaffected by any failure, because even if he ran out of these materials, he could always collect more. In this world where materials were abundant, herbs were inexhaustible. Thinking this through, Yang Kai felt that even if he failed every time, it wouldn't be a big problem. When the 5th seal-breaking pill was taken out of his pill furnace, his eyes lit up and his mood lifted. Lines similar to those of a human's meridians appeared on this pill, causing its medicinal properties to be extremely restrained and its medicinal efficacies to become much more potent. Success! Looking at this pill that he had painstakingly refined, Yang Kai grinned. It had been almost 2 months since his cultivation had been sealed by Lu Guichen. Here, he had no one to rely on except for Shintu, who had gotten along well with him, who hadn't been able to help him break this seal. Yang Kai had to rely on himself for everything. Now that he had this seal-breaking pill in hand, a strong sense of excitement and pride welled up in Yang Kai's heart. Yang Kai didn't rush to take this pill and instead began to restore himself again. Half a day later, Yang Kai popped the pill into his mouth and waited expectantly. Worthy of being a pill with pill veins, as soon as the medicinal efficacies began to dissolve in his abdomen, a violent torrent of energy rushed out, the intensity of which was several times greater than the last time. Yang Kai's face flushed red as his blood began to boil rapidly. Enduring the unimaginable pain, his expression twisted as he opened his eyes wide. He noticed that the shackles in his body were breaking apart inch by inch. His meridians, which had been sealed for more than 2 months, finally began to loosen, and his Saint Qi, which had been stagnant for a long time, began to show signs of flowing. Ka ka ka. The sound of the shackles breaking rang out in Yang Kai's mind, and his Saint Qi began to flow faster and faster as his strength began to recover. According to this situation, it would take less than the time it would take to drink a cup of tea to completely break the seal. But at that moment, Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed and he spread out his divine sense. He noticed that someone had come nearby and couldn't help feeling a little vigilant. While he had been performing alchemy, 1 or 2 cultivator had occasionally passed by this place and noticed his life aura, but none of them had entered the cave to cause trouble for him. Because no one dared to cause trouble in the old man's territory. But this time, something seemed to be different. After the cultivator outside the cave noticed the existence of Yang Kai. Not only did he not go far, he instead walked straight in. Yang Kai frowned, a look of displeasure on his face. Although he wasn't worried about being disturbed here, it was still very unpleasant to have someone disturb him at such a critical moment. Urging the medicinal efficacies even more frantically, Yang Kai sped up the speed of breaking the seal while remaining calm on the surface. A short time later, a ray of light appeared in front of him and a figure appeared. This light was emitted by a strange stone, giving off a soft light that illuminated a large area. The cultivator holding this strange stone walked over to Yang Kai and grinned meaningfully, curling his lips as he said, "I was wondering who was hiding here, so it was you, little brat." As he spoke, the light from the strange stone illuminated his face, giving it a gloomy and terrifying aura. "Are you Hizeo and He Miao's brother?" Yang Kai looked at him indifferently. He knew this guy. Every time Hizeo and He Miao wanted to come over to find him, they were intercepted by him. Listening to Yushi's words, this person seemed to be called Wei Wu. Indeed, Wei Wu nodded and admitted, "Boy, what are you hiding here for? There's nothing good here." "Nothing, it's dangerous outside." "It is indeed very dangerous, especially for you." Wei Wu smiled gloatingly. "Your cultivation has been sealed by Lu Gui Chen, right? How pitiful, all alone with no one to rely on, you can only hide here and drag out an ignoble existence. TSK, just thinking about it makes me feel miserable." He ridiculed him, as if he was very happy to see Kai Yang's miserable and helpless appearance. Yang Kai didn't say a word. "Boy, how about I show you a clear path?" Wei Wu suddenly squatted down in front of Yang Kai. "What clear path?" Yang Kai frowned. "You see, in this strange place, you have no one to protect you, and your cultivation has been sealed. Once you encounter some kind of danger, you won't be able to fight back. For example, if someone with malicious intentions were to approach you." He sneered coldly as he stared at Yang Kai. Inside the mountain, Wei Wu stared at Yang Kai, his face becoming more and more gloomy under the illumination of the strange stone. Yang Kai stared back at him, his expression indifferent, unmoved. Wei Wu's face twitched a few times, apparently not expecting Yang Kai to show no fear at all. Suddenly feeling bored and curling his lips, he said, "I can persuade my master to help you release the barrier, but in return, you must hand over your soul brand and do whatever I tell you to do in the future." After a pause, he added, "Here, you can't use your strength and there are many dangers, but as long as you hand over your soul brand, I will naturally protect your safety in the future. You won't suffer a loss, and if you're lucky, you may even be able to join Sword Union in the future. Are you done?" Yang Kai impatiently interrupted him. Wei Wu was stunned, and he stopped speaking. "If you're done, please leave," Yang Kai gestured with his hand. Wei Wu's face instantly became gloomy as he slowly stood up and grinned coldly. "Boy, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. You'd better think carefully before answering, otherwise you may regret it." Yang Kai slowly shook his head. I don't know why you want my soul brand, but I absolutely cannot allow my life to be controlled by others. You don't have that qualification. Boy, you're quite arrogant. Wei Wu laughed out loud as if he had heard something funny. He lowered his voice and threatened, "Tell me, if I kill you here, who will know?" Yang Kai's face sank as he narrowed his eyes at him. Although the mysterious old man had said before that no one was allowed to cause trouble here, who knew if he could protect everyone's safety? What reason did he have to do this? I'm indebted to your two junior sisters, and not only did you misunderstand me, you even want to kill me? Yang Kai's voice was cold and murderous intent surged. It's because you're indebted to them that you deserve to die. If it weren't for you meddling in other people's business, they would have already died. Wei Wu roared fiercely, but halfway through his words, he suddenly realized something was wrong and quickly stopped. In the darkness, the two of them looked at each other with strange expressions. Yang Kai originally thought that the reason this guy hated him so much was because he was afraid that he would snatch away his love. He thought that he was interested in Hizeo and he meow. Who would have thought that things were not what he thought at all? He seemed to want Hizeo and he meow to die as soon as possible. Yang Kai did not know what kind of secrets were involved in this. It was probably related to the internal disputes of the Sword Alliance, but Yang Kai was too lazy to think about it. However, because of Wei Wu's careless words, the temperature in the cave dropped significantly. Kid, if you want to live, then it's best that you forget what happened earlier. Otherwise, I'll surely tear you into pieces. Wei Wu went silent for a moment before he grunted coldly and threatened Xianxia, and then he turned around and left. The moment he turned around, a cold light suddenly flew out from his sleeve. That cold light was like a silent snake, accurately finding Kai Yang's position in the darkness. Climbing up his neck, it circled around his neck. Humph, only the dead won't reveal secrets. Wei Wu chuckled, and with a wave of his hand, the cold light returned to his hand with a whoosh. This cold light was actually a flexible sword that was incredibly sharp. Then, he turned his head and prepared to deal with Yang Kai's body, not leaving any clues behind. The moment he turned around, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Under the soft light of the strange stone, Wei Wu could clearly see Yang Kai's face twisted in anger. On this young man's neck, there was a bloody wound from which golden blood flowed out. Wei Wu called out in alarm, unable to understand why Yang Kai hadn't died yet. This young man's strength had been sealed, and Wei Wu had launched a sneak attack with his third-order Saint Cultivation, so there was no reason for him to fail. Wei Wu's expression was one of panic, as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. His reaction was extremely fast, and the moment he realized that something was wrong, he quickly recondensed his strength and the flexible sword in his hand suddenly shot out a dazzling cold light towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai's body was filled with a cold aura as a bloodthirsty and violent aura filled the air. His temperament was completely different from just a moment ago. Now, he was like an ancient beast that had suddenly awoken after a long period of hibernation. Allowing the cold light to hit him, Yang Kai charged straight towards Wei Wu, raising his hand and sending out a punch. Kong, this punch landed squarely on Wei Wu's face. Wei Wu only heard the sound of bones breaking as his entire nose collapsed and a bloody taste filled his mouth. Dizzy, he was sent flying backwards. When he was hit by this fist, Wei Wu was shocked to find that his Saint Chi didn't play any defensive role, as if it didn't exist at all. The fierce power of this fist directly bypassed his Saint Chi's protection and struck his bones, shattering them in the process. Wei Wu was stunned by this punch. His body bounced a few times in the cave, sending stone fragments flying everywhere before he finally landed on the ground, barely managing to catch his breath. Not daring to delay the slightest, he hurriedly got up. Before he had time to identify the direction, a strong force came head-on. A large hand grabbed his neck and pressed him to the ground. Yang Kai gasped for breath as his eyes became as red as a bloodthirsty beast's in the darkness. The evil aura of his unyielding golden skeleton erupted like a tsunami as he rushed towards Wei Wu. He had really been provoked by this opponent. Because the strength of this mysterious old man was too profound, and because his previous warning was still ringing in Wei Wu's ears. And because Yang Kai was at the last moment of resolving the seal on his body, he had no time to think about anything else, so he thought that Wei Wu wouldn't dare attack him. The moment he was attacked, Yang Kai hadn't even been able to react. It wasn't until he felt a sharp pain in his neck that he hurriedly condensed his strength to resist. Even so, there was still a large wound on his neck, which was dripping with blood. He had almost been beheaded. If it weren't for his powerful physique, and if the seal on his body had not been completely lifted at that moment, allowing him to restore his strength, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Xianxia was furious and his murderous intent surged like a tide. How did you? Wei Wu's eyes widened as he stared at Xianxia in horror. He didn't understand how he was able to launch such an attack when his strength should have been sealed. At this moment, the evil energy in his body was extremely abundant. How could there be any trace of it being sealed? The evil aura coming from Xianxia's body was like the sky was collapsing, making Wei Wu feel as if he had been plunged into the depths of purgatory. Wei Wu couldn't help feeling a sense of panic as his body trembled. He felt like he wasn't facing a first-order Saint Cultivator, but rather an unimaginable demon. There's one thing you were right about. Xianxia's eyes were cold and emotionless as he coldly declared, if I kill you here, who will know? The evil energy in Xianxia's body surged even more violently as it poured into Wei Wu's body. Wei Wu's body instantly swelled up like a balloon as blood gushed out from the wound on the bridge of his nose like a fountain, splattering all over Xianxia's face, drenching him in blood. Perceiving the call of death, Wei Wu frantically struggled, using all kinds of methods to resist, but he was still unable to break free from Xianxia's grasp. Xianxia simply held him down, unmoved, allowing him to taste the despair of death before he died. After a dozen breaths of time, accompanied by Wei Wu's miserable scream, his body exploded, his 5 viscera and 6 organs scattering all over the ground. An invisible suction force emerged from Xianxia's left eye and Wei Wu's soul was sucked into it. Xianxia closed his eyes and immersed his consciousness into his knowledge sea, stirring up monstrous waves as he used his conflagrated knowledge sea to burn Wei Wu's soul. Xianxia's actions were extremely measured. The scorching power of his knowledge sea would not immediately incinerate Wei Wu's consciousness. Instead, Xianxia wanted to torture Wei Wu's soul and make him suffer before completely erasing it, using this as a warning to himself not to lower his guard at any time. A cry of fear from the depths of Xianxia's knowledge sea reverberated, as if it would continue forever. At the same time as Wei Wu's body died, somewhere tens of thousands of kilometers away from the cave, the beautiful woman from Sword Union, Yushi, was leading Xiao and He Miao to collect herbs. Suddenly, Yushi's tender body shook and her face became extremely ugly. Hurriedly stretching out her hand, a mirror-like artifact appeared in her palm. What's wrong, master? Xiao saw her take out this soul mirror and her pretty face immediately changed color as she hurriedly asked. Because this mirror had no use in normal times, she would only take it out to investigate the few people who were close to her master when they were in danger. For her master to take out this soul mirror at this time, obviously someone had an accident. Something happened to Wei Wu. Yushi replied with a frown. What happened to brother? He Miao also hurried over and asked with concern. Yushi shook her head, stretched out a finger, put it in her mouth, bit the tip of her finger, and dripped a drop of blood into the soul mirror. The smooth surface of the soul mirror suddenly rippled like a lake and from the bottom of the lake, a strange fish covered in 7-colored scales swam up. This strange fish was extremely fast and in the blink of an eye, it rushed out of the soul mirror, leapt into the air, and burst into pieces. The next moment, a 7-colored light enveloped the soul mirror and an incomparably clear image was projected in front of the 3 of them. This image was the last thing Wei Wu saw before he died. It seemed that in a dim cave, a ferocious and distorted face appeared on the mirror, its eyes flashing with a rich murderous intent that seemed to penetrate the soul mirror and envelop the 3 of them. Under this gaze, the 3 of them couldn't help feeling a chill run down their spines. What terrifying murderous intent! Yushi shouted, her eyes filled with anger. It was this little brat who killed Wei Wu. It was him? Xiao's expression became strange. When she saw this face, she almost couldn't believe her eyes, because this appearance was very different from the one she was familiar with before. It was almost as if they were 2 completely different people. How could it be Xianxia? He Miao was also stunned and shouted innocently, it can't be him, right? His strength hasn't recovered yet, and even if he did, with his strength, it's impossible for him to be brother Wei Wu's opponent. Yushi and her 2 disciples all stared at the angry face in the soul mirror and couldn't help showing a look of disbelief. Because just as he Miao said, Yang Kai had Lu Guichen's seal in his body that he couldn't unlock with his current strength. On the entire floating continent, there were only two people who could unlock this seal. One was Yu Shi, whose strength was comparable to Lu Guichen's, and the other was the mysterious old man. Although the mysterious old man's methods were heaven-defying, his temperament was strange and he probably wouldn't be so kind as to help Yang Kai. Yu Shi also didn't help him unlock the seal. So how did he restore his strength? And even if he was restored to his peak state, he was still just a first-order saint. How could he be the opponent of Wei Wu, a third-order saint? In any case, Wei Wu was definitely killed by this little brat. Yu Shi's pretty face was filled with anger, daring to kill my Sword Union's people. I'll make him pay the price. Master, let's investigate this matter first, Hizeo hurriedly tried to persuade. Yu Shi glanced over at her and said lightly, I know he has shown you sister's kindness and we have misunderstood him, but this little brat is really strange. You don't need to worry about this matter, I'll handle it myself. Perceiving the resolute attitude of their master, Hizeo and he Miao glanced at each other bitterly. Although Wei Wu was their brother, they didn't have much affection for each other. The two sisters actually felt that he was quite annoying, so even if Wei Wu was killed, they didn't care. However, Yang Kai was probably in trouble now. They were secretly worried and didn't know how to deal with this matter, so they couldn't help sighing. Inside the cave, Yang Kai looked as if he had been drenched in blood, his entire body blood-red, giving him a terrifying appearance. Yang Kai stood in place, adjusting his state, restraining his evil and bloody aura while experiencing the pleasure of recovering his strength. The strength he had lost and then regained gave him the illusion that he had been reborn as a human. The huge wound on his neck felt a burst of numbness and his flesh seemed to be wriggling, but under the powerful restorative power of his demon god Golden Blood, the wound quickly healed. With a casual wave of his hand, Yang Kai wiped off the blood and his neck was once again as good as new, with no trace of his head being nearly decapitated just now. Just as he stared at Wei Wu's corpse and was about to burn it and destroy the evidence, a strange laughter suddenly came from the side. Kai Yang's face went pale and he quickly turned his head to look, only to see a figure standing quietly in the darkness. The strange shining stone that Wei Wu had been holding earlier fell at the feet of this figure, and the light from the stone illuminated this person's face clearly. Seeing his face clearly, the power Yang Kai had just gathered dissipated involuntarily. His expression was solemn, and his heart was filled with bitterness. Facing this person, he had no intention of fighting him at all. This was because the person who was laughing strangely was the mysterious old man who originally lived on this continent. Being able to easily injure Lu Guichen and Yu Shi meant he was at least an origin-returning realm master. The first-order Saint Yang Kai was like an ant in front of him. Senior. Yang Kai frowned and called out. He didn't know when this old man had arrived here, but it was as if he had been standing there the entire time, drifting about like a ghost. From this old man's body, there was an uncomfortable gloomy aura that filled the entire cave. Vicious and merciless, not bad, not bad. The old man laughed strangely, a trace of appreciation flashing across his eyes as he stared at Yang Kai with great interest. With just a first-order saint, you were actually able to kill a third-order saint in a head-on confrontation. Do you have some kind of external force you can borrow? Hearing this question, Yang Kai immediately understood. This old man had not seen the conflict between him and Wei Wu just now, otherwise, he would not have asked such a question. Yes. Yang Kai gently nodded, not intending to conceal anything. Little brat, it seems you've had a lot of fortuitous encounters, no wonder you were able to cultivate to such a degree at such a young age. The old man looked at Yang Kai approvingly and nodded with satisfaction. Good, very good, your physique is also very strong, far stronger than any other cultivator in the same realm, almost as strong as a Saint King realm cultivator. On top of that, there are also 2 or 3 different types of power in your body that can perfectly coexist. The old man casually exposed Yang Kai's background, his eyes seemingly able to see through everything and clearly see what kind of capital Yang Kai possessed. Yang Kai shuddered and his face couldn't help paling. The old man grinned, revealing a mouthful of white fangs. Rest assured, I won't rob you of your things, they don't have much use for this old master. However, suddenly changing the subject, his expression suddenly became gloomy. Didn't this old master say before that no one can cause trouble here? No one is to stir up trouble here. In my territory, your lowly lives belong to me. Whoever dares to take them away will have to pay the price. He made the first move. Xianxia tried to defend himself. I don't care who made the first move. The old man coldly snorted, a trace of cold and dark evil energy suddenly gushing out from his body. This evil energy was like the incarnation of a demon, full of evil and violent aura. As soon as it appeared, it all pointed its spearhead at Xianxia and rushed towards him. In an instant, Xianxia was enveloped by this evil energy, as if he had fallen into a black curtain, all the light around him disappearing. An aura of despair spread out. Xianxia shuddered and couldn't help but have the illusion that he was about to be gnawed away, as if these demons could eat away at his flesh and blood and devour his strength. Gritting his teeth, Xianxia silently resisted with all his strength. The old man's strange laughter rang in his ears. 10 breaths, if you can last 10 breaths, I'll spare your life. Otherwise, you'll become their food. When these words reached Xianxia's ears, Xianxia couldn't help shaking his spirit as he once again saw a glimmer of light. So, he pushed his strength even harder to resist the evil energy invading his body. As time passed by, the old man who was quietly observing Xianxia's movements couldn't help his eyes from flashing as his expression changed. He hadn't expected that not only was Xianxia's physique strong, but even his consciousness was so tenacious. Even masters like Lu Guichen and Yu Shi, once these demon phantoms invaded their bodies, would not necessarily be able to last more than 10 breaths. Under the influence of this evil aura, they would lose consciousness and become mad demon before being gnawed away by these demon phantoms. However, this young man, who was only a first-order saint, was still resisting, doing his best to maintain his consciousness and not be confused by these external forces. After 10 breaths, the old man waved his hand and the demon phantoms that had invaded Xianxia's body flew back into the old man's body. Xianxia collapsed to the ground like a puddle of mud, his body dripping with sweat and his face pale, but he still stared firmly at the old man and anxiously said, I hope Senior won't go back on his word. The old man was startled and couldn't help laughing loudly, his laughter echoing throughout the cave, causing anyone who heard it to feel their blood run cold. Little brat, I have to say, although the young attribute energy in your body displeases this old master, there is a completely different kind of energy that I like very much. Heh, it seems you're also a cultivator of this Tao. You live, this old master keeps his word. Xianxia exhaled heavily. You refined a pill to remove the restriction on your body? The old man suddenly asked without rhyme or reason. Yes. Xianxia sat down cross-legged on the ground, took out a pill, and stuffed it into his mouth to restore himself. What kind of pill can you refine? The old man seemed to be interested in this. With my current strength, I can only refine Saint King low-rank pills. It seems that not only are you proficient in the martial Tao, but you also have a high level of attainment in alchemy. The old man looked surprised for a moment before grinning, but little brat, if you keep dividing your attention like this, you may be too busy in the future. Either concentrate on the martial Tao or concentrate on alchemy, otherwise in the future your territory will be stuck in a difficult position and you'll regret it. Many thanks for Senior's reminder, I only study alchemy as an auxiliary to the martial Tao. Your future has nothing to do with this old master was just speaking casually. Enough nonsense, come with this old master. Saying so, the old man waved his sleeve and a thin layer of energy accurately enveloped Xianxia. The next moment, Xianxia felt himself fly up like a bolt of lightning. His speed was even faster than when he used his star shuttle, causing Xianxia to pale slightly, wondering just how profound this mysterious old man's cultivation was. A moment later, the old man suddenly stopped, put down Xianxia, and said, Wait here, don't run around if there's nothing important. Xianxia looked around and quickly discovered that this was the mountainside where the old man lived. There was a large flat area halfway up the mountain, and in the center of it, there were rows of saint crystals arranged in a strange pattern, forming a strange spirit array. In the center of this spirit array, there was a large bronze door, its frame and base inlaid with many high-grade saint crystals. The entire mountainside was filled with world energy and a thick fog formed from this energy filled the air, making this place look like a paradise. The old man, who was as gloomy as a ghost, did not fit in with the scenery here. Xianxia remained silent, not saying a word as he sat quietly, observing his surroundings while recovering his strength. He didn't know why the old man had brought him here, but being around such a temperamental and eccentric master gave Yang Kai a great deal of pressure, so he didn't dare to make any strange movements lest he cause a misunderstanding. The old man shuttled back and forth through the spirit array, adjusting the position of the saint crystals and the structure of the spirit array from time to time. A short time later, streaks of blue light suddenly flew over from all directions. These were the cultivators from Purple Star and Sword Union approaching on their star shuttles. Everyone seemed to have a tacit understanding as they all gathered at this flat area halfway up the mountain, each of them carrying large and small bags as they searched for a suitable location, whispering to each other in groups of 3 or 5. They had obviously been summoned here by the old man, but from the blank looks on their faces, it was obvious they didn't know why the old man had summoned them. A moment later, 3 more beautiful figures landed nearby, naturally Yushi, Hizao, and He Miao of Sword Union. As soon as Yushi arrived, her pair of phoenix eyes swept around, instantly fixing on Yang Kai, her pretty face filled with anger as she quickly walked over. End of chapter 1009. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.